Hello, and this is the Parliament channel, and it's day 4 of the Standing Finance Committee, where members of the House of Representatives examine the various heads of expenditure for the national accounts for financial year 2025-2026. The total budget figure, as announced by the Minister of Finance, is $50,405,695,293. There are 44 heads of expenditure to be examined line by the opposition and the government over 5 days. So let's just recap the 11 ministries and departments which were examined on day 3. They were the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Trade, Investment and Tourism, the Ministry of Finance, Pensions and Gratuities, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, Ministry of Land and Legal Affairs, Ministry of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development, the Integrity Commission, the Equal Opportunity Tribunal, and the Tax Appeal Board. And now let's take a look at the comparative figures between last year's budget and this year's allocations for the 11 heads of expenditure to be examined on day 4. We begin with the Tobago House of Assembly, and that is head 15. And in 2025, the THA was allocated $2,580,755,600. The allocation for 2026 is $2,943,574,800. That's an addition of $362,819,200. The second head to be examined will be the Central Administrative Services, Tobago. In 2025, they'd been allocated $29,925,500. For 2026, the allocation is $28,505,890. That's a slight decrease of $1,419,610. Head 61, the Ministry of Housing, will be up next. It was previously the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. In 2025, they had been allocated $842,000. In 2026, they've been allocated $637,044,000. That's a decrease of $216,798,000. Head 34, the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, which was Ministry of Works and Transport previously. They have been allocated in 2025 $2,757,797. I'm sorry, I'll say that again. $2,757,797,000. For 2026, the ministry has been allocated $545,839,000. That is a decrease of $2,211,958,000. Head 67, the Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, will be next. They were previously the Ministry of Planning and Development. In 2025, the allocation was $344,733,000. For 2026, the ministry has been allocated $322,478,000. That's a decrease of $22,255,000. Head 31, the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, which was Ministry of Public Administration previously. In 2025, the ministry had been allocated $615,495,390. In 2026, the allocation is $1,570,513,513. That's an addition of $955,018,123. Head 23, the Office of the Attorney General, which was previously the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. In 2025, the allocation was $418,131,000. In 2026, the allocation is $282,267,600. That's a decrease of $135,863,400. We then go to the Industrial Court, Head 4, and that in 2025, the allocation was $28,268,700. For 2026, the allocation is $28,889,200. That's an addition of $620,500. Head 3, the Judiciary, will be next. In 2025, the allocation was $594,318,825. And for 2026, the allocation is $517,004,850. That's a decrease of $77,313,975. The Auditor General's Department will be up next. That is Head 2. And in 2025, they'd been allocated $32,662,500. The allocation for 2026 is $33,262,800, an addition of $600,300. And the final head of expenditure for Day 4 to be examined will be Head 6, Service Commissions. In 2025, the allocation was $80,567,100. For 2026, the allocation is $83,775,650. That's an increase of $3,208,550. And we will have one more day of examination of heads of expenditure with just a few more heads to be examined. Day 5 will be the Ministry of Culture and Community Development, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Office of the President, and the Office of the Parliament. So those heads will be examined on Day 5, the final day of the examination of heads of expenditure for fiscal 2024-2025. And as we await the arrival of the chairman for the Standing Finance Committee, here are just a few facts about the Finance Committee. The standing orders, the previous standing orders of 1961, House standing orders indicated that at Standing Order 64-1, there shall be a committee of the whole House to be called the Finance Committee, and the deliberations of the Finance Committee shall not take place in public. But when the standing orders were revised in 2014-2015, Standing Order 82-1 indicated that there shall be a committee of the whole House to be called the Standing Finance Committee, which shall be chaired by the Speaker. It shall be the duty of the committee to consider the estimates and the appropriation bill, and the change there is that the deliberations of the Standing Finance Committee shall take place in public. So since 2014-2015, we have been having the Standing Finance Committee meetings taking place in public, where the members of the public can hear line by line what has been allocated for the various ministries. And there's just one more, the allotment of time for the Standing Finance Committee. So according to the Standing Finance Committee, the Standing Orders of 1961, Standing Order 65-1 said that there shall be allotted a maximum of 7 days for discussion of the appropriation bill in Finance Committee. But when the standing orders were updated in 2014-2015, Standing Order 83-1 indicated that a maximum of 5 days shall be allotted for the examination of the estimates in Standing Finance Committee together with the appropriation bill. So we have the chairman of the committee. He is heading into the chamber now. So we will have Day 4 of the Standing Finance Committee with the Tobago House of Assembly.
have a quorum, right? Huh? Okay. Good morning, everyone. This morning, this meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will resume. This morning, we start debating order with the Tobago House of Assembly. I'm very grateful and indeed appreciative of the efforts the staff members of the Tobago House of Assembly would have made, the human efforts to get here. We know this is a very important weekend for them. So I think all members are aware of the peculiar nature of this weekend to Tobago, so let's be mindful of that. Please, I appeal to everyone, let's be mindful of the fact that those who have traveled from the Sister Isle need to get back on a timely basis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that reminder. But I think it's also very important to note that the opposition did make some concessions.
Did, absolutely.
To have the THA team come today as opposed to tomorrow.
And we're very grateful for that.
For the very same reason.
Yes, we're very grateful for that. So let's assume that the graciousness will continue unabated. And that's why I'm saying, so let's hope that the graciousness continues unabated this morning. Thank you all very much. So let's as they say in a test match, let's bowl the first ball. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, $2,943,574,800. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement with the usual 5-minute caveat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Tobago House of Assembly is a constitutionally established island government charged under the Tobago House of Assembly Act of 1980 and the subsequent Act of 1996 with managing the island's affairs and advancing its development agenda. The Assembly stands as the principal organ of governance and development administration in Tobago, entrusted with the stewardship of the island's economic, social, and infrastructural advancement, and with ensuring that Tobago's development is pursued in a manner that reflects both the aspirations of its people and the broader objectives of national progress. Mr. Chairman, the island's government seeks the strategic development agenda for Tobago via the policy decisions of its Executive Council, which includes any necessary reprioritization and reallocation of funds to the Assembly. To this end, it was designed and engineered to build a strategic development planning pathway 2025 to 2045 for Tobago. This planning pathway is the architecture which will guide, manage, and monitor and evaluate the island's socio-economic and political transformation. It articulates 21 development agenda priorities, which directs and informs the island's development programs, projects, and associated capital investments. Mr. Chairman, it is against this backdrop that development agenda priorities for Tobago for fiscal 2026, as submitted in the THA's budget, speaks to accelerating growth and anchoring fiscal stability. Therefore, Tobago 2026 fiscal program is designed to foster job creation, entrepreneurship, GDP growth, improve and expand public infrastructure, elevate efficiency in public service delivery, enhance living standards, and increase tax revenues. Mr. Chairman, as the Assembly reaffirms its commitment to fiscal discipline, transparency, and results-based management, it welcomes the committee's scrutiny as a vital expression of public accountability and remains resolute in its mission to advance Tobago's sustainable development for the benefit of its residents towards the greatest little island on the planet, child by child, family by family, village by village. Mr. Chairman, we now hold ourselves open to questions that may be proffered by the members opposite.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,943,574,800 for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, stand part of the schedule. This sum of $2,943,574,800 for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 06, current transfers and to statutory boards and similar bodies. This is to be found 001 Tobago House of Assembly, page 69, which represents a summary. The specific line items are to be found. I will identify the page numbers thereafter. We'll now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies of the Tobago House of Assembly. So we go now to page 23, Division 01, the Assembly Legislature, subhead 01, item 001, General Administration, at page 23. Item subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households. Division 02, Office of the Chief Secretary. This is to be found between pages 25 to 26 inclusive. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 007, Public Administration. Item 011, Planning. Item 012, Land Management. Item 013, Labor. Item 016, Department of Environment, Climate Change and Energy. I'm on page 26, member. So we go now to pages 26 to 34 inclusive, subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Information. Item 007, Public Administration. Item 008, Tobago Emergency Management Agency. Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chair. Just one brief question on item 1313 under 008 and the decrease of 200,000 for the maintenance of vehicles. If there is any concern that this may impact.
For the convenience of the members, can you identify the page number you're on?
29, Chairman.
29, thank you.
Item 008.
008.
Sorry, subhead 008, 13, maintenance of vehicles, reduction of $200,000 for the maintenance of vehicles.
Hi, member, thank you for that question. If you look at the estimate for 2024, the actual for 2024, we have a $257,000 figure. The revised estimate for 2025 is $450,000. We believe that the estimate for 2026 is sufficient. However, should there be additional needs, since Tobago does have an aging fleet, we will be able to either use the normal processes, either via within the THA, or they can come back and ask for sufficient funds or additional funding in the mid-year review.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
And East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at line item 61, insurance. Can I ask what that's for?
61, it's on page 29.
It's an easy question.
Member, I'm advised that this line item covers the vehicle rental, the vehicle insurance for the THA.
Can I ask who is the third-party insurer?
I'm advised that we will provide that information to you in writing.
Thank you, sir.
Aruka Lopino.
Mr. Chair, to the Minister, I'm looking at sub-item 1.3, maintenance of vehicles. I observe that there is a 200,000 decrease in that allocation. Can you explain the reason for the decrease?
Member, that question was literally the first question asked by your colleague, and the answer has been provided already.
Contract employment 16, sorry, Mr. Chair, sub-item 1.6. I observe that there is a 500,000 increase in the allocation. Can you provide information on what is the plan for this allocation?
Thank you for your question, Member. I'm advised that the Tobago Emergency Management Agency, that is TEMA, currently has 28 vacant positions. Of these, 15 CERT technician positions are expected to be filled during the new fiscal year. These new recruits will be assigned across the various CERT offices, including the recently established CERT Speyside location. That would account for the increase in the allocation.
So the intention is to fill 15 positions within TEMA?
Yes, so there are 28 vacant positions. Of these, 15 are CERT technicians, and the intention is to pursue filling all of those vacancies.
And what is the criteria by which the THA intends to follow to fill those positions? Are they going to be advertised internally or externally?
I'm advised that employment under the THA, under this line item, will be following the various various usual transparent mechanism of employment of officials by THA.
Well, there are various forms of transparency, Minister. You can advertise for positions internally, or you can advertise for position externally, all depending on whether or not the competencies reside within the organization. And that's the reason why I'm asking the question, because I'm sure the technocrats would have made that determination.
Yes, yes. And because these are specialized services, at least the CERT qualified persons, they're advertising publicly.
Externally.
Thank you.
Item 010, Information Systems Department. I'm sorry, I'm at page 30 now. Item 011, Planning. San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 04, Electricity. I see a $50,000 increase here. Does that include the proposed new surcharge on electricity proposed by this government?
Chair, this allocation will adequately meet the needs of Tobago for electricity based on the proposed usage and costs of electricity.
I'm sorry, Minister of Finance, that's not the question I asked. Does this line item contain payments for the proposed increase in electricity charges that was proposed by your government?
Allow me to translate that. This line item will sufficiently meet the needs of Tobago for electricity fees and charges under this line item for fiscal 2026. That is clear.
Understood. Does it include the increased surcharge proposed by your government and your ministry? Sir.
Well, I think this is the third time you're asking the
Ask
question.
an
I
answer.
don't
And I haven't
expect...
gotten an answer, sir.
You got an
Well,
answer
I
that's
think the
very
answer
clear.
you've gotten, whether the adequacy of it or not,
It's
is
very
not for this
adequate.
committee to...
Mr. Chair, would you determine that the answer was inadequate?
The
I will
answer was
not do...
adequate.
I don't have the power to determine the adequacy of answers. The question has been asked, it's been answered. The continuous repetition of it really doesn't serve any purpose. This point is an exercise in futility.
Thank you, sir.
Let's move on. Aruka Lupino.
Mr. Chair. Minister, it is no secret that a lot of government departments, they do owe TNTech large sums of money, including the THA. My question on this line item is whether or not the allocation in this sub-item will allow the THA to settle its outstanding arrears to the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission.
Thank you for your question. I'm advised that the answer I just gave will cover even this. But just for clarification going forward, the allocation we believe to be sufficient to meet the needs of THA on the electricity. And should there be additional need for additional funding, THA has the authority within itself to vie between various heads, or they can approach the central government for additional support.
Minister, can you state what is currently how much THA is owing the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission?
I'm advised that there are various divisions of the THA, and they will have to collate that information and send it to you subsequently.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So I would appreciate that information to be provided so we can move on in the interest of time, Chair.
Thank you. Shall I move on? Lavantelis Mova.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. Line item 01121, repairs and maintenance buildings. I'm seeing a spike of $100,000 there. Can the Minister clarify which buildings, what type of maintenance, and if these jobs will be contracted out?
Hold on, please. We'll get back to you secondly. Member, I'm advised that this increase is required to effect the much-needed repairs of the electrical and HVAC systems at the Planning, Research and Development Institute building.
Will these jobs be carried out by external contractors? And are these contractors known to the public?
Member, I'm advised that the THA usually does these kinds of remedial work and repairs and maintenance internally. However, if the resources are not available at the THA, they will go outside of the THA to source that. And when they do that, it's usually following the requirements of the procurement regulations.
Thank you very much, Minister.
You're welcome.
Port of Spain South.
28 under the
28. We've gone past that.
sorry, Mr. Chairman.
We're at page 30 to 31. So shall I move on?
Yes, please.
Thank you. We go now to item 012, land management. Item 013, labor. Item 014, occupational safety and health. Item 015, urban and regional planning development. I think Laventille West had his hand up first.
Deeply grateful, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, line item 01527, official overseas travel. I'm seeing an increase of 195,000. Can the Honorable Minister indicate what is the intended or proposed official travels for this fiscal?
Sorry. I'm advised that this is a nominal sum that has been placed in the expectation that members of the Urban and Regional Planning Department, given their portfolio, may have requests, etc., to attend various conferences and training programs that will assist them in the operations of their duty.
Mr. Chair.
Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line item 61. Can you say what that's for?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this member seems to have a passion and interest, a direct interest in insurance. This line item provides for vehicular insurance for this department.
Motor vehicular insurance?
Vehicular insurance.
Can you
yes.
let us know what third-party insurer has been paid here?
Member will get back with that information to you.
Thank you so much.
C.
Number two, short-term employment, and there's an increase in that of $50,000. It is increased from the last figure. Could you tell us on that item what is the nature of the short-term employment?
Thank you, member, for your question. Member, line item 22, short-term employment. There was a value, an estimate by the former government of a $200,000 provision, but only $150,000 was used in fiscal 2025. The proposal for fiscal 26 is $200,000. This head is used to hire interns on a short-term basis to graduate them in the operations of the THA. So that is what this line item is used for.
And Chairman, I see at number 16, there is an almost 40% increase in contract employment by $348,500. Could you tell us, through you, Mr. Chair, what would be the nature of this contract employment and who are the targeted persons to be employed?
Thank you. Member, I'm advised that the Urban and Regional Planning Department is a newly established unit,
Yes.
and therefore the contract employment figure that you see here is for the purposes of continuing to staff that unit prior to formally bringing them on the establishment.
Have these contract positions been advertised as yet? And where can the public of Tobago find these advertisements if they are in existence already?
Member, I'm advised that the establishment has now been created and that positions are being advertised publicly for these positions.
And you give us the assurance, Chair, through you, that all Tobagonians will be eligible for these positions, not any particular party-linked person, all Tobagonians.
Member, this is not how this administration operates, I'm proud to say.
Which administration?
When we say publicly, and I've identified this before in another question, when we say publicly, the THA advertises publicly, and best qualified and competent individuals, not just in Tobago, but throughout Trinidad and Tobago, can apply and be considered for positions under the THA, especially under this contract position. So there's no bias at all.
Thank you. Item 23, I see there's an allocation for fees. What would be the nature and nomenclature of those fees if it's a newly established entity?
Remember, this line item 23 is used to pay for software licenses.
So it's not,
No.
Chairman,
Thank you. All right. I propose now to go to subhead 03, pages for the avoidance of doubt. These items are to be found at pages 34 to 37 inclusive. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Information. 007, Public Administration. 008, Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chair. 007, 01 vehicles. I'm seeing that there has been no allocation in the 2026 estimation. Can I get some information as to why there is no allocation under this line item? We have enough. Let him say that. Not me. Not you. Let him say that.
Member, through you, Chair, I'm advised that there's no allocation here because the THA is reprioritizing its operations, and should the need arise, they can via other heads for this purpose.
Item 008, Tobago Emergency Management Agency, Diego Martin Central.
Minister, should I also assume that that answer holds for Tamer's need for vehicles as well?
Yes, Member.
Thanks.
Item 010, Information Systems Department. Item 011, Planning. Item 012, Land Management. Item 013, Labor. Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to the Minister. I observed in sub-item 01, Minister, Vehicles, that there has been a decrease in allocation by $350,000. Can you explain the reason for the decrease in this sub-item?
Members, I just explained, the THA is re-evaluating its operations, and it has advised me that should additional resources be required, after their reassessments are done, they will either use the normal processes, either use via environment or come back to the central government for assistance.
Minister, can you say whether, based on the pattern that we are seeing, on the same line item, the decrease in some areas, no allocation, that at this point in time, the fleet of vehicles attached to the THA might be sufficient to run its operation?
What I can say is that THA has an aging fleet, but THA, in mindful of the constraints of the central government, is looking at more effective and efficient ways of accessing vehicular support. So one of those ways that they're currently evaluating is the potential of leasing vehicles as a cost-saving measure over a period of time. That's why when we indicated from the side that they're reevaluating the options, those are the options that they're looking at, whether they should purchase or lease. And they can via from the existing resources, like I said, or come to central government when they make a determination as to which way they want to go forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just for the reference, Mr. Chair, that would be true for all of the subheads,
dealing with
subheads dealing with vehicles.
Because that's why I tried to conflate the question, because I observed that there's a trend in the allocations of vehicles throughout, that in some areas there's no allocation, and where there is an allocation compared to previous years, you have a significant reduction. So I think it's very important for the viewing and listening public to understand what is the thinking along that line.
And I'm very glad to provide clarification and information.
Okay. I now propose to move to item 014, occupational safety and health. 015, Urban and Regional Planning Department. Item 016, Department of Environment, Climate Change and Energy. Subhead 04 at page 37, current transfers and subsidies. Item 005, non-profit institutions, Laventille West.
Chairman, apologies, I'm on 04005. Line item 05, Shorepark Cultural Complex. I'm seeing an increase of 1 million in this fiscal year. Could the Honourable Minister indicate what are the proposed, what is the increase proposed to treat with?
Thank you very much, Member, for your question. Member, the line item 05, Shorepark Cultural Complex, the increase in the allocation is required to supplement the vote for the following purposes. 1, repairs to the HVAC system. Currently, only 8 out of 30 compressors are working. And 2, repairs to the building generator. And 3, repairs to the plumbing on all 3 floors of the buildings. And an external leak as well is going to be targeted under this figure.
Deeply grateful.
Thank you. Laventille East Mova.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, Mr. Honourable Minister, the contractors selected to carry out these works.
Thank you for your question, your query. Chair, through you again, I'm advised that the relevant proper procurement processes in keeping with the procurement regulations will be adopted in this process.
Thank you.
Malava Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 03, Representation Office. I see an increase of 100,000. Can the Minister indicate what is the function of this Representation Office?
Member, that information will be provided to you subsequently.
Thank you. 04, Partnership for Political and Economic Transformation. Also an increase of 100,000. Can the Minister indicate what is the function of that line item?
Member, just for clarification, there was no allocation in the revised estimate. So therefore, this is not necessarily an increase, but just an allocation. But I will provide that information requested.
Deeply grateful. Thank you,
okay.
Minister.
Item 007, households. 009, other transfers. Aruka Lupino.
Minister, at sub-item 04, farm and development, I'm seeing you have an allocation of $5 million and significantly lower compared to the previous allocation. Can you just give us an idea as to what this project is all about and the status of it?
Member, I just want to be sure that we are both on the same page. Are you speaking page 37, other transfers, 009, 04, farmland development?
Farm and development.
Farmland development.
That's what I'm saying, farm and...
No, I think it's a typographical. It seems to be farmland.
Oh.
Otherwise, it makes absolutely no sense.
It's a typo.
F-A-R-M-L,
It's a typo in the yellow books. Yeah. So it's farmland development.
So it's farmland development.
So remember, this is in fact not a decrease, but an increase. We are moving from a $20 million estimate in fiscal 2020, revised estimate in fiscal 2025, to a $25 million fiscal estimate for 2026. So the THA has provided quite a bit of information here, but just for the listening audience.
You can probably summarize it.
For the listening audience, farmland development is a strategic initiative aimed at improving agricultural productivity, enhancing food security, and ensuring the sustainable use of land resources through proper planning, infrastructure, and land management. It involves activities such as land preparation, surveying, infrastructure works, including roads, drainage, and utility connections, and providing tenure security to farmers through lease arrangements. The Land Management Department, Office of the Chief Secretary, has successfully advanced works on the Lamy Road Farmland Development Project, which is now at the completion stage. The project involved surveys, roads and bridge construction, drainage, drilling of a well, retention pond with adequate storage, and provide suitable solar lighting for agricultural purposes. At this point, the focus is on finalizing all outstanding payments related to the project's completion to ensure full closure. Additionally, attention is being directed towards the Belmont Farm area, where the installation of key utilities, specifically water and electricity, remains a priority. Looking ahead, proposed new works have been planned for the Richmond Farmland Development Area. This location has several farmers who have been allocated plots in the past but are currently without formal lease documents, limiting their ability to invest or access financing. The next phase of works will therefore include surveying and cadastral mapping to formalize land tenure, as well as the development of infrastructure such as roads, water, and electrical utilities to support active cultivation. Available lands within the Richmond estate will be allocated to potential farmers through the Land Management Department Agricultural Application System and the oversight of the State Land Management and Implementation Committee. These proposed initiatives are critical to advancing Tobago's agricultural agenda and will require this additional funding to ensure successful implementation. The additional funding will ensure project completion, enhance food security, and generate a more structured and productive agricultural sector that contributes meaningfully to the island's economic resilience and sustainability. This project is an agricultural development on a site, that is the farmland development project specified, on a site of approximately 35 hectares. The site has 17 lots with areas that range from 0.2 hectares to 1.3 hectares for agricultural purposes. Works are almost complete at the Lamy Road Farmland Development Project in Argyle, Tobago. The increase is required to complete payments on the Lamy Road project, to continue works at the Belmont Farm area, and plan activities at the Richmond Farm Development. Upon completion, 22 farmers and the nation of Trinidad and Tobago will benefit from this project.
Minister, how many projects are being executed under this line item?
There are multiple projects, as I've just listed, and I've also listed the specific areas that will benefit.
Are they all of the projects that are being executed at this point in time under this line item?
So I'm advised that it includes several ongoing projects, and the new project that will come on board will be the Lamy Road project.
What is the overall cost estimate to implement this project?
The Lamy Road project, which is due to start in this fiscal,
Not the project, the entire program.
We'll have to get back to you in writing with that. So the entire program is a rolling program.
Mr. Chair?
I'm getting a complaint about the noise emanating from the
lower benches.
Well, not my words, lest I be accused. It's the Chief Whip's word, the lower benches.
That's what it is. It's very clear. Yeah, give me 1 minute. Okay.
I didn't realize you were that easily antagonized. All right, let's proceed.
What we could provide in writing, sir, would be, because as projects are completed, the teacher is moving on to additional projects to ensure that across the board, wherever it's required, additional support is being provided. So we can provide you with an update as to where we are at today. I will provide that to you, sir, in writing.
Thank you.
Malava Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 00901, Establishment of Comprehensive Economic Development. Can the Minister inform us what that is about?
They've skipped again. Member, more detail of this will be provided to you in writing.
Thank you, Minister. Also, 03, Establishment of Public Service Academy. So I'm seeing there was an allocation in 2025, and then seeing the allocation in 26. Is it that the academy has not yet been established?
Remember, the project is at an early stage. So in the last fiscal, an entity was brought on board for the purposes of planning and advising and reporting on the structure and the format and so on to be adopted. So this is actually a work in progress before the actual physical establishment. So these are preliminary works that are being undertaken now.
Thank you, Minister. Do we have an estimated budget for the complete rollout of this project?
Remember, the process has literally just started. So I think we await the report of the individual who has been commissioned for this purpose.
Do we have a timeline on when that report would be delivered?
Member, I'm advised that the report will be due by the end of fiscal 2026.
Duly noted. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Diego Martin West.
Thank you very much, Chair. To the Minister, regarding the Buko Integrated Facility 00906, I'm seeing an increase of 1.5. What exactly can that 1.5 be attributed to?
Thank you for your question, Member. I'm advised that line item 0400906, the Buko Integrated Facility, in addition to the regular monthly expenditure for janitorial, sanitation, and security services, the increase in allocation is required to supplement the vote for the following activities. 1, extension and repairs to the Buko boardwalk. 2, repairs to the fencing at the Buko Integrated Facility. And 3, general upgrading and landscaping, including repairs to the sprinkler system.
Thank you very much, Minister, additional question. In terms of the janitorial services, are these provided internally or externally?
I'm advised that the janitorial services are provided externally.
Could the Minister advise of who is the company carrying out these services?
We'll have to provide that to you at a later date, sir.
In writing?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Minister.
That's it, right? We go now to Division 03, Finance, Trade and the Economy. These items are to be found between pages 38 to 39 inclusive. We start with subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration, Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chair. Chairman, under 01-00101, I note there is a decrease of just over 1.4 million. Can I get an explanation as to why the decrease?
All right, member, if you look at the revised estimate for fiscal 2025, I think you will see that the revised estimate on the line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance for fiscal 2025, had moved from the estimate of 650,000 to a revised estimate of $2.437 million. The reason being that these were to make payments for the SRC arrears that would have been incurred, and therefore there's no need for provision for SRC arrears. So what you would have seen here would have been an actual increase over the average cost of salaries and cost of living under this line item.
Thank you, Chair. If I could continue.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can we be told, I accept that we would have had those arrears. Can we be told if the estimate in 2026 accounts for the increase in salaries for the employees under this head?
Yes.
Thank you. Minister, can I also get the number of employees covered under 01 and the number of vacancies?
So, member, I'm advised that there are 185 positions, of which there's 110 filled and 75 vacant public officers. There are 10 positions under daily rated workers, all are filled. There are 112 positions under contracted officers, 100 are with bodies and 12 that are vacant at this point in time. In terms of short-term officers and employees, there are 13 positions, all of which have been filled.
Malabar Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 14, remuneration to members of cabinet appointed committees. There's a decrease of 750. Is it that there was a reduction in the number of cabinet appointed committees?
Thank you, member. For clarification, the Tobago Development Fund, which was originally catered for under this line item, now has its own line item, and therefore remuneration will be done from another line item.
Thank you, Minister.
Very good.
Item 002, Finance and Accounting. Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can you tell me if under 00201, are there employees there that are covered under the SRC report?
No.
Okay. Can I get the number of employees and the number of vacancies? Or was that covered under your last?
It's covered under the
Under the numbers you gave me.
Yes.
So can you then tell me the reason for the increase?
Yes, member. The reason for the increase is that this is to cover the projected expenditure to fill vacant positions of vault attendant, estate constables, etc.
Minister of Finance, I'm happy to see the Tobago House of Assembly is doing projections and ensuring that the funding is in the budget. Thank you, Chair.
This government continues to work with the people of Tobago and the Tobago House of Assembly.
Okay. THA seems to be doing the job that other ministries are not. Congratulations to them.
We move now to item 003, Customs. Item 004, Inland Revenue. Item 013, Cooperatives. Go now subhead 02, pages 39 to 45. Goods and Services. Sorry. Item 001, General Administration. Aruka Lupino.
Minister, this sub-item 36, Extraordinary Expenditure. I observed the previous year's allocations and a decrease $10.7 million in this fiscal 26. Can you explain the reason for this allocation and what is that sub-item utilized for?
Remember, this figure does not reflect actual expenditure. The Executive Council has the authority to relocate funds from the recurrent expenditure to the DP to address shortfalls in DP funding. The DFTE therefore utilized the extraordinary expenses line item as a suspense account.
I'm not hearing you clearly.
Should I start over?
I would appreciate that.
Sure. This figure does not reflect actual expenditure. The Executive Council has the authority to reallocate funds from the recurrent expenditure to the development program to address shortfalls in DP funding. The DFTE utilized the extraordinary expenses line item as a suspense account to facilitate the pooling and transferring of funds to DP after approval from the Budgets Department of the Tobago House of Assembly.
Minister, you understand what you just read? I'm trying to understand, because I've seen it in other ministries. I'm just trying to get an understanding, what is this line item utilized for? It's not, I realize it's not only for the THA, it's across the board, but it's just for the viewing public to understand what this sub-item is utilized for by state agencies.
So extraordinary expenditure by definition is unforeseen. But in this instance, this line item is being used as a suspense account.
Okay.
So that it collects money to move from recurrent expenditure, stored, and is then passed on to DP to meet DP shortfalls. That is how the THA uses line item 36.
Thank you, Minister.
You're welcome.
Laventille West.
Thank you, Chairman. Honourable Minister, in fiscal 2025, could the Honourable Minister indicate what was the revised estimate under line item 0200136 used for in fiscal 2025, please? I know it's a suspense account, but what exact works it was used for?
Remember that question has been asked and answered.
No, you indicate that it was a suspense account in terms of whether it's from current and so on. So I'm asking if you have any details of what the 10.8 million was used for, in terms of any specific project or to pay salaries, overtime, etc.
Yes, member, we will provide that detail for you in writing.
Deeply grateful, please.
You're welcome.
San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I draw your attention to line item 61. Can I ask what that is for?
Member, I appreciate your passion for insurance. And therefore, I want to, rather than us going through this over and over and over again, I have indicated, and every single time you've asked a question under the teacher for this particular item, that the insurance listed here is for the item 61, insurance, is for the provision of insurance for vehicles. This will be true for every line item that you would see for 61.
And this is third-party insurance?
This is fully comprehensive.
Sorry?
This is for fully comprehensive motor
third-party insurance. Can I ask the provider of the insurance?
We'll have to provide that to you in writing. And again, remember, this is the same question. Right. So this will be true.
Right.
I know it will come up again, so this will be true for every line item 61.
Minister of Finance, I know you are familiar with the law, so I'm having a difficult time. I'm reading here from the Motor Vehicles Insurance Third-Party Risk, Law of Trinidad and Tobago. And it says
I'm familiar with the legislation. Thank you so much.
You're familiar with it? Okay,
I'm very familiar with the legislation.
In Section 4, this section, third-party insurance, does not apply to any person in the government, A, or B, a municipal corporation within the meaning of the Municipal Corporation Act 1990, or C, the Tobago House of Assembly, who keeps or is allowed to keep any vehicle or licensed trailer used and employed exclusively in the service of the government or the municipal corporation or the Tobago House of Assembly, as the case may be. And then we go to Section 5, and it says, nothing in this act shall apply to any public service vehicle, the property of the corporation, established under the Public Transport Service Act. Now, Mr. Minister, I'm no lawyer, but that sounds to me as if state vehicles are exempt from third-party insurance. Yet we've been hearing over and over and over for various ministries line items for exactly that, third-party insurance. Mr. Minister of Finance, is there a motor vehicle insurance racket taking place in this government right under your nose and being financed by yourself?
Member, if I may respond, you should have premised, well, you sort of premised your comment that you're not a lawyer. And that's obviously true. But I assume that you were able to understand standard and basic English. I indicated at the start. Now, I appreciate the need for the hurrah and the attempt to get the newspaper headlines or rackets, etc., etc. But this is not the PNM. So not everything is about a racket. I'm not finished. I am not finished. I am not finished. This is not the PNM. I'm not finished. I indicated in my response, and maybe I should say it again, just to be clear, before we descend into more unnecessarily banter, that the Tobago House of Assembly provides fully comprehensive insurance for its vehicles. That's it. I said that clearly. Can I say it again? Just in case the door, if fridge door was being closed.
We have seen the same line item as I brought up the other day in the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government.
Remember, this is the THA we are speaking about
Mr.
today.
Speaker,
This is the
Chairman,
THA. Don't
Mr.
go
Chairman,
backwards.
as I read the law, it specifically indicated that the THA vehicles were exempt from third-party
Remember, you're not a lawyer. Read it again or get a lawyer. There are a couple lawyers down the street. Get a lawyer to read it for you.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request a list from the Ministry of Finance of every state vehicle that is insured by a third party and the quantums and which insurance agencies support.
All right, I don't think, whilst that may be a legitimate inquiry you may have, I don't think this is the forum.
Mr. Chairman, I have not completed my request before
you
you can deny it. So you have to at least hear it first before you can deny it.
The way you...
Mr. Chairman, I haven't completed my request. What I'm asking for from the Minister of Finance is a list of all third-party insurance being provided for motor vehicles to this government and the quantums and which insurance companies are providing such
now
coverage.
that I've heard you, first of all...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The first problem with that request is that this is not the forum to make that request, first of all. Secondly, today we are discussing the THA. Should you, and let me give you some, make a gentle suggestion to you. Should you think that this is a line of inquiry you wish to pursue, the standing orders are plain and obvious as to which line of inquiry is a legitimate one to pursue and the timing of same.
Mr. Chairman, this line item deals with motor vehicle insurance for the THA.
For the THA, so you may confine your request.
I would like a list of all third-party insurance for motor vehicles assigned to the THA and the providers
that is an inquiry you may wish
insurance
to make. The minister may choose to entertain it or not.
Member, I think you're not even listening to yourself. Under every time this line item was raised, you've made the same request. And again, you're repeating yourself for the benefit of your good self and the listening audience. On every occasion before, you ask for the providers on every occasion. Is that not so, member? And on every such occasion, I'm advised by the teacher that same will be provided. Are you trying to create the impression that something else is amiss? In your desperation to create a headline?
You seem to be refusing to answer the question. I have not one time asked for a list of third-party insurance for all motor vehicles under the THA. I'm doing that now. I would like a list of every single motor vehicle and a third-party insurer of such, and a provider of such insurance, and the quantum in premiums being paid to the THA. Thank you so much, Minister of Finance.
Just for your clarification, sir, since again, as a non-lawyer, apparently not learned much in the chamber, no premiums are paid to the THA.
Sir, that is not what you're saying. That is not what you, every time I ask the question,
premiums are paid by the THA.
Yeah,
English is a funny
really
language,
lawyer.
but very straightforward.
Mr. Minister of Finance, you know exactly what I'm asking for. The line item
I'm responding
right
to your query. You asked for premiums paid to the THA. I've corrected you, sir.
All right, this exchange is now getting pointless.
Mr. Chair, the line item here says insurance.
Yes, I understand that. I
think
think you made...
Mr. Chairman, I'm allowed to ask a question.
Right.
That is what this is for.
Yes.
I have asked, what is it for? The Minister of Finance said it is for third-party insurance. I am asking for a list of all third-party insurers for every motor vehicle at the THA. That is my request.
Okay.
Will the Minister of Finance satisfy that request or no?
Asked and answered on a multiplicity of occasions.
All right. I think we've exhausted this line of inquiry. Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just for a point of clarity, the Minister of Finance, prior to this division and this head being discussed, did indicate, that is, Mr. Finance, if you let me think, trust me, it's going where you want it to go, did indicate previous to this line item that the insurance was third party. So I could understand my colleague's request. However, under this head, he did specifically say fully comprehensive. Can I ask the Minister of Finance if in the previous heads Because he has said that the THA insures all its vehicles at full comprehensive. So is it that the previous heads, where he would have stated it was third party, that those are not third party and that they are full comprehensive?
Member, we are dealing with the Tobago House of Assembly.
So am I,
Kindly
Minister of Finance, so am I.
Kindly confine your questions to the THA.
Member, so am I. My colleague from San Fernando East, Chairman, through you, asked this in various divisions under the THA for insurance. Previous to this head, you specifically said third party. And I'm asking if it is that you want to correct your statement that it was not third party under the THA and it was full comprehensive, as you have now stated, for division, this
Member,
division that
the
we're
head
dealing with.
is the THA. The head is the THA that we are speaking about. It is not. So if you're asking if I have made comments on the other heads, the head that
under the THA.
The head that we are talking about today is
Minister,
head 56.
If I could interject, I think the member is confining this inquiry to the answers with regard to THA alone. It has to be. Yes.
Let me help the member in case, so that I think I know where you want to go without you having been able to express it clearly. So the answer for you that may help both you and your colleague next to you who's a non-lawyer, which I wouldn't hold against you. All THA vehicles are insured fully comprehensive.
Mr. Chair, that is not the answer he gave previously. He said it was third-party insurance.
No.
I would like the record to state.
Question asked and answered.
The confusion lies. The confusion is created in the way you frame the question. All insurance is third-party risk as well. It's how insurance companies classify it, whether they're going to pay you for third-party risk and the replacement cost of your item which you've insured, or simply whether they are going to pay the third-party injury. That's what it is.
Mr. Chairman, what I'm asking, again,
yes,
I want to be clear, because clearly...
But I think the answer was just given.
Lost.
All THA vehicles are insured
Mr.
fully
Chairman, I would like a list of all private insurers that are insuring motor vehicles at the THA, Mr. Chairman.
All right, you can make that request.
Whether it's full comprehensive or third party or whatever.
Whether they choose to entertain it or not is another matter.
Thank you.
We are moving on. Malaba Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 19, official entertainment. We see an increase of 50,000. We note that there was a spend in 2024 of 7,599. To whom exactly does this, which department does this apply exactly? And is there an anticipation to spend an additional 50,000 on entertainment in the upcoming fiscal?
There's a $50,000 here. Right, so member, official entertainment under this line item is for the purposes of official entertainment. So when the Chief Secretary has to engage, the Secretary of Finance, my apologies, has to engage with international agencies, international bodies, the finance, Tobago Development of Finance, etc. That is what will fall under this line item, official entertainment.
Thank you, Minister.
Member, just for clarification, I think you'll be happy to know that this is not an abused process, unlike other entities under the PNM.
All right, I propose to move to item 002, Finance and Accounting. 003, Customs. 004, Inland Revenue. 008, Budget Division. 012, Consumer Affairs. 013, Cooperatives. 015, Financial Literacy Secretariat. 018, Communication Unit. 019, Economic Management and Research Unit. 021, Strategic Sector Support Unit. Item 022, Business Development Unit. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, to be found at pages 45 to 48 inclusive. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Finance and Accounting. 003, Customs. 004, Inland Revenue. 008, Budget Division. 012, Consumer Affairs. 013, Cooperatives. 015, Financial Literacy Secretariat. 018, Communication Unit. 019, Economic Management and Research Unit. 021, Strategic Sector Support Unit. 022, Business Development Unit. Go now to subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, for the avoidance of doubt, pages 48 to 49 inclusive. Member for Rima.
Yes, please. Thank you. 04, non-profit institutions, increase of 32.6 million. Can the Honourable Minister indicate can you give us a list of those institutions that are benefiting and what is the criteria, please?
Where is this?
And you can provide it later.
Is it 0401 or is it all of 04? Member, I just need a clarification. Are you speaking about 04 as the sub-item, or are you speaking about the entire 04 current transfers and subsidies?
Ask a question. As it relates to that particular item, what exactly is that fund used for? I mean, I know it's a non-profit, but any particular activity?
So this is really for contributions to NGOs and non-profit organizations that are involved in the upliftment and the development of the Tobago House of Assembly. No, sorry, the people of Tobago.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So can you provide? Is there any particular criteria that is used for the application of that particular fund?
Yes, ma'am. There must be a non-profit organization.
Okay, that's the only criteria?
Yeah, that's the only criteria, but the process, there's a policy developed by the THA that is used to determine the beneficiaries under the said.
Okay, so can I ask for the submission of the policy, a copy of the policy? And as I said, I don't have to get it today. You can forward.
Remember, we can probably supply you with the list of beneficiaries.
Yes.
Would that suffice?
The list of beneficiaries?
Yep.
Yes, but if I can also get a copy of the policy as well, since you said that policy exists and a criteria.
I'm advised, ma'am, that we will have to get approval because the policy is still in a preliminary stage, well, not a preliminary, it's a draft stage. So because it's not yet finalized, although it's been utilized generally, we'll have to get approval from the council before it can be submitted. However, the THA has advised that they will be able to supply you with a list of the beneficiaries who would have received benefit under the last fiscal.
Oh, okay, so can I get the list of beneficiaries and the quantum?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Right. Yes. Item 007, households. Malabar Mausika.
Chair, just confirming me on page 48.
I'm sorry?
Just confirming me on page 48, right?
This starts at page 48, yes.
Under retirement, severance benefits, and compensation to injured workmen, can the minister indicate, is it that the THA does not have workmen's compensation public liability insurance?
To get back to you in writing with regards to that question.
Thank you so much, Minister.
Hmm? 009, other transfers. Mausika, Malabar.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 19, the Milford Road Esplanade. I see 24, 25, 26. Could the minister indicate what that expense is for?
Member, I am advised that this is to cover infrastructural works that's currently ongoing at the Milford Road establishment, Esplanade.
Thank you, Minister.
Esplanade.
Okay, Division 04, food security, natural resources, the environment.
Sorry, Chairman, my hand was up. My apologies.
Oh, my apologies, I did not see you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as it relates to item 21, which is the Eco-Industrial Company of Trinidad and Tobago, I see there's an increase of 5 million. Honorable Minister, could you indicate what is that money is expected to do?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for your question. I'm anxious to clarify or to provide clarity. This increase or this allocation is programmed to meet the increased operational costs generated by the expanded mandate of the company to be procurement and project management entity of the first choice of THA, occasioned by UDICOT, disengaging from the THA projects in fiscal 2023, February. Provision is also made for the construction of factory shelves for the expansion of the manufacturing. Provision is also made for the construction of factory shelves for the expansion of the manufacturing at the establishment at the park.
At the park.
Yes,
so, Honorable Minister, would you be in a position to provide us with the list of beneficiaries? You can send the list.
Sure, we provide that to you in writing.
Thank you kindly. Mr. Chairman, as it relates to the project financing repayments, could we also get a list of exactly what projects and the payments? That is at line item 26.
Yes. Member, I may not need to provide
If
it in
it's a
writing.
long list.
It's not. It's not. This is, in
Okay,
fact,
fine.
it's a bit of an explanation rather than a
Okay,
list.
sure, thanks.
So this allocation has been provided for the establishment of a sinking fund to meet the bullet payment of the $165 million bond financing issued by the THA in 2021 for 6 years, and which becomes due in July 2027. So it's for the payment of bullet payments for the sinking fund.
Okay, so this is the start of partial payments up until the period that it is due.
It is partial payment until July 2027.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if you could just bear with me just a little more. Just for the interest of the public, the establishment of an intelligent island, 28, what exactly is that?
Head 28, the establishment of an intelligent island. This project was repurposed to the Tobago online project and will roll out MyTHA, the first e-government ecosystem for the Assembly. With this, the e-tender, e-PSIP, digitization of the Executive Council operations constitutes some of the ongoing projects under the MyTHA component.
Okay, Honorable Minister, could you indicate whether that project has started and what's the time frame?
Yeah. Member for Arima, I'm advised that the project has started. It was started in 2024, and the project is it's rolling out various aspects of the proposed plan that we discussed before. So there are several parts already in progress and more to come.
Thank you kindly, Honorable Minister. And just the last item, 30, which is the loan guarantee program with an increase of 4.9 million. Honorable Minister, could you give us some details on that, please?
Sure, Member. Thank you very much for your question. Member, I'm proud to advise that under the loan guarantee program, line item 30, under this head of other transfers, $10 million have been allocated in fiscal 2026, an increase of $4.9 million, as you're aware. This is provided for the expansion of the THA's loan guarantee program, which was established for businesses in Tobago to have access to much-needed working capital from commercial banks to enhance and grow their operations. This support was designed to address the significant cash flow challenge occasioned by COVID-19 and other stressors. The strategy is to stimulate growth in the SME sector in Tobago.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Can I then kindly ask you for a list of the beneficiaries? And as I indicated, you don't have to provide it today, but you can, if you can send the list of beneficiaries and the sums given to those businesses.
I'm advised that no payments have been issued. There are 7 applications currently being reviewed. Remember, until they are finalized, we will not be able to provide any more information on them. It's expected, though, that this will have a significant attraction going forward, and therefore there may be more persons applying during fiscal 2026.
Okay, Honorable Minister, can I inquire whether this was advertised to the public?
Yes, I'm advised that there was a public advertisement, yes.
Okay, well, can I kindly ask that I be provided with a copy of the advertisement, please? And it can be submitted. In the interest of time, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Thank you.
I believe it may have been online as well, but That's it. That's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Indicate what is the criteria to access this particular loan program?
Member, I'm advised that the program is being administered by the FCB, the First Citizens Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and we can provide that detail with regards to criteria, etc., to you in writing.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you also state when this program was launched?
Member will provide that information for you subsequently.
So the information will be provided in the writing?
Yes.
Subsequently. So
As to the start date of the project.
Thank you very much. So the start date of the program as well as the criteria
Yes.
for potential beneficiaries who might be interested in applying for
And a
support.
copy of the advertisement for the member for Arima.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lavender East Mova.
Thanks, Chair, but the political leader has already addressed my intrigue.
Thank you. All right. To go to Division 04, Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. These are to be found pages 50 to 52 inclusive. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Agriculture. 003, Marketing. 004, Natural Resources and Forestry. 005, Marine Resources and Fisheries. 006, the Environment. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Agriculture. Item 003, Marketing. 004, Natural Resources and Forestry. 005, Marine Resources and Fisheries. 006, the Environment. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, pages 57 to 58 inclusive. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Agriculture. 003, Marketing. 004, Natural Resources and Forestry. 005, Marine Resources and Fisheries. 006, the Environment. Honorable Member for Arima.
Thank you kindly. Honorable Minister, under extraordinary expenditure, I see an increase of 1.9 million. Could you tell us?
Remember, we are at 006, the Environment.
Yes.
I'm not seeing any
Okay, so that's
extraordinary
probably just
expenditure on
remuneration.
006. We're at page 58.
Okay. All right, fine. I was a little ahead. Right, thanks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, we get to subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. These are 58 to 59 inclusive. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. 007, Households. 008, Subsidies. 009, Other Transfers. Division 05, Tourism. Culture, Antiquities and Transportation. Subhead 01, pages 60 to 61. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Lavington East Mova.
Thank you, Chair. I've noticed decrease. Line item 00101, salaries and cost of living allowances, a decrease. Could the Minister elaborate a bit?
Sure. Member, if you look at the estimate for fiscal 2025, it was 2.8 million. And we had a bump up of we have a bump up to 5.582 in the revised estimate. That would have been based on the payment of arrears for the SRC.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here we go to
Mr.
item.
Chair, if I may, it is very likely that we'll see this repeating as well. So can I suggest that item 01, where members will look and see that there's been an increase in the revised estimate, that in all of those instances, the same can be referred to, so we don't end up with the same question repeatedly, member.
I suppose members will exercise their discretion, having been told.
Acknowledge.
Thank you. All right, we go now to 002, Tourism. 007, Culture. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Pages 61 to 64. Item 001, General Administration. Lavington West.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. To the Honourable Minister, line item 0200116. I'm seeing an increase of 300,000 for contract employment. Can the Honourable Minister indicate which are the additional contract employment services to be rendered?
There's more. Thank you for your question, member. The increase in contract projection for the fiscal year 2025-2026 is due to the need to have the following critical positions filled: cybersecurity specialists and a quantity surveyor professional.
Deeply grateful. Could the Honourable Minister indicate how many vacant, outside of the additional employment, the existing, the previous of 7.5 million, what are the amount of vacancies in this division?
Sure. Thank you for your question, member. Member, there are projected, well, there are 70 positions, of which 51 are filled, 19 are vacant, under public officers. For daily rated, there are 287 positions, 200 filled, 104 vacant. Under contracted officers, there's 103 positions, 98 are filled, 5 are vacant. And in terms of short-term officers or employees, there are 15, all are filled.
Deeply grateful. Honourable Minister, line item 02000127, I'm seeing an increase in the official overseas travel for this division of an increase of 300,000. Can the Honourable Minister indicate if there are any particular proposed overseas travel for this fiscal year? What are the proposed official overseas travel?
I just want to make sure, member, that we're on the same page. Page 61.
Yes, 0201 27. Official overseas travel. There's an increase of 300,000 additional. So it moved from 200,000 in 2025 to 500,000 this fiscal.
Yes.
I'm asking, what are the proposed official overseas travel for this division in this fiscal.
Right. So remember, if you look at fiscal 2024, the actual spend then on the official overseas travel is $1.7 million. The proposed for fiscal 2026 now is $500,000. I'm unable at this point to provide any detail because this is based on the discretion of the head. Yeah.
Deeply grateful, please, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
(002) Tourism, 007 Culture, no, Member for Arima.
Kindly, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Minister, on Head 89, 007 Head 89, I see there is an increase of 1.3 million. Is there any particular activity or anything that you could share with us as it relates to that increase, please?
Remember, there are several items that's going to be considered under this this head for cultural programs. They include fireside, coal pot, and dirt oven competitions or sessions, their traditional dance folk festival showcase, rhythm, rhymes, and riddles, Know Your Museum exhibition showcase, Tambu Bamboo video series, Arts for the Aging, Spiritual Baptist Liberations, Emancipation celebrations, Independence Day, cultural aspect, Patriotism Month, Republic Day, Diwali celebrations, World Travel Market, cruise ship season, Mass on the Move, Outer Week Carnival, Ready, Set, Go, several initiatives that are under this head which require the funding. Remember, this is an expansive list. I can read it out for you now. Because,
no, you can submit the list. That's fine.
Sure.
The only thing I wanted to ask is, are those new initiatives, or is that additional funding to previous cultural items?
Some are new and some are repeat from
Okay,
previous years.
okay, so the list is fine. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Provide that in writing.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, pages 64 to 65. Item 001, general administration. 002, tourism. 006, transport. 007, culture. Subhead 04, page 65. Current transfers and subsidies, item 005, non-profit institutions. Member for Rima?
Just simply, yes. Just simply request a list of beneficiaries from the last fiscal year. Thank you. And it can be submitted in writing.
Of which sub, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, non-profit.
Which is at page 65.
Sure.
Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Member for Rima?
Kindly, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I see under the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, an increase of 8 million. Can you provide any assistance as it relates to that increase? Exactly what would that be for, that 8 million?
Remember the Right. So remember this allocation of $50 million is to be spent on marketing and promotion, $14 million, product and destination development, $1 million, airlift and cruise support, $26.6 million, research, data and digital transformation, $200,000, training and capacity development, $200,000, corporate operations, administration and governance, $8 million, for a projected total fiscal expenditure and financial expenditure in fiscal 26 of $50 million.
Thank you kindly, Honourable Minister. Can I also inquire as it relates to the next item, which is 21, where there's an increase of $4 million, to provide similar information as to what that money would be spent on? Thank you.
Wonderful. Member, I can provide you with this breakdown now.
No, I'm seeing the list. As you know,
it's very extensive.
Yeah. No, as you know, I have not objected to the provision of the list, so that's
okay,
fine.
so I'll provide that to you in writing.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Again, line item 20, the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited. Could the Minister just elaborate a little bit on the allocation of $26 million that he mentioned for cruise ship and airlift support?
This is line item 20.
Yes, you would have called out a list of the items that the allocation was for, and you mentioned, I think, $26 million for cruise ship and airlift support. Just asking if you could just elaborate a little bit on that.
Okay, so. Thank you, Member. I'm glad to provide some assistance to you. With regards to the cruise ship season, I'm assuming that's the reference that you're making, right? Okay. So there's a total of 41 ports of call for the 2025 cruise ship season at Scarborough, Castara, Charleville, and Englishman's Bay, including 4 maiden calls. The cultural showcases are aimed at enhancing visitor experiences, promoting Tobago's unique cultural identity and cultural tourism through the use of cultural performance groups.
Thank you, Minister.
Well done.
We're here, right? Yeah. Division 06, Education, Research and Technology. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, pages 66 to 67. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Primary, Secondary and Vocational Education. 003, Library Services. 004, School Feeding Program. 007, Tobago Council for Handicapped Children, Happy Haven School. 008, Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech and Language Impaired. Subhead 02, pages 68 to 71, item 0, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Primary, Secondary and Vocational Education. 003, Library Services. 007, Tobago Council for Handicapped Children, Happy Haven School. Item 008, Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech and Language Impaired. Subhead 03, pages 71 to 72, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Primary, Secondary and Vocational Education. Item 003, Library Services. 007, Tobago Council for Handicapped Children, Happy Haven School. 008 Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech and Language Impaired. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, pages 73 to 74. Item 005, non-profit institutions. 006, educational institutions. Aruka Lopino.
At sub-item 03, trade centers, I'm seeing an increase by $3 million, Minister. Can you explain the reason for that increase in the allocation?
Sure, Member. Member 03 trade centers. This increase is necessary to purchase and upgrade all machinery and equipment at the Roxborough Trade Center. Payment of wages and stipends to daily rated staff and students is also sourced from this vote. The curriculum has been expanded to include automated and technologically enhanced courses. That will explain the increase and the allocation of $20 million in total.
How many trade centers do you have in Tobago?
There are 2 trade centers in Tobago.
And where are they located?
One at Roxborough and one at Bonaccord.
So the increased allocation of $3 million is to be spent on which trade center?
Both.
You say you have 2 trade centers?
Yes, it's to be
so
spent.
So the increase in the allocation is to be
Yes.
spent on both trade centers?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
.007 households. Aruka Lopino.
Minister, I'm at sub-item 01, school feeding program. I'm seeing an increase of $5.4 million, Minister. Can you explain the reason for the increase in the allocation?
Sure. Thank you. This increase is necessary to cover outstanding bills to school feeding caterers. The allocation has proven inadequate over the years and has had to be supported by variants and transfers. The allocation is still inadequate to cover the expenditure, which is approximately $4.1 million per month, but the THA, as indicated previously, has various ways of meeting the obligations, including variants, transfers, and coming back to the central government.
Just to be clear, so the 5.4 increase allocation is to help clear outstanding liabilities?
Correct.
And it will not be enough to settle the overall liabilities under this sub-item?
It may not be enough, and if required, you will come back for more or seek variants within the THA, as has happened before.
Do you have a list of the service providers under this sub-item?
No, but that can be for providing in writing.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Yes, for the next one, I'm just putting up my hand in advance. No.
Oh, I see. Item 009, other transfers.
Honourable Minister, just for my benefit, what is a basic grant? And I see there's an increase of $2 million as well, so.
That's the question. What exactly is it? Member Farima, I'm advised that basic grants under this context, line item 01, are grants that are being paid to government-assisted schools.
Kindly, and can you provide the list? And I can, that in writing is fine.
Remember, there are only 3 schools that fall under this category. Would you still want that in writing, or can I provide that to you now?
Yeah, you can. I mean, listen, just in the interest of time. If there's
That's
only
in
3,
the interest of time, I'll provide
yes.
that to you in writing.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Division 07, Community Development, Youth Development and Sport. Pages 75 to 76, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Community Development. 008, Sport. 009, Youth Affairs. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Pages 76 to 79. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Community Development. 007, Youth Energized for Success. 008, Sports. 009, Youth Affairs. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, pages 79 to 80. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Community Development. Item 007, Youth Energized for Success. 008, Sports. 009, Youth Affairs. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. 007, Households. 009, Other Transfers. Division 08, Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, pages 82 to 83. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Maintenance of Roads. 003, Maintenance of Buildings. 004, Transport. 007, Mechanical Workshop. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Pages 83 to 86. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Maintenance of Roads. Member for Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to ensure that we're on the same page, I'm at page 84. 002?
85.
Thank you. Maintenance 002. Sub-item 09, Minister. Rent lease of vehicles and equipment. I observed that there is an increase in the allocation of $4.4 million. Can you indicate the reason for the increase in the allocation?
Sure. This increase in the allocation is to support expanded infrastructure works and to compensate for limited in-house machinery. Rental vehicles and equipment are necessary to transport materials and workers to job sites for the maintenance of roadways, including patching, cleaning of drains, etc. And also, this increase will also cater for outstanding payments to contractors. The THA anticipates approximately 100 service providers will be engaged, and some of the projects include the Guy Street Drainage Program, retaining walls at Lake Oto, Adelphi Road, Otley and Belmont Road, soil stabilization at Smithfield and Lamy Road, road and drainage works at Top Hill Road, Glamorgan, Philadelphia Road, and maintenance of roads throughout the 4 districts on the island, including patching.
Minister, thank you very much for your response. I observe under this sub-item, there's a lease. It also provides for the lease of vehicles. And is that also being utilized to rent or lease vehicles for this exercise?
Yes.
So I'm asking the question, Minister, because under previous sub-items, there's a consistent reduction in the allocations for maintenance of vehicles. I would have raised the issue earlier on, but it's a bit curious that under this sub-item, you're seeing an increase in the allocation for the rental of vehicle. I am asking the question because perhaps it might be the THAs, and you can clarify whether I'm correct. Is it that the THA is looking to rent more vehicle as opposed to maintaining their current fleet?
Remember, I will carry it on. I will respond to it just because you've asked it. I had indicated before that the THA intends to evaluate its method of operation, including looking at the rental of vehicles. In this particular item under the maintenance roads, yes, they are already renting vehicles under this line item. Vehicles and equipment are being rented by this line item.
Minister, also at sub-item 12, materials and supplies, another increase by $3 million. Can you explain the reason for the increase in the allocation under this sub-item?
Sure. Continuous maintenance and repair work across all districts. That's what this increase is for. To treat with the escalation of material costs, including PPE. Greater demand for infrastructural support for all communities, including drainage works at Guy Street, retaining wall construction at Likoto, Adelphi Road, Otley and Belmont Road, soil stabilization roads, works at Smithfield and Lamy Road, road and drainage works, Top Hill Road, Glamorgan, Philadelphia Road, and again, maintenance of roads throughout the districts of the island.
Thank you.
(003) Maintenance of buildings. 004 Transport Division. 007 Mechanical Workshop. Subhead 03 Minor Equipment Purchases, pages 86 to 87. Item 001 General Administration. 002 Maintenance of Roads. 003 Maintenance of Buildings. 004 Transport. 007 Mechanical Workshop. Subhead 04 Current Transfers and Subsidies, page 88. Item 005 Non-Profit Institutions. 007 Households. 009 Other Transfers. Division 10 Health, Wellness and Social Protection. Pages 89 to 90. Personal Expenditure. Yes?
Under personal expenditure, we're at 89, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Honorable Minister, I see a decrease in 3 million at 08 for vacant posts. Any? Yes?
This is, you are referring to line items 08, vacant post salaries.
Yes, thank you.
Without incumbents.
Yes.
Member will provide that information to you, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Item 002 Hospitals. 003 Health Centers. 004 Public Health and the Environment. 005 Social Services. Subhead 02 Goods and Services, pages 90 to 95. Item 001 General Administration. 002 Hospital, 003 Health Centers, 004 Public Health and the Environment. Yes, Member for Ruka Lopino.
Minister, sub-item 28, other contracted services, I observed that there's an increase by $6.2 million. Can you state the specific reasons for the increase in the allocation under this sub-item?
Sure. Remember, the present allocation is inadequate to meet the payments for the existing scavenging contracts, and therefore supplemental amounts would have had to be covered, added to cover the outstanding arrears.
Minister, do you have debts being carried over from the previous financial year?
Yes, there are some arrears, yes.
Can you state the extent of the liabilities?
We'll have to provide that to you in writing.
So just to confirm, Minister, that even with the increased allocation of $6.2 million, it will still not allow the THA to settle outstanding arrears under this sub-item?
No. This figure will help with the arrears and should be sufficient for the purposes of the THA. However, as indicated before, should more be required, the Tobago House of Assembly can vie within various heads and/or approach the central government.
Thank you.
.005 Social Services, 007 Probation Services, 008 Litter Eradication Program, 009 Gender Affairs, 010 Emergency Social and Medical Assistance Unit. Subhead 03, pages 95 to 96, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. 003, health centers. 004, public health and the environment. 005, social services. 008, litter eradication program. 009, gender affairs. 010 Emergency Medical and Social Assistance Unit. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, pages 96 to 97 inclusive. Item 005, non-profit institutions. 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Division 11, Settlements, Public Utilities, and Rural Development. Subhead 01, page 98, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Aruka Lopino.
Minister, I observed under 001 as well as 04 sub-item, there are decreases to the tune of perhaps $4 million. Under 001, general administration, $2.6 million decrease, as well as allowances for monthly paid officers, a further decrease. Or salaries and cost of living allowance, yes, by $2.1 million. Can you explain the reasons?
Remember, the decrease that you referred to is not $4.whatever million you reference. But just for the clarification, I had indicated earlier on in the session, in response to a query, I believe by your good self, that by one of your colleagues lower down the bench, that in a lot of these instances where there were increases in the revised estimate and then a subsequent drop, it would have been because of the payment of the SRC arrears. That currently holds as the same answer for this as well.
I see. Thank you.
002 settlements. 004 Electrical Inspectorate. Subhead 02 Goods and Services, pages 99 to 101 inclusive. Item 001 General Administration. 002 settlements, 004 electrical inspectorate, 005 rural development, subhead 03, pages 101 to 102, item 001, general administration, 002 settlements, 004 electrical inspectorate, 005 rural development, subhead 04 current transfers and subsidies, item 007 households at page 102, item 009 other transfers, division 14 Office of the Deputy Chief Secretary, subhead 02 goods and services, item 001 general administration, 002 diaspora relations, 004 foreign direct investment, subhead 04 current transfers and subsidies, page 104, item 005 current subsidies and transfers, item 007 households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Consolidated Fund, pages 28 to 29. Whilst I give members a chance to open their books and the public servants to take their relevant seats. I propose to start now. A, administrative services. Item 002, productive sectors. Production and marketing. Honorable members, item 003, economic infrastructure, spans 7 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. Item 003, economic infrastructure. Extension services, B, extension services. D, fishing. E, forestry. F, land management services. H, research and development. A, electricity. A, drainage and irrigation. D, tourism. G, business services. D, roads and bridges. H, sea transport. Item 004, social infrastructure, page 37. Honorable members, item 004, social infrastructure, spans 12 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. B, primary, pages 37 to 38. Secondary, 38 to 39. E, special education, page 39. G, educational services, 39 to 41. A, hospitals, 42. B, medical and dental centers, 42. C, public health services, 42 to 43. B, land development, 44. A, culture, 45. C, sports, 45 to 46. A, community development, 47. C, welfare services, 47 to 48. D, youth development, 48 to 49. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, pages 50. Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, administrative services, page 50. F, public buildings, pages 50 to 53. G, equipment and vehicles, page 53. All right, I propose to put the question to the committee. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,943,574,800 for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The sum of $2,943,574,800 for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, now stands part of the schedule. Minister of Finance, thank you very much to the public servants of Tobago and the Tobago officers of the Tobago House of Assembly. Thank you all very much. We are deeply sorry to have inconvenienced you and move you up, but we wish you goodbye and thank you very, very much for your outstanding efforts. Where's Daryl? Daryl doing gas. Daryl doing gas. Yeah. Head 16, Central Administrative Services. This is Tobago? Yeah. Tobago. Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, $28,505,890. I will now invite the Minister of State in the Office of the Prime Minister to make a brief opening statement with the usual 5-minute caveat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to honourable members. Mr. Chairman and members, the Office of the Prime Minister, Central Administrative Services Tobago, commonly called OPM-CAST, serves as a nexus for the delivery of government services to the people of Tobago, bridging national ministries and agencies with the island's communities through the provision of essential administrative and meteorological services. It plays a vital role in ensuring that the policies, programs, and initiatives of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago are effectively implemented in Tobago. One of these is, Mr. Chairman, the Met Service, a Meteorological Services Division, which provides real-time, accurate, and reliable weather and climate data for the public, i.e. tourism, health, agriculture, and civil aviation, and private sector stakeholders such as hotels, dive shops, and tour operators. With regard to the period 2025 to 2026, 3 new aspects of existing projects will be added to the current list of ICT PSIP projects. These are as follows: application server development to provide resources for in-house development of information systems applications, intranet inventory management system to provide a digital platform to manage all OPM CAST assets, and cybersecurity training to ensure all ICT staff are exposed to modern cybersecurity procedures and practices. Mr. Chairman, we shall be very happy to assist the committee with any questions.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $28,505,890 for Head 16 Central Administrative Services Tobago stand part of the schedule. This sum of $28,505,890 for Head 16 Central Administrative Services Tobago is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We now will proceed to the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, which are to be found in that volume between pages 71 to 72. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. 002, Trade and Industry. 005, Meteorological Services. 007, Registrar General. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. 001, General Administration. 002, Trade and Industry. 005, Meteorological Services. 007, Registrar General. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, pages 76 to 77, item 001, General Administration. Item 005, Meteorological Services. 007, Registrar General. Item subhead 04, Current Transfer and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. 007, Households. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multisectoral and Other Services. Page 55. A, Administrative Services. Yeah. F, Public Buildings. G, Equipment and Vehicles. All right, I propose to put the question to the committee. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $28,505,890 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $28,505,890 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you very much to the public officers who accompanied you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's press on. Press on. Now? You want to take the lunch break now? Oh, let's take it now. David is here, so let's. Yeah, they said they will take time with you. All right. Well, all right, members, we are ahead of some time. I think we've made up, thankfully. I'm very grateful to the members. So there is an indication that some time will be spent on this head, so I propose to take the lunch break at this time and we return at 1:20. 1:20, so we'll suspend the sitting now and we return at 1:20. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I trust everyone is well rested and received your sustenance. We resume this meeting of the Standing Finance Committee and we proceed now to Head 61, Ministry of Housing. Minister, are you ready? Head 61, Ministry of Housing, $637,044,000. I will now invite the Minister of Housing to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honourable members of this committee. Today we stand before you not merely as the Ministers of Housing, and I want to introduce my line Minister, Minister Philip Alexander, who is with me today, but as a servant of the people charged with the sacred responsibilities of restoring dignity to thousands of citizens who for too long have lived without a place to truly call home. Housing is not a static, it is a heartbeat of family life. It is a foundation upon which dreams are built and generations find stability. When we fix housing, we fix communities. And when we fix communities, we fix a nation. This fiscal year, our ministry has been allocated $662 million. And let me be clear, every cent of that allocation will be mobilized with purpose, accountability, and transparency. The days of empty promises, inflated contracts, and political patronage masquerading as housing delivery are over. We are building not only structures of concrete and steel, but foundations of hope, integrity, and opportunity. Mr. Chairman, our citizens have endured years of waiting lists and bureaucratic silence. They have been told to wait their turn while seeing corruption and inefficiency take precedent over fairness, and that era must end now. Our government is determined to deliver 20,000 new affordable homes through public-private partnerships and innovative financing mechanisms, a bold, targeted goal that is not wishful thinking, but part of a strategic, costed plan embedded in the public sector investment program. We will prioritize the most vulnerable, young families struggling to get their start, single mothers striving for independence, and senior citizens seeking security in their later years. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is not only rebuilding, we are reinventing the model. We are integrating climate-resilient building designs, green technology, and local construction innovation to meet both environmental and economic imperatives. Every home we construct will carry the spirit of sustainability because our duty is not only to today's homeowners, but tomorrow's children who will inherit the earth they live on. For every house we build, there's a story of a family that will sleep peacefully for the first time in years. For every contract we clean up, there's a message that corruption will no longer rob the poor of their future. For every loan we approve, there's a citizen empowered to build, to dream, to belong. This is what the budget 2025-2026 stands for. restoration, reform, and resilience. And that is what this PSIP reinforces, a new era of governance built on efficiency, equity, and execution. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the Ministry of Housing stands ready not only to account for the $662 million allocation, but to account to the people for its results. We will not measure success by press releases or photo ops, but by keys handed over, lives transformed, and communities reborn. The era of talking about housing is over. The era of delivering houses has begun. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $637,044,000 for the Head 61 Ministry of Housing stand part of the schedule. This sum of $637,044,000 for Head 61 Ministry of Housing is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, which is to be found in the relevant volume at page 344. We start with subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Diego Martin, Northeast.
Could the Minister indicate the total number of positions in the ministry and how many are vacant?
Thank you, Member. We have 92 positions in the ministry. 50 are filled. 50 are filled. There are 38 vacant, 28 with bodies, 10 without bodies.
Do you intend to fill any vacancies in 2026?
Yes, Member. We have been working closely with the Service Commission in filling those bodies.
All right. Your allocation has been reduced by $1.8 million. How are you filling a single vacancy?
We realize that the allocation has been less than this year, Member, and if required, we will vary where necessary. If required, based on if we get the bodies that from the Service Commission, we will vary where necessary, and or at media review, we will make the necessary requests.
So currently you don't have an allocation to fill a single vacancy.
Say that again?
Under this line item 01, 001, 01, there are insufficient funds and you will not be able to fill a single vacancy with this allocation here under 01.
No, that's your
Mine is less than last year.
That's your strategic understanding.
Look, don't talk like national security firm, please. Okay, fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the same line item, if the expenditure for, which is 01, if the expenditure for 2025 was 11 million, how come it's only 9 million for this year? Is it that persons have gone home and not been replaced? Why are you spending less this year?
Well, as I said, Member, we have 50 presently employed individuals. We have 38 vacant, 28 with bodies. And I'll repeat again, if there is funding that is required, we will get it via environment from different line items. And if not, we will approach the Minister of Finance where necessary. And
I understand the answer you gave. I'm just asking, is it that some persons have left the ministry in the time? Because if you're spending 11 million in the last fiscal and you're spending almost 2 million less, is that persons have left and not been replaced?
Well,
by the Service Commission?
No one has left since we have been in charge. So it's the same amount of employees that are there.
But Minister, if you have the same amount of employees, how are you going to spend less on salaries?
Well, as I said, Member, we realize that there might be a shortfall, right? But there were some SRC. Wait. there might be a shortfall, but they have some SRC arrears that were paid in the last fiscal. So that is why you might see a reduction there.
So how many SRC employees do you have paid out of this line item then?
Four members, 4 staff members.
4 out of the 120 something?
4 out of the.
Okay, thank you.
Diego Martin, Northeast.
Same line. Minister, you may or may not be aware that a virement is a movement of funds from within your own allocation. Your total allocation has been cut by almost $100 million in 2026, from 684 to 588. Where, therefore, could you possibly wire any money, since you have 100 million less?
In a general statement.
Well, you said you're going to wire to hire people, but where are you wiring from? All your allocations cut.
We do magic.
Magic, okay, thank you. Good answer, good answer. Good answer. Good answer, good answer, good answer.
Daventil West.
Ask and answer, Chair.
Thank you. Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. San Fernando East, first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at line item 16, contract employment, I see there's been an increase of 900,000 here. Exactly what is that employment meant for?
Yes, member, there is an increase of 900. Was the question? And just repeat.
So repeat, sorry. Yes. Line item 16, contract employment. I see there's an increase of about 900,000. The estimate in 2026 is 5 million. What exactly is that employment for?
Well, in that, under contract employment, we have positions for 61 employees, contract positions. We have 19 filled and 42 vacant.
42 vacant. Yeah. In what areas?
The 42 vacant, we have 18 in the housing program facilitation and implementation unit, 11 in the corporate communication unit, procurement unit 2, PMCEU 1, legal services unit 1, information technology services division 4.
And you intend to fill all of these positions in this fiscal year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're hoping to fill all positions.
Thank you.
Avondale West.
Deeply grateful, Chairman. To the Honourable Minister, line item, we'll go with 16 first, 020016, contract employment. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether the 3 ministers' secretariat are included in this line item?
Yes, it is.
How many positions were increased, specific as it relates to the minister's secretariat?
Based on the 16, 11 have been filled and 5 vacant.
All right.
Out of the 16.
In the last fiscal, how many vacancies were there concerning ministers' secretariat? Not only your secretariat, but your other 2 junior ministers.
Repeat what you just asked.
In fiscal 2025, there was, I assume, one other assume that there were less ministers in the ministry, and therefore the vacancies would not have been the same as compared to this year. So I'm asking, what is the difference in terms of the quantum? What is the amount of the vacant or available positions in 2025 as compared to now in 2026, please?
I'll have to get that in writing for you, but in the last fiscal, you would have 3 ministers joining from the August 28 approximately. And in the last administration, they would have had at least 2 that I recalled.
Yeah.
Huh?
So I'll accept same in writing, please. Line item 04, 02, 001, 04 electricity. I'm seeing a decrease of 353,000. But I'm seeing in the revised estimate last year, there was an allocation of 803,000. Could the Honourable Minister indicate the rationale for this decrease in the electricity allocation?
Yes, member. Based on the information I have there were some arrears outstanding that was paid off in the last fiscal, and that's why there's a decrease in the allocation this year.
Deeply grateful. Line item 02, 001, 08, rent. I'm seeing a decrease of 1.3 million. Can the Honourable Minister indicate, given the decrease in allocation, whether the Ministry intends to reduce its rent or lease of office accommodation and storage in fiscal 2026, please?
No, member. We are based there on South Key. That's the Ministry location.
What would have accounted for the 5 million allocation in 2020?
Fiscals. They had some arrears owing.
Arrears owing? Deeply grateful, please, Minister.
For the Spain South.
Question was asked and answered.
Thank you very much. Malabar Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. To the Minister, the discontinuance of the 3 special purpose companies under the HDC, will that impact on rent?
Just repeat that question, member.
The 3 special purpose companies, not under the HDC.
The 3 special. What line item is that?
Under rent.
Under rent.
08.
No, this rent is just for the Ministry of Housing.
Okay. Thank you.
Martin Central.
Thank you, Chair. To the line Minister. Minister, you previously informed my colleague with regards to contract employment that the increase in 900,000, you were hoping to fill your 42 vacant positions utilizing that 900,000. Minister, I'm sure you will recognize that if you try to do that, it would be impossible to do so with only $900,000. Where are you going to be able to find the additional funds to fill those 42 vacant positions?
Well, members, you're aware, we are allocated in this line item, contract employment, $5 million, an increase of $900,000. While we have on the establishment 61 positions available, depending on if we can fill all those positions, the 42 that are vacant, also we'd have to look at, if we can fill those positions, either buy money from different line items or, we hire to fit the funding that we have received.
So, Chair, if I can continue. So, have you all established a priority listing in your ministry for those positions you hope to fill first?
So, for example, member, out of the 61 contract employment positions, there was an implementation unit called the Housing Program Facilitation and Implementation Unit of 18 vacant positions. That unit has been transferred to the Office of the Prime Minister. So again, when you remove those 18 positions from the original 61 that was identified, that funding that we have received will be very sufficient to fill the remaining vacant positions.
So, Minister, just to clarify, when you said you had 42 vacant, you included those 18, but you no longer have those 18?
Correct. Because at the time when this budget was done, the Housing Program Facilitation Unit was part of the budget intake. And so since then, there has been a realignment, and that unit is now placed under the Office of the Prime Minister.
So, Minister, given what you said, you now have, 24?
If you minus 18 from 42. If you minus the 18 from the 42 vacant.
Yes, Minister. So I've having done that.
Yeah.
Right?
So the 24 that is vacant, we feel confident that the funding that we have received will cater for all the vacant positions.
So you're now 24 vacant, you expect will be covered by $900,000 for the year?
Yes, ma'am.
Minister, just one last question, Chair, if you don't mind. That implementation unit, was that connected to the HVIP, the Housing Village Improvement Program?
No, ma'am.
Was
From
not.
what I'm been told, no.
So what exactly did that unit do?
What? Grants.
It's housing grants. Thank you, Minister.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Laventille West.
Deeply grateful, Chair. Chairman, Honourable Minister, line item 03001, vehicles. I'm seeing an allocation of 30,000 allocated only for this fiscal year. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what is the purpose of this 30,000 allocation for vehicle?
And what is that number?
0300101.
Oh. What do you have there? I've been told it's to purchase a tray. I'm assuming a tray for one of the pickups, for one of the housing vehicles, to pick up the tray.
Deeply grateful. Deeply grateful.
Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Diego Martin, Northeast.
Minister, I notice your allocation for the HDC has been cut by almost $30 million. How are you going to manage with that reduction?
Well, remember, I think you would be aware that this allocation of 488, let me just back up a bit. 2024 allocation was 791 million, 2025 revised figure of 518 million, and 2026 estimate is 488,916,000. The bulk of that allocation, as you would be aware, is to pay loans for HEC. Out of that 488.9 million, all that is given for operational expenses for HEC is 32.4 million out of that 488.9 million. The balance is really, as you would be aware, to pay back loans on the HEC side.
Okay. What is that $32 million for, the balance?
The 32.4?
Yes.
Well, it's to assist with operational HEC, pay salaries, etc.
Salaries,
which
wages.
Don't meet all the salaries, but it is a subvention within the HEC organization to meet some of their operational expenses.
So that 32 million is consumed dealing with operational expenses of the HDC.
Correct.
None of it is left over to build a single house.
None of it.
None of it is left over to build a single house. It's a yes/no question.
What you mean by that?
All right. You said of the 488 million, I know. Most of it, and a real most, not a the other kind of most, is
what kind
for
of what?
a real most, not a half of the most. Majority.
I didn't move any hands. I didn't move any hands.
So you said most of the 488 million is for debt service.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
And what remains is approximately 32 million. You said 32.4.
Correct.
Right. And I'm asking you, well, I asked you and you answered, that 32.4 million is spent assisting with the operational expenses of the Housing Development Corporation. And you said yes, right?
Yes.
And therefore, not $1 of this 488 million will be used to build a single house.
Why, no, that's not true.
Okay, well then, which one of the
well,
dollars?
You know HEC is a company.
Uh-huh.
It's it is mostly self-sufficient.
Self-sufficient?
Yeah.
You really mean
that? Yes.
Seriously?
You know that we HC build houses.
You're running a deficit every month and you're saying that?
And what's that?
You're running a deficit every month and you're saying that? Anyhow,
Yes.
listen, let me crystallize my question.
Why
Before the Minister of Finance tries to divert, let me crystallize my question.
Crystallize it.
How much of the balance of 32 million will be spent paying contractors to build houses for the HDC?
Well, HDC is a company that builds houses and sells houses, and it's a cycle member. You're well aware.
Out of the 32 million, how much will go to contractors?
And selling houses, and the profit that we sell it at goes back into HDC to
profit.
Yes.
You don't make any profit.
You see, you didn't make a profit before.
You don't make any profit.
We are going to turn HDC.
Stop dodging the question.
We are going to turn HDC.
Could you confirm that of the 488 million, none of this will be used to pay a contractor to build a single house?
I'm not confirming.
But that's what you just said. All right, no problem.
I did not say that.
It's all right. It's okay. Thank you.
Port of Spain South.
Mr. Chairman, I am taking a little time of my 5 minutes run-up because I have a theme as it relates to the next line item, 00911 Port of Spain Shopping Complex. Honourable Minister, I've looked at your entire budgetary allocations. And Mr. Chairman, I've seen a theme running through that Port of Spain either is cut completely or reduced. Could you confirm, to start, that for the Port of Spain shopping complex, the allocation has been decreased by almost 40% from 5 million to 2 million? Could you confirm that is in fact what it is? From 7 to 5?
Yes,
a
decrease of $2 million.
Almost 40%. What services will be affected by this massive decrease?
As you will be aware that this is a Port of Spain complex, some malls that are presently under that purview. Specifically, two existing malls.
I know
one
the
is
malls.
under construction. You have the old Charlotte Street Mall.
Yes.
And then one on Independence Square.
Yes.
All right, and the other one is under construction.
Yes, I'm coming to that when under the relevant item.
Presently, member, under this new administration, we have taken the way forward is to review that whole entire Port of Spain shopping complex to see how we know there are some issues there, and we are looking at it and identifying. We are doing an audit in those particular areas. We feel that we are not getting value for money, and it needs to be restructured, and that is what we are presently doing. So, if there is a need for any further funding, we will do the necessary thing and approach the Minister of Finance to see how best we can get that increased funding, if there's a need for it.
I am grateful for that long answer, but my discreet question to you is, bearing in mind that there's an actual cut now, you must have, of course, interrogated this cut to see what you are cutting. What is accounted for in this $2 million shortfall? What services, what area, what aspect is accounted for with this?
Well, in one particular area, without getting too much into detail, was the security aspect of the malls, that the security firms that were in place, we had some issues. There's some issues with it. There's an investigation taking place on the contracts of those securities, and that along with other contracts. So that is why we feel that the funding that we receive presently is sufficient at this point in time.
Is it that you are going to cut the provision of security services?
No. I'll just give you a case in point, member. One of the security firms that were hired was charging the mall for armed guards.
Yes.
And that security firm was not licensed to carry arms.
All right. So, and therefore, and tell me, is it then that you have account? That's one aspect. What is the other? So is this 2 million just for security? What are the other aspects that would have accounted for an almost 40% reduction?
There are other areas I don't think you feel it would be wise for me to go into it at this point in time.
So you are saying with this $2 million cut from the Port of Spain shopping complex, and these are the two existing ones. This has nothing to do with the new one that has been proposed, correct?
Remember the $5 million that we have received.
Yes.
Will assist, and the Port of Spain shopping complex malls would not suffer presently. And if after the review is completed and there is more funding that is required, I'm sure I have a very generous Minister of Finance and a People's Minister of Finance. So we don't.
Well, he's not generous.
We don't foresee that
Chairman,
problem.
I take it that the answer, the only specific item has been identified is security. Somebody said they have gun and they're not licensed to carry gun. We will come around to the other items when we have. That's my question for this line item, please, Chairman.
Daventry West.
Deeply grateful, Chairman. Honourable Minister, line item 00911, Port of Spain Shopping Complex. Could the Honourable Minister indicate whether any, well, in last fiscal, whether any staff members were, as compared to the reduction of the 2 million, whether any staff in particular would be affected?
But the same staff in that when we came on board and we met, they are presently still there. We don't have any plans at this point in time to reduce staff.
Deeply grateful.
Malaba Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. Under line item 00911, Port of Spain Shopping Complex. Can the Minister indicate if this allocation includes funds for property and casualty insurance as well as workmen's compensation public liability for the two malls?
Yes, member, I've been advised.
Can the Minister indicate whether or not that liability has been satisfied for the last fiscal? Or is there still an arrears?
Member, we have to check that, and I'll get back to you in writing.
Thank you, Minister.
Laventille East Mova. San Fernando, is it that you're ceding your question to San Fernando East? San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister of Housing, you do realize that every HEC unit constructed is subsidized by the state to some degree. Can you tell us the degree of that subsidy?
I think I'm going to intervene here. What line item is that?
That is 00901, Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development.
Remember that question does not arise under this line item. I broke down how the line item. The Minister, the member for Diego Martin Northeast knows this. He's smiling. He's smiling.
All right, let's move on. Port of Spain South?
No, sir, I'm not. Sir.
Do you have another question?
Yes, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Is any of this line item under HTC dedicated to the repair of existing HTC units? For example, we have challenges in Taradale, currently closed in San Fernando East. Is any of this line item dedicated to the repair of existing HTC
Member,
units?
let me help you. If you, as we go along, you might see the line item that you might want to pose that question under, but this does not apply under this line item.
Thank you.
Okay. Port of Spain South?
You indicated, Honourable Minister, in answer to me just a while ago that the issue of the Port of Spain shopping complex is under review. Could you tell us, is there a team that has been set up to do this review? We don't know.
Remember, there's a team set up with the PS guidance from the Ministry of Housing.
And any of the actual stakeholders, like the owners or the concessionaires, will they be part of that team, or would you all be doing that without their input?
I'm sure we will seek, there's a rental association or tenants association, and the head of that, I'm sure, will be part of that committee.
Thank you. Laventille West.
Deeply grateful, Chair. Honourable Minister, you indicated a short while ago relative to line item 00911 when I asked the question whether any employees from last fiscal and this fiscal would have been reduced, that no employees were in fact affected. There has been public reports of some 11 workers under the Port of Spain shopping complex, more specifically the East Side Plaza. Are you able to confirm whether these employees, one, were in fact terminated or not, and two, if not, whether it was under this, whether the provisions for their employment was derived from this line item?
I've been told that if certain contracts, employee contracts, had ended, but let me get back to you on that. But I'm not aware that under our tenureship in 6 months that anyone has been terminated. But I'll get back to you and confirm that in writing.
Deeply grateful, please, Chair.
Malabar Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. Final question on 11, Port of Spain Shopping Complex. Is there a new board in place yet for this facility?
We're still awaiting to put a board in place.
Thank you.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Laventille West.
Deeply grateful, please, Chairman. Honourable Minister, line item 01116, East Port of Spain Development Company Limited. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether, under this line item, a remuneration for board members are paid through this line item?
Yes, Member.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether there is a board in place for the East Port of Spain Development Company?
No, that board has not been put in place as yet.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate, in terms of this fiscal year, how the East Port of Spain Development Company would be able to operate in terms of providing the goods and services under the company without a board, whether it would impede it?
Member, a board will be put in place very shortly.
Deeply grateful, please.
East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the same line item, East Port of Spain Development, what is planned for this expenditure for the next fiscal year?
Member, just repeat your question. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, for the same line item, East Port of Spain Development Company Limited, I see you have an estimate of 14.4 million. How is that intended to be spent?
That's for operational expenses.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, page 347. Item 004, statutory boards. Honourable members, San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see here.
I'm going on to the, that's just a summary, so I'm going on to actual line items now. So, honourable members, we shall now move to the draft estimates of the revenue expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 18, Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund Administration, subhead 01, page 431. Personal expenditure, item 001, general administration, to be found at page 431. Okay, subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. We flip the page now to page 432, item 001, general administration. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund on page 153. The item is 004. The heading is Social Infrastructure. And we are now on to D, Housing Estates, at page 153. Diego Martin, Northeast.
Minister, I see your allocation under the Consolidated Fund Development Program for 2026 has been slashed by 23%. And I note that under D075, maintenance of HCC rental, rehabilitation and maintenance of HCC rental apartment and housing units, your allocation has been chopped by 50%. Now, these are aging units. Some of them very old, some of them from back around the Second World War. How are you going to maintain the stock of HTC rental apartments and housing units with $30 million less in 2026 than in 2025? And please don't tell me magic.
Thank you, Member. Let me just put it in respect to the agency has a rental database of approximately 8,500.
How many?
8,500 units.
8,500.
Yeah, 8,500. As you rightly know, some dating back to World War II. Right? Yes, the allocations has been reduced considerably, but I just want to state for the record, Chairman, agency will continue to meet the obligations to its clients. Over the past 10 years, Member, for Diego Martin Northeast, maintenance contracts were given out to friends, families, and financiers without proper tendering process and in flagrant disregard for the OPR rules. Let me just finish. All contracts will now be subject to competitive tendering and will use the savings to supplement the allocation. So while you see, according to your words, a drastic cut.
50% is not drastic.
50%.
Okay.
We feel that the corruption in the maintenance contracts and how they were being awarded, Member, we feel very strongly that this amount that we have received will make the maintenance be able to supplement it or do the maintenance as required. Now, within the rental agreement and rental units, Member, I want to say to you that we have identified certain of those rental units, their roofs need to be repaired, which we consider as a high priority item, and we will be tackling those areas, those roofs of those rental units as a priority for HEC. But again, I want to say that we feel strongly based on what we have found and how the awarding of maintenance contracts over the last 10 years leaves much to be desired for the taxpayers of this country.
Well, supplemental. Under the period 2010 to 2015, the cost of a HTC house, the construction cost, moved from 400,000 to 1.3 million under the last UNC incarnation. So you have a record of quadrupling costs, not reducing them. But be that as it may, based on your answer that you intend to engage in capital Would you all stop it? You all intend to engage in capital maintenance. That's what replacement of a roof is. Capital maintenance. Yeah, capital maintenance. That's what replacement of a roof is. What part of this 30 million will be spent on that type of maintenance, capital maintenance?
Prioritized as a high priority those capital expenditure with the roof repairs.
Yeah, how much of the 30 million?
How much?
Yeah.
I can't tell you at this point in time, right? Because we do proper OPR, we do proper contract awards, and that has to be put in place before awarding of contracts are given out.
Based on
so
your answer, I have another
supplement. Remiss of me to be able to give you that figure at this point in time.
That's okay. Based on your answer, and assuming that it's half of the most, and you're using 15 million for that, are you aware that the amount you'll have left over to maintain each unit will be just over $1,000? What can you do with $1,000?
The other aspect, members, you will be aware, a lot of the HEC sites have not been properly handed over, invested in a homeowners association.
So you don't have maintenance responsibilities in those instances?
What do you mean in instances?
Mr. Chairman, I'm talking to the minister, trying to have a serious conversation, and despite the little banter, the minister is trying to be serious. Could you ask Baratari to stop interrupting with frivolity? Let's move on, Minister. Let's move on. I'm just asking a question. Yes. If half of the 30 million is for capital maintenance, the amount left over per unit, using your figures, will be just over $1,000. And now you're talking about problems with homeowner associations and so on. Are you saying that you're not going to maintain units that are not part of a proper homeowner association?
No, I never said that, member.
I'm just trying to understand.
We know that the maintenance of HEC housing areas, some of it are very difficult with respect to maintenance. We inherited that, all right? So what we have with the new board that we have in place, the chairman and the board is working very fiercely with the management of HEC to put together a strategic, not mostly, strategic policy decision to ensure that maintenance in those HEC sites that we have been having difficulty with, that we inherited, is done on a more timely and speedily intervention to ensure that those HEC sites are given the responsibility and given the urgency that is required. Yes, we all agree that we have problems in those HEC sites that we inherited, and we can get into the reasons for it, but I don't think that is what we are here today.
Well, I'm interested to learn you're doing all these wonderful things with half the money from last year, but okay, we'll see. No corruption under the UNC. You lost 2 elections because of corruption.
Come on. All right.
Remember,
we've been
Chairman, I just want to interject and remember Martin notice, just to give him some comfort. I'll just give him one area. A wastewater plant in a HEC contract went from $3 million to $32 million. Member, and if you cut out that waste of $29 million, there's a big tremendous savings, and you're well aware of that also.
Okay, let's get on with it. You know, we got along very fine this morning in the absence of certain people. If I may draw the inference. Yes, on both sides. On both sides. Member for Arima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, can you just provide, and you can send it in writing, because you made reference to several areas where you're going to do the roof repair, so if you can submit it, I'll be fine. Thank you.
There's roof repairs she's asking.
Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
to the Minister of Housing on the same line item 075, D075, and having regard to the fact that the 30 million allocation when compared to the previous year, one can simply state that this allocation represents a violent nuke of your allocation for the previous year. And Minister, it is also very pleasing to hear coming from you, your good self, giving a commitment to propriety and transparency in the conduct of your public affairs in the Ministry of Housing. Have you done an assessment on the needs of the HDC insofar as it relates to what is required for maintenance of all housing complex around the country, and what are the needs of the HDC in terms of a budget to ensure that, I spoke about the line item, I'm speaking to the Minister and he's following. Did you conduct an audit or did you conduct an assessment as to what is needed on an annual basis to meet the requirements of maintenance in the HDC?
Thank you, Member, for that question. I don't know about the first part of your run-up, but...
Which part? The two parts?
The context of your question.
The nuking of the allocation?
What I want to say is that we have a new board in place, and that new board has taken a very proactive approach to HEC, and they have started an investigation in several areas of HEC, especially in the maintenance aspect of the different HEC sites, and in short time that report will be ready. So that right now we don't have that report. It's ongoing, and I'm sure that when that report is completed, it can be laid in Parliament, and maybe it can be at least go to one of the GSEs for you to analyze it.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, so therefore, the $30 million allocation, in the absence of that assessment, you are not too sure whether it is going to be sufficient to meet the requirements of maintenance in all of the HDC buildings around the country?
I don't think that's a fair statement at this point in time. Yes, I said we have challenges of maintaining that we inherited, and there are several factors. I don't want to go into those factors. But once that report is done, given the hands-on approach by the board in ensuring that, because we get complaints on a daily basis of maintenance issues throughout all HEC sites.
Certainly.
We all do. I think you all as members also get. So that we understand it is a high priority for us.
That's why we're asking, yeah.
High priority, but as I said, that while the funding appears to be cut, and in reality, we feel that we can make things happen, given with the sale of housing shortly. The turnaround of that would be able to assist in the maintenance aspect of certain HEC sites. So we feel confident that it will take us some time, but we'll get it done.
Thank you, Minister.
One participant south. Sorry.
And then I will go after Dr. Gaspar.
St. Anne's East, it seems as though going in order of seniority. So
thank you.
San Fernando East.
Have you recognized me, Chairman?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, thank
you.
With regards to the same line item, the question is, what, if any, arrears exist in terms of payments for work done paid through this line item?
Remember, we have several $1 million in arrears owed for maintenance.
In this line item?
Pardon?
In this line item?
Which line item is
the
that?
same one, 075.
Which one is it?
You have several million in arrears owed?
Which one is that we're talking about?
Did we move? I don't think
All
we
the
moved.
HEC rentals? Yeah, we of course, there would be several $1 million that we would have inherited that was owed. to contractors.
So, do you have a
That's a
figure
given.
for the arrears?
You're not hiding that fact. It's a given.
I'm not asking if you're hiding. I'm asking, do you know the actual figure?
If we know the actual figure of arrears,
Yes.
you sure you want to hear this figure?
Yes.
It's about $500 million in total. And
So
we are auditing that financially, member, because we feel there's a lot of, I don't want to use the word corruption in it, but that's the reality of it.
So you have over $500 million you're seeing in arrears. $500 million, right? In this line item?
Not particularly this line item.
Well,
we're
I'm
talking
asking
about,
in this line item.
well,
you
this
have
line
a
item
figure?
is a line item that goes towards maintenance of rentals, member.
Chairman,
if you
I am
understand,
just really asking a very
if you
simple
understand how
and specific question. I'm asking, do you have arrears based on the payments that are made out of this line item? Do you have arrears? And I'm asking, you said you have arrears, I'm asking how much?
I understand your question, but I really don't understand your question. I mean,
you understand my question, but you really don't understand my question.
This allocation goes towards a certain aspects of maintenance, right? This allocation is not sufficient to meet all the arrears that we met.
Mr. Chairman, all I'm asking is, if there are arrears, how much? That's a simple question.
I just told you $500 million. $500 million.
So you have $500 million in arrears?
Correct.
And you have invoices to the tune of $500 million in this line item?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I am asking a very simple question.
I think perhaps you could ask the minister.
I am simply asking.
Might I respectfully suggest you ask the minister if he's able to disaggregate a separate figure for this line item in particular, or whether...
Well, I feel like that's what I've been asking for a while. That's all I've been asking.
I'm just simply trying to assist you. Or whether
Can you assist the minister?
Or whether or not they...
Oh, you're asking the question.
That's a simple question.
Well, that is the answer. If you don't know how much arrears you have, then say you don't know, Minister, but I'm asking a simple question.
I don't think that's a fair assessment of the answer.
We have, remember?
That's not a fair assessment if I'm asking how much arrears.
We know the quantum of the arrears. We know who that are owed. But if you want me to disaggregate how much of
you have allocated $30 million in this line item.
It doesn't work like that.
I think we've had it. I think this back and forth is unproductive now, because I think hang on a second. I think the answer is what the answer is. The minister has further said we are not able to disaggregate it into separate discrete compartments. It's one compendious figure. Can we move to another question?
With the greatest of respect, if the minister, there's a discrete line item.
Yes, and I think that's the point.
And bills are paid out of this line item. I was trying to assist to move the
process along. It's one compendious figure that they have not been able to disaggregate into discrete compartments that could tie itself to separate line items just yet. And I think that's the point. If we understand that, we can move along.
No, Mr. Chairman, I do not understand that, because that is not how budgeting in a ministry works. In a ministry, items are paid out of particular votes which correspond to line items. Well, so it is a little incredible to believe that in an entire ministry... Chairman...
All right, go ahead, ask your question.
So, if the minister is indicating this line item has been cut by 50%, there is no particular rationale for the allocation of $30 million to this line item. And in addition to that, there are many invoices that are yet unpaid and several million in arrears. The question is, how much do you actually have available in this line item for any work to be done on the rehabilitation and maintenance of HEC apartments?
Well, remember, right now, certain maintenance and rehabilitation is ongoing, right? This subvention that we are getting here goes towards offsetting those maintenance contracts. Okay? It will never be enough. It will never be sufficient to pay off at this rate based on this subvention all the arrears that is owed.
So a vote that is entirely committed is being used or will be used to enter into new contracts without money being available?
30 million is given to us. This is the figure that is given to us to support the maintenance aspect on HEC activities. Agreed? All right? That is what is given to us, that 30 million. The remainder of the arrears or the maintenance contracts comes from the sales of HEC homes. So you will never get sufficient funding from the state, from the government, to pay off all the maintenance that is owed on these HEC sites. That is the reality of the situation. And that is why I had said at the beginning, HEC is a problem of what transpired over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years, under the last administration, contracts, maintenance contracts were given out to friends willy-nilly, friends and financiers without proper procurement.
Mr. Chairman.
So it is, I agree with you, St. Anne's East, it is a nightmare that we have
That you have to do
inherited.
what? Because you are describing a similar nightmare to me, you know, that you don't know how much money you have to use, you don't know how much arrears you have, you don't know what houses you're going to fix, and you have assigned a figure here that seems entirely inadequate and arbitrary.
Chairman, with the greatest of respect, there was no question asked by the member for
Yes.
St. Anne's East.
All right, we're
Whatever
going to move
question
along
she's
now.
asked has been answered.
We're going to go to Port of Spain South.
Honourable Minister, I am reading from your public sector investment program mandate. And under this rubric, it said that the HDC will be provided with the sum of 30 million for the continuation of rehabilitation and maintenance of HDC rental apartments and housing units. This program entails the upgrade of housing infrastructure built over 60 years that have significantly deteriorated. The rehabilitation and ongoing maintenance of these rental apartments and housing units are essential to ensuring safe and habitable living conditions for tenants. Many units currently face structural degradation, outdated systems, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, and cosmetic degradation. Based on this, so this is not just roofing, this is what you have said in your PSIP document. Having previously under PNM regime accounted for all, allocated over 50 million, 60 for this, do you think it is fair, reasonable to allocate a sum of just 30 million and say that you are concentrating on roofs alone, where in your PSIP statement you spoke about plumbing, electrical, and other structural work, including maintenance?
The question by St. Anne's East.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Because I think you all are not, I know the member for Tobago Northeast understands this. This is an organization. HEC is an organization. All right? So, for example, when you want to talk about the rental, the lack of collection of revenue over the last 10 years by the last administration in collecting revenue on rental, and I'll just give it out to you because I have to let you know that what is owed in rental to HEC is approximately $181 million. So from commercial rental to license to occupy, rent to own, residential rental, that is what we inherited, member. We inherited an organization that was not doing its job.
Sir,
the boards that were in place did not do their work.
Sir,
member.
but my question to you is, sir, the long diatribe, question to you.
All right, Port of
I
Spain
have a
South.
5 minutes, member.
Everyone allowed you to read your run-up. Well, that's the point. Okay, I am speaking for the Spain South. I allowed you to read your run-up from the PSIP document. Right, so the answer which the minister is giving can be considered to be quite condign in the circumstances.
So you have on the revenue side a shortfall that is not being collected, and on the expense side in maintenance, you have over $150 million that was given out of friends, financiers. You want me to call some names? I'll call names. And I didn't want to go down this road. Foster Cummins companies
okay, let's get some silence and objection
$29 million a year in maintenance contracts. I didn't want to go down this road. Foster Cummins companies.
Okay, let's get some silence.
Andrew Gabriel companies over $8 million a year. I didn't want to go down this road. Right? So the kind of contracts, maintenance contracts that were given out to Foster Cummins and his companies, over $29 million. Andrew Gabriel, $8 million.
Chairman,
Joel Edwards, you know that name?
Just lost all order.
Mr. Barry, member.
Okay.
Joel Edwards, over $1 million a year in contracts.
Okay.
Chairman, what line item is this?
Well, the problem with that is when you ask not you, but generally, no, I'm not identifying you. But the problem with that and why this exercise should be a narrowly constructed exercise in reference to line items is the member chose to read an expansive document from the PSIP, which seems to cast some doubt on the ability of the minister to utilize the 30 million allocated sums to do a slew of items, and then seems to say, is it reasonable to use only 30 million to do all of these things which you have identified? Hang on a second. In your PSIP document, so that's why I said the minister's response can be seen to be a quite condign one in the circumstances. Hang on a second. Given the expansive run-up that you took to lend context to the ultimate question you asked. But
they have another company called JNCO. I wonder if the member for Rima knows what this company, who this
Leave
company.
out of
Remember, I don't
you will
want to
have
go
to
down
go
this
out in the
road.
public. Anytime you want to be calling my name, you come out in the public.
all right, I think we've had enough of this.
Talk foolishness for every member of parliament out of place.
All right,
long time you want to do that, but come out in the public. No, don't call my name.
And that's the danger you have from asking open-ended questions like that. That's the danger you run. All right, let's get some silence. I understand your question. The problem with that is that if you take the ultimate question without considering the expansive run-up you had, this is not a holding run-up, this is a Shoaib Akhtar run-up from the boundary line to the wicket in cricket terms, right? So you have to understand this is a narrowly constructed exercise. If you want to keep the answers crisp and concise, ask crisp and concise and narrow questions. All right, so I think we've exhausted this now. We could... All right.
What's the line item, sir?
I am still on the
What's the
line item that we
Okay,
discussed.
can you just allow the minister to
I think I've
respond to
heard
your
you on
first
that,
question?
and we could move along, right? I think I've heard you on that. Diego Martin Central.
No, Chair, my question was asked and answered.
Thank you. Shall we go now San Fernando East?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Minister of Housing, you spoke about outstanding rents. Will the HDC engage in initiative of collecting outstanding rents in the next fiscal year?
Of course, we will be engaging a policy to collect outstanding rent, but we will do it in a humane, compassionate way.
Mr. Chair, line item 075. San Fernando East may have some of the largest HTC communities in Trinidad and Tobago, and the one in current close is the single largest, and the units there in dire need of repair. Is current close part of this maintenance line item here, Mr. Minister?
Current close.
I know you didn't hear me because Baratari is making so much noise. It's probably difficult to hear. So I can ask it again, if you like.
Member, I understand what you're saying. The current hill is it you're talking about?
Correct.
Huh?
Yes.
Correct. I want to say it openly again, based on the analysis and the investigation by the HEC new board. All HEC sites will be taken care of.
Mr. Minister, I find it difficult to believe with an allocation of only $30 million. The current hills area is not just roofing.
I just want to add, member.
Not just roofing.
San Fernando East, this is not an argument. We're
Current
going to move now to Mausica, Malabar.
Question.
No,
Mr. Chairman,
you're rendering an opinion as to the fairness
the
of it.
Minister of Housing is answering my question. He's answering.
Hang on a second. Whether the Minister wishes to answer or not, this is just merely an argument of opinion. If you have a question to ask it, or I'm going to move to Mausica, Malabar.
It's a specific question which the Minister is answering.
Chairman, I can answer it. In respect to what the member is asking for current close, San Fernando, we have identified 240 roof repairs, and that will be part of it.
Greatly appreciated, Minister of Housing. Thank you. It does require more than that, but we appreciate this assistance. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mausica, Malabar.
Thank you very much, Chair. You all mind, please? Chair Shagonas East, please.
Question.
Thank you, Chair. Same line item, 0. Chair Shagonas East is making it difficult for me to ask my question. Please.
Yes, I'm appealing to everyone. Allow the questions to be asked in some silence.
Thank you, Chair. Same line item, D075. Can the Minister indicate if any of this allocation would be used for the erection of gates at any of the HTC developments? Gates, yes. There are a few HTC developments in my constituency where I was told by the residents that they were advised that some of these facilities were supposed to be gated communities.
Are you trying to say, are you referring to gated communities?
Yes, the erection of gates at some of these HTC developments.
No, not at this time.
Would you be able to provide us with the cost of the gates that were recently erected at the Rosewood HTC development in Malabar, Mausica?
Remember what I've informed, maybe the management company might have done that.
The management
not
company?
HEC.
Okay.
The management company of that particular site.
You're sure of that, Minister?
That's what I've been told.
All right.
But I will clarify that.
Please, because, all right. Please check on that for me. Thank you. Yes.
Diego Martin, Northeast.
F, sir, but on 14. Can we go to the other ones? Or are you going D, E, G, and so on? I have a question on page 154. No problem.
So we're going now to E, settlements, St. Anne's East.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just drawing something. I know that they said that some of these were transferred, but I'm asking specifically about line item 235 that is supposed to be transferred. I have not seen it where it is supposed to be. So I just want to ask the Minister, is this program still in existence, that Housing and Village Improvement Program? Because I have not seen it in the place where it was supposed to be transferred, which is the OPM.
1 minute, member. Member, based on our information, it has been transferred to OPM.
Okay, well, OPM is tomorrow. We'll check it there. Thank you.
Maybe when OPM comes before you.
We'll check it there.
Based on the explanation on the far right. I know that, but...
I saw it, but I didn't see it in OPM, so that's why I asked to clarify. There are 2 programs there that I saw transferred, and they are not in the corresponding ministries. So I will check again, and OPM is tomorrow. So.
All right, shall we move along? E, settlements. No, I'm advised by the clerk that we've gone to G, other services. G, other services. St. Anne's, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. Line item 292, Emergency Shelter Relief Fund. I notice that there is no 2026 allocation. Has this program been removed?
Remember, while you see no allocation there, what we have realized is that this same kind of line item is done under the self-help organization. So we felt that to reduce duplication, and sometimes individuals sort of double dip, as they say. So that's why we felt that there should be no allocation there. So we took a decision on that.
So you've moved this, and those who are willing, who need assistance,
so
can
that
apply on
same
the self-help.
sort of grant could be gotten from the self-help company.
So could I ask, what is the situation with all of the persons that would have applied?
What I've been told is that the information of individuals who would have applied to the ministry would be sent to the self-help company.
Okay, so if constituents are asking about that, tell them check with self-help. Thank you.
I'm sure the member for Diego Martin Northeast the man doesn't think for double dipping.
I seriously
Diego
doubt that, Mr.
Aruka
Chairman, on that point there, you're telling me that people who applied for a grant...
Are you jumping ahead of Aruka Lupino?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
So just to follow up on the response by the Minister to my colleague from St. Anne's East, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, on the same grant, what was the size of that grant?
Which grant?
The same grant that my colleague referred to.
What is the maximum amount that someone can get?
Yes.
25,000, I've been told.
And the one under self-help, what's the maximum they can get?
I think it's about the same.
No, it's not. It's significantly lower. So cancelling this grant, Minister, I guess I'm assuming it is a policy decision on part of your government, but cancelling this grant and referring it to the Self-Help Commission, it means then that citizens will be significantly disadvantaged because the idea of the self-help aided grant under housing is to assist persons to do repairs and upgrades to their homes, etc. But doing it under the Self-Help Commission will significantly disadvantage potential beneficiaries of the grant, because the maximum under the Self-Help Commission is not $25,000, it's significantly less. I think it's about $15,000.
Well, Minister, you as someone in a position you held as a minister, you would be, you would be an individual that would agree that what we are trying to as a country is to avoid the double dipping by certain individuals applying for a grant in a particular ministry and applying for the same grant in another organization. So you're really trying to, the limited funds that might be allocated, you're really trying to spread that limited amount of funds to a bigger group of individuals in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm sure a man of your kind of accountability and integrity can see that, what we are trying to do.
Minister, I hear what Minister of Finance, just let's cool it. The minister is competent and he's responding sufficiently. But I'm just telling the Minister that removal of that grant under the Ministry of Housing to refer to the Self-Help Commission is going to significantly
Minister, as I said,
disadvantage citizens on this.
I think we need to ask questions rather than give gratuitous advice. So, Diego Martin, Northeast.
I am assuming we're dealing with 292 under G. Is this what we've been talking about? Because you said, Mr. Chairman, we moved to G.
G, yes, I did.
And we are dealing with 292?
But I would imagine so.
Okay. I see the Minister looking at me in surprise.
What?
The Emergency Shelter Relief Fund, the funding for that has been moved to Self-Help Commission?
No,
that's what
I
you
did
said?
not say that.
So what are you saying?
Say that. I said to you that we received no allocation because when an analysis was done, the Housing Ministry found that there was some people that would have applied for the grant in the history, and they would have also applied for a similar grant in the self-help organization that has a similar type of grant. So we have received no funding this year for that grant.
Okay, fine. And
you
also
a man who
said,
was a former finance minister would be aware of this.
I got your point. What you have said is that there's no funding for emergency shelter under your ministry.
Correct.
And you're telling people they must go and apply to self-help for emergency shelter. And you're saying, you're alleging that the applications made to the Ministry of Housing will be sent to the Self-Help Commission.
What I'm saying is that whatever applications we would have received to the Ministry of Housing in respect of that type of grant, the Permanent Secretary and her team would refer those individuals to the self-help organization.
No, but what about their applications? Do they have to start over from scratch? That's what I'm driving at.
Oh, well, we'll assist them in the application
so
process.
They have to start over from scratch. Thank you. Okay.
We're going out to community development, page 154. Avontil West.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. To the Honourable Minister, line item 14A004, the regeneration of communities, East Port of Spain region. I'm seeing that 2 million was in the revised estimate was spent in the last fiscal, and I'm seeing no money is allocated in this fiscal to the East Port of Spain region. Could the Honourable Minister indicate what is the rationale for the complete removal of allocation of fundings for this line item, please?
Member, I just want to say to you that a board will be put in place shortly, as I had mentioned earlier in a different line item that you would have posed, and we feel at this point in time that once a new board is in place, that whole reevaluation would be done on that particular line item. And if there is need for funding, we would then, that new board, through the Ministry of Housing, would approach the Minister of Finance if there's a need for funding.
Honourable Minister, what the 2 million in 2025 was used for?
What 2 million?
What the 2 million, the revised, the 2 million spent in fiscal 2025?
In 2025, what it was utilized for?
Yeah, what it was utilized for.
Member, I can list it out for you.
You could generalize in terms of construction.
It was some infrastructural work in St. Joseph Road, Upper St. Barb's Road, small minor infrastructure.
Yes.
It was for steps and handrails, that sort of infrastructure work in the particular areas of Bella Road, Belmont, St. Joseph Road, Upper St. Barb's, and also St. Joseph Road, Upper St. Barb's, and Upper Bella Road, those three areas.
Thank you very kindly. Could the Honourable Minister indicate whether all outstanding fees owed to these small contractors in East Port of Spain were paid?
What I've been told is that those payments are they are on hold at the moment.
So
pending proper approval and investigation of the works.
all right. But even with proper approval and looking at it, there is no allocation allocated in this fiscal. I know that you said that you may have to approach the Honourable Minister. In light of the indication by the Honourable Minister that one, there are arrears on this line item, and even with a new board in place, these minor projects and impactful projects in my constituency. What again? Is it that within the mid-year review, or before the mid-year review, that we might see a revised?
Well, let me put it this way. I understand the question you asked. The $2 million that was allocated last year, in the last fiscal, has been the payments for the particular works have been identified and allocated out of that $2 million. So once proper approval is done, those contractors will be paid.
All right. Thank you very kindly.
So it's not an issue.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually looking at Port of Spain South. It's very generous, so they go Martin Northeast.
Mr. Chairman, on that same item, Social and Community Services, Community Development, 002, 4 million was allocated in 2025, but the current government only spent 2 million on the social and economic program for East Port of Spain. But what bothers me the most is that 004, the name of that item is Regeneration of Communities in East Port of Spain. And the minister gave some details of what that means. It's minor infrastructure, which is very, very important, in particular to unplanned areas, squatter communities, areas where there's no proper infrastructure, steps, handrails, box drains, things like that. Might seem small to the minister, but they are very, very important to people in underprivileged areas. And I find it shocking that a government that says it cares could just abandon a program to regenerate communities in East Port of Spain. Why is there a zero? Why have you cut this program out? What it is you have against the people of East Port of Spain? Why? Why did you do that?
Remember, I answered very nicely to the member for Laventille West.
Didn't explain why it's zero.
I did.
It's not important?
I said to you,
that's not a fair
assessment. I said to you, once a board is in place, which will be installed soon.
Allocation would they use? A zero allocation?
Well, when that board comes in place and they have identified the projects in the particular area of East Port of Spain, member, you know how it works. You were there.
May I ask a
you
supplemental
did that,
question when you
right?
finish?
So I am not making light. I am not making light of the infrastructural work that has taken place. I've given him member for Laventille West an answer.
Fine, I have a supplemental question.
But do you need any steps in Maraval?
I am not responsible at this time for communities in East Port of Spain. My colleagues to my left are. I have a supplemental question. You have said, because there's no board in place with respect to the company that was doing this work, there is no allocation provided. Have you used that same approach to all state enterprises and statutory authorities where no board exists at this point in time?
I don't think that
That's a rhetorical question. You've only done it to Port of Spain. Everywhere else, they have no board, but you give it.
No, that doesn't arise.
Deceitful.
That does not arise. It is a general statement not based on any light item. It is an entirely inappropriate comment to make. Port of Spain South.
Now, according to your rationale, Honourable Minister, if there is need, for example, for a railing at Katanga in Sealots or steps now in East Port of Spain, is it that there is no there is no allocation for it now? What do the people of East Port of Spain do now when they are in need of minor infrastructural works?
Member.
Ask and answer that question.
Yeah, come on.
Clearly, member,
do you want them
do
to
not
answer?
know how an organization.
And Mr. Chairman,
clearly you have never run an organization, member.
All right, that's...
Member, can I answer? No, I'm not saying what to do. Member.
Hold on, I'm finished. You closed down CPEP, who used to do that.
All right.
And you closed down URP. What are we to do in Port?
Chairman.
What are we to do? You have marginalized us.
All right. All right, this is
East
now...
Port of Spain is not closed down. Where you get that idea from? East Port of Spain.
This is now degenerating into unbridled unruliness.
Mr. Chairman, this is the hooliganism I've told you about by the member for Port of Spain South.
Racist, that's a racist comment.
Mr. Chairman, we cannot continue. We cannot continue to accept
Chairman,
that behavior.
Don't sit down here and be racist.
It's far out. No button scheme.
Now, how do you say it? I say it.
No. Aruka Lopino, no. Withdraw that accusation now. Withdraw the accusation now. Withdraw the accusation of racism now. Nothing has been said like that. Withdraw it.
Mr. Chair,
withdraw it.
Mr. Chair, why are we being called hooligans? That is ridiculous. And we are not going to tolerate that in this house. We are not going to tolerate it, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I am going to suspend this house for 10 minutes. And everyone give consideration as to how we move forward. Suspend it for 10 minutes. All right. Now that members have had 10 minutes to take stock of that behavior, which is unacceptable, I'm going to move ahead.
Mr. Chairman, there was a ruling given earlier that the member withdraw his statements. I don't think the member withdraw the statements for the purposes of the record.
Barataria, please allow me to do so. Ruka Lupino, I'm asking you to withdraw that accusation. It's a very serious one, and I think you will agree with me. Withdraw it, please.
Mr. Chair, before...
Mr. Chair? Let me explain something to you. You've used the raw accusation of racism in response to the term hooliganism.
Yes.
The etymology of the term hooliganism has never, ever attracted such a label. All right? So let's I'm inviting you, please. I'm asking you respectfully, withdraw. In the interest of moving forward, kindly withdraw the accusation.
Mr. Chair, please allow me. Can you please allow me, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, we have sat here consistently being accused of hooligans on this side. Consistently. Mr. Chair, you have sat and heard members on the other side.
The chair's ruling.
Mr. Chair, you have sat and you would have heard that members of the opposition being called hooligans, and this was not, you did not take a step to bring this to an end.
I have.
No, Mr. Chair, that is not true.
Right,
Mr. Chair.
Listen, I'm
Mr.
not going
Chairman,
to
as the member
invite.
challenging.
I am not going to invite any dissension so as to lead to another uproar. Okay? I'm respectfully
Mr. Chair?
asking you to withdraw the comment.
Mr. Chair, are you willing to, as well, as much as I'm willing to withdraw the comment, are you willing to allow or to ask the member on the other side to withdraw as well? Because, Mr. Chair,
I am going to ask.
Hooligan, Mr. Chair, a hooligan is a violent young troublemaker, typically of a gang. And I don't believe, you, Mr. Chair, believe that this opposition behave like a gang.
Okay.
And I am prepared to apologize if you, Mr. Chair, in the interest of fairness, call upon the member to also withdraw.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've sat in this parliament for a very long time. And when the chair gives a ruling for a member to withdraw a statement, it is unequivocal, it is without any condition. And I'm asking whether or not the member is defying the ruling of the chair. It is a simple matter.
I don't intend to bind myself now with the attachment of conditionalities to any request to withdraw. I think you're understanding what I'm saying there. Okay? Member, I'm asking you kindly and respectfully and most deferentially, kindly withdraw that allegation of racism.
Mr. Chair, do you agree
Member
that we should be called hooligans?
Member for Rima, we have known each other for quite a long time. Right, I'm not going to, if you would allow me to do what I intend to do, I'm kindly asking, respectfully, and as I repeated, most deferentially, asking the member for Lopino to please withdraw that allegation.
Mr. Chair, for the best interest of this House, the integrity of this House, the integrity of this opposition, I will withdraw the remark. But Mr. Chair, I wish to bring to your attention and the country's attention that the opposition is not being treated fairly in this regard. Because it is wrong for people to call us hooligans. And the member who is making this allegation is not being called upon to apologize. It is wrong, Mr. Chair, and it is unfair to the opposition.
Why are you predetermining what I intend to do? Member for Couva South, I'm kindly asking you to withdraw that statement of hooliganism, the accusation of hooliganism.
Based on your assertion, Chair, I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Okay.
I stood my ground.
Aruka Lupino. You know, this glorified sandbox behavior simply just does not cut it for the national community. Do not raise your voice at me, Diego Martin Central. I am not inviting a discussion. I'm making an observation that this protracted glorified sandbox behavior is counterproductive, is counterintuitive to the role of parliamentarians. And it certainly is deleterious to the image of the parliament as a whole and to parliamentarians in the national community. Take a stock of yourselves. Nothing is to be gained by behaving in this manner. Absolutely nothing. Let us move on. We were on 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. This meeting, sorry, I should have called the meeting back to order. A, administrative services. F, public buildings. We go now to Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure. E, settlements. 287. Diego Martin Northeast.
Thank you. Minister, I noticed that your allocation under 08, housing and settlements, for sub-item 230, the accelerated housing program has been slashed by 33%. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the Minister, in the context of arrears owed to contractors for the accelerated housing program, how will you manage with a reduced allocation where 100 million has been taken out of your allocation for this item, especially in the context of the fact that the previous government had raised a loan of $200 million to allow the HTC to reduce its liabilities with respect to the accelerated housing program. And that loan was taken away by the Minister of Finance in August of 2025 and redirected to pay salaries in other places. So you no longer have that loan funding of 200 million, and your allocation has been cut by 100 million. How are you going to be able to build a single house under the accelerated housing program when your arrears are in excess of 200 million, when your allocation is 200 million?
Minister, let me first start. You made a statement that a loan of $200 million was, the loan for the 200 million could have been repurposed, which we did. So we didn't have a problem with that.
The loan was taken away from housing and used to pay salaries. I have the cabinet note. You don't pretend. I have it. It was taken away and used to pay salaries elsewhere. So you lost that $200 million.
So was it? I lost my trend after. What's the question?
I'm not sure if you had one. You lost 200 million available.
Chairman, I take umbrage by that statement.
All right, sorry.
I mean, I have been treated him with respect
I said,
and
okay,
courtesy.
you said you lost your trend of thought.
I mean, Marvin,
let's move on, let's move on. You said you lost the trend of thought. Let me repeat. Your allocation for 2026 under the item Accelerated Housing Program is $200 million.
Right.
There was a loan arranged for the Housing Ministry and HTC in the sum of $200 million to clear arrears owed to contractors under this Accelerated Housing Program. And you yourself have quoted a higher figure. You said 500 million. So how it is that you have arrears under the Accelerated Housing Program exceeding 200 million. Your allocation is 200 million. How are you going to be able to build a single house? Is it that you're not going to pay bills owed to contractors? Could you explain?
Minister, what you're asking in your question is a very convoluted question.
What?
Okay? This line item talks about accelerated housing program. We got the same allocation in 2026 that we got in 2025, Minister. All right? It is for accelerated housing. It has nothing to do with that loan that you're talking about.
Oh, really?
So, could you rephrase your question in a different way?
Certainly. Since I know that that loan for 200 million was for settlement of arrears under the Accelerated Housing Program, and since I know that those arrears still exist, and since I know that those arrears exceed 200 million, How are you going to manage with an allocation of only 200 million? How will you build a single house under the accelerated housing program? Is it that you're not paying your bills?
I will answer you. Remember that, through you, Chairman, we are renegotiating, or we are negotiating some new loans. A loan that was underneath your tenure with RBC for $750 million that you did not want to approve for the sake of the country to build houses. And we are going to get that loan approved very soon, and that will be utilized to help put HEC on a better, strong footing, member for Diego Martin Northeast. And with that funding, along with the sale of houses, along with the accelerated program, we will build houses for the people of Trinidad.
All right. In the context of what you have said, you say you're going to borrow $700 million. That loan was to be a government guaranteed loan. Are you going to increase the public debt by $700 million?
No. We are more creative than you, member. It is not going to be a government guaranteed loan.
How is it going to be repaid?
How is it going to be? It's going to be repaid from the sale of homes.
But the homes cost more. The homes cost more to build than your sale price.
What?
The homes cost more to build than your sale price. You lose money on every house.
Under your maths, Diego Martin Northeast. Not
Really?
under my maths. Not
Minister
under
of
my
Housing.
maths. Not
Under your administration.
Maths. Under your maths.
Under your last government. You
What last
tripled
government?
the cost
You were the
of
last
construction of a
government.
house.
But you were the
tripled
last
it.
government.
All right. I think this is, I think we've strayed way beyond the lines.
Created Victoria.
We've strayed
Martin
beyond the
Northeast,
boundaries.
and you put a set of people rent to own in Victoria Keys, a luxury townhouse apartment complex that you all gave out people rent to own in a luxury item.
Let's
and the
move
people
to the next line item you have.
Yes, Minister, I hope you follow what I'm saying, because I find you're losing track of things easily. Under 231, your affordable housing program allocation has been completely obliterated from 100 million in 2025 to 0 in 2026. 0. How will you build a single affordable house with a 0 allocation?
Minister, this allocation that you're talking about, affordable housing program, according to you, that we have no allocation in 2026. HEC is on a different footing than the last administration. So it is an all-encompassing organization, so that while you see there is no allocation for affordable housing, it is part of the restructuring of HEC. And yes, Chairman, the individual is stupid. I'm not taking that. I'm not taking
You're not taking us troops? You're not taking us troops?
Chairman, I've been very respectful to the member for Diego Martin Northeast.
You're very sensitive.
Very respectful. And I'm not taking anything from the Diego Martin Northeast anymore.
You're very sensitive. Very sensitive.
He might be vertically challenged, but I am not.
All right, let's just move on without the invective, please. Let's just forget the personal.
So I responded, Chairman, to his question.
Actually, you didn't. Okay. You have 0 and you're doing 0.
All right.
When are we going to do 14A, Mr. Chairman, after this one, or at the same time? Because it's under the same 004.
No, we do it after.
Okay.
A, community development. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Member for Aruka Lupino had his hand up, but
thank you very much.
Perhaps I shouldn't say more. I was going to give him another admonition, but perhaps I shouldn't say more. Aruka Lupino.
Thank you very much, Chair. To the Minister of Housing. I'm at E230 as well as 231 settlements. The Accelerated Housing Program, the Affordable Housing Program. Minister, given your government's commitment to distribute 500 houses per week, yes, 500 houses per week. Minister, can you indicate since April the 28th how many of the 500 houses you have distributed? The last?
That's not a relevant question.
Minister, Mr. Chair, under this line item, Accelerated Housing Program.
Ruling it does not apply. That question doesn't apply here. Laventil West. That question does not apply here. Laventil West.
Deeply grateful, Chairman, to the Honourable Minister, line item 08E 230, Accelerated Housing Program. Could the Honourable Minister indicate from the 200 million allocated in this fiscal, how many homes are intended to be built of this 200 million allocation?
Based on the information I have, member, out of that 200 million, we have identified to construct 612 homes.
612. Honourable Minister, in the Honourable Minister Finance budget statement, he indicated that there is intention to create 20,000, either 20 or 10,000 homes within a 2-year time period. Could the Honourable Minister indicate
that? Member, that statement was not in the budget statement. If you read the budget statement, it talked about the delivery of 20,000 homes over the next 5 years.
So on page 42. Sorry, please. Chairman, I'm going to read from the Honourable Minister of Finance budget speech, page 40 of the statement. Before I ask this question again. Right. Our target is 20,000 affordable homes within 2 years through the PPPs and innovative design. It is on that basis I'm asking whether that allocation would be sufficient to accomplish that. This year's allocation would set you on target to accomplish that, please.
Member, if I can just draw you to the Hansard, the Minister of Finance never said that in his statement when he presented the budget. It might have been a typographical error.
Oh, thank you very kindly, Mr. Chair.
Diego Martin, Northeast.
Based on the answer just given by the Minister with respect to the number of houses, a quick calculation will indicate that you expect to pay contractors $300,000 per house. That is impossible. Your current cost is over $1 million. How are you going to build a HCC house for $300,000?
Chairman, through you again, that is the PNM style of building houses. That is not the UNC administration efficient style of building houses.
Mr. Chairman, my question was in the context of the last UNC Minister of Housing coming into this Parliament, where I was, and confirming a cost of 1.3 million.
You invited an answer which you got, so let's move on. So I propose now to move.
I'd like to go to 14 when you're ready, Mr. Chairman.
I propose to move to A, Community Development.
That's the one, yeah.
Page 287. Yes. Diego Martin,
thank you very
Northeast.
much. Mr. Chairman, the PNM's constituencies at this time mostly, or half of the most, in urban areas or suburban areas. Why, therefore, have you a zero allocation for urban redevelopment in 2026? Is it targeted at those of us who represent urban areas? Why zero for urban redevelopment? Yes, Scotty.
Remember, you gone?
What happened, Minister? You can't see the zero? You have a problem with that? Yeah. Thank you.
Member, again, while in 2025 there was a revised estimate of $10.1 million, there's no allocation in 2026 at this point in time. Again, my answer remains the same, that once a board is in place, they would then reprioritize or look at the projects going forward in 2026. And I am sure, member, just like you when you were a former member, Minister of Finance, you would allocate funds as the need arises.
Okay, based on your answer, you're telling me that a company that does not have a board is the company that did that work in 2025? That 10 million was spent by that company? That's what you say? The one that doesn't have a board right now?
Prior to this, I've been told prior to this new administration coming into being.
Yeah. That's what you're saying?
That's what they have been told.
Well, you have been misinformed.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. F, public buildings. For the Spain South.
I'm very much obliged to you. Chairman, I am under the item 00506F001. Honourable Minister, the Port of Spain Shopping Complex Development and Management of Properties located at 43 Independence Square was allocated $16 million, an estimate in 2025. And there was a $5 million revised estimate in 2025. Are you confirming now that there is a zero allocation in this line item for the Port of Spain Shopping Complex? Not 1 cent?
That is what is there in front of us, member.
Okay, that being in front of us. Remember when I started to interrogate you, Honourable Minister, in your opening you spoke about a theme of equality, of justice, of fairness. Minister, you have cut the Port of Spain, East Port of Spain. You have cut the malls, and now you have reduced every single cent for the Port of Spain shopping complex. Where are they to find funding now? Could you tell the management of this complex where?
Member.
This is it.
Member, from what I've been told, this is the development of the mall that is located at 43 Independence Square, correct? And NIPDEC is a company that is project managing and building this mall.
Understood.
All right, so that
this is a line allocation, and you have allocated.
Right.
You
So
have
that
already
presently,
confirmed, yes.
Presently, because the mall is being constructed by NIPDEC,
yes,
member, there is no need for an allocation at this point in time.
So if we go, hold on, you remember you speak on the Hansard? Hold on. So if we go to the allocation, wherever we find the allocation for NIBDEC, because we will we find an allocation, sir? Let me. No.
An answer.
I haven't asked. I haven't asked anything as yet, sir. So, Chairman, may I ask?
Confusion.
You can, but if you can.
I'm very
ask
grateful.
Ask your question and then the answer or the non-answer will come.
So you have told us under this line item that NIBDEC is responsible for this project. Now, so if we go to an allocation under NIBDEC, wherever it is, will we find the monies for this project there?
All right. I don't think this minister is capable of answering that question. I think you'll have to ask the minister with responsibility for NIBDEC that.
Well,
Mr. you know how you can get that.
Mr. Chairman, but the Minister of Finance is here. So can I ask, and he's always interjected, may I ask the Minister of Finance, if we look under NIBDEC, if we will find an allocation for the Port of Spain Shopping Complex Development Program for 2026?
We are currently at Head 61, Ministry of Housing.
Yes.
I think the member is lost.
I don't think we can consider other state enterprises under this head. That's why I'm telling you, you know very well how to get that information. So,
then ask this question. You have a gripe? Right. May I ask this question then, staying in my lane? Why has under this line item, every single project as it relates to Port of Spain either been reduced or totally eliminated? Why?
The problem with that question is you can confine it to Port of Spain Shopping Complex Development and Management.
All right.
So
why?
You've made that point already.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Yes, Mr.
There's
Chairman.
one item in this. One.
A very important item. So when can we expect, under this project to restart under this line item? The Port of Spain, because yes, the sword has been turned. When can we expect it to restart? In this fiscal?
Member, if you pass in front of that mall right now,
nothing's happening.
You would see a brake crane. They would
PNM even there.
Oh Lord. They're drilling presently. They're pile driving, according to my colleague here.
Which colleague? They're preparing for piles. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Chair.
All right. Laventille West.
Deeply grateful, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, line item 00506F001. Could the Honorable Minister indicate what is the value of the existing contract to build this new Port of Spain, the mall located at number 43 Independence Square, Port of Spain?
One second. The estimated cost, member, to construct, from what I have here, is $44.5 million.
44.5. Could the Honorable Minister indicate, based on the existing contract in the last fiscal, how much funds from that said contract was paid?
$4,076,447.19.
Honorable Minister, in this fiscal year, under this said project, what is the estimated value of works to be completed within this fiscal?
I do have that at this point in time. I could put it in writing and send it to you.
I'm deeply grateful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. There being no other questions, I propose to put the question to the committee. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $637,044,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $637,044,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing, now stands part of the
Chairman,
schedule.
just before we close, I'd just like to thank, on behalf of myself, the hard-working staff of the Ministry of Housing and the hard-working staff of the HTC and its subsidiaries. Thank you so much.
Yes, I too, on behalf of the Parliament, would wish to extend our gratitude. Thank you very much. Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation. I invite the Minister of Transport and together with his advisors and technocrats to come forward. Something. Head 34, Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, $545,839,000. I will now invite the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee, and greetings to the viewing and listening public. I am honored to appear before the Standing Finance Committee to respond to questions on the proposed allocations for the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation for fiscal year 2026. The newly established Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation reflects this government's strong commitment to restoring structure, strengthening oversight, and improving national transport systems following years of underinvestment, financial mismanagement, and operational inefficiencies that affected key sectors of the economy. Upon assuming office, What I encountered was profoundly troubling. Systems were fragmented, accountability was weak, and critical infrastructure had been allowed to deteriorate to alarming levels. The newly formed ministry underscores the government's dedication to streamlining national transport and placing heightened emphasis on the critical role of civil aviation and efficient transport infrastructure in driving economic diversification, national development, and resilience. The ministry's portfolio of responsibilities includes licensing and regulation of motor vehicles, civil aviation, the management of national airports, traffic management, traffic wardens, coordinated national transport planning, public transport systems, and the overall management of the government's fleet of vehicles. As we move forward in fulfilling our mandate, we will remain focused on advancing the modernization of the transport sector through digital transformation, enhanced traffic management, improved public transportation services, enhancing motor vehicle licensing and regulatory systems, robust civil aviation oversight, and the effective and secure management of our national airports, among other priorities. At today's committee meeting, discussions are expected to revolve around the ministry's proposed allocations for fiscal 2026, which include estimates of recurrent expenditure in the amount of $487,939,000 and estimates of development program expenditure in the amount of $57,900,000. As such, I will seek to provide any clarification requested by honourable members. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I wish to assure honourable members that the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation is committed to utilising resources allocated by the Ministry of Finance in a responsible, transparent, and efficient manner in service to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, unlike the previous administration. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $545,839,000 for Head 34, Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, stand part of the schedule. This sum of $545,839,000 for Head 34, Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies, and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. These items are to be found between pages 246 to 247 of the relevant volume. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to the Minister. Minister, at sub-item 03, overtime for monthly paid officers. Can you indicate to the Parliament how many monthly paid officers that you have at the transport? Under General Administration, I'm sorry?
Yes. Currently, we have 108.
108 monthly paid?
Officers.
108?
Yeah.
108
yes.
monthly. That's on the establishment?
Yeah, monthly paid officers, that's correct number.
All vacancies are filled?
No, we have currently 55 vacancies.
55 vacancies?
Yes.
So out of the 100, so yes. The 108 of that you just gave is 108 positions or 108 employees?
Positions.
Positions. So you just have 55 of these positions filled?
That is correct.
I see you have, Minister, allocation of $10,000.
Yes.
Is that sufficient?
It is sufficient, yes.
What was the allocation, or rather, how much the ministry spent on overtime in the last fiscal year?
The variance, you will know, Minister, member, that the variance is because of it was Ministry of Works and Transport. Now it's just Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation. Hence the variance you're seeing in front of you, sir.
These monthly paid officers, are they clerical officers, or do they go out and perform duties on the outside?
Yes, member is a mixture of technical and administrative.
And you're saying that the $10,000 allocation is sufficient to meet the requirements for this current financial year?
It is sufficient, yes.
Go ahead.
Laventille East Mova.
Thank you, Chair. Same line item. There was a decrease, I'm noticing, in that overtime, as the allotment was for 40,000, taking the information from the previous ministry. So we just want confirmation that that amount of money allotted would be sufficient to cover the fiscal year.
Be member.
Thank you very much.
Item 002, Transport Division. Laventille East Mova.
00201, salaries, cost of living. Once again, the allotted amount, we just need confirmation that this would not impede upon the minister's ability to execute.
Yes.
Amount allocated will not impede your ability to run the ministry.
Sufficient.
Thank you.
Chairman.
This is very
Oh, very well. Item 003, Traffic Management. Aruka Lupino.
To the Minister. Minister, I see again at sub-item 003, overtime monthly paid officers, and there's an allocation of 12,800. How many monthly paid officers do you have attached to the traffic management branch?
We have 23 public officers. Offices fill 5, total vacant 18.
18?
Yes, correct. Offices vacant with bodies 5 and without bodies 12, member.
Minister, the allocation of 12,800 for this fiscal, is that going to be sufficient to meet?
Member, can I intervene? I think under 03, you're looking at 00303. I think you need to use the ruler.
So there's no allocation for overtime, Bruce. So I
the
observe
figure you quoted is 12.8 million above, which applies to
yes,
wages.
I read it differently. Thanks for your guidance, Mr. Chair. So, member, Minister, at 03, overtime for monthly paid officers, there's no allocation for overtime. Can you give the reason for that?
Currently, no, but if we need funds, we will vie for that, sir.
Can you say that again, Minister?
Currently, these officers, these persons do not work overtime, but if there's a need, we will vie within our allocation, sir.
And where are you going to via that? From which other allocation?
Well, now we will follow established protocols and liaise with the Ministry of Finance, member.
Laventille East Mova.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 00330, allowances daily rated workers. There has been an increase. Could the Minister account for the additional 50,000?
Yes, this is for the use of thermoplastics, meals, and out-of-district allowances, member.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ruka Lupino.
Much, Mr. Chair. Minister, how many daily rated workers do you have attached to the traffic management branch? I'm sorry, I'm at line item, the same line item, yes, asked by my colleague from Malabar.
171 members.
20, yeah. So I'm at sub-item 29.
Yes. Is 171 daily rated workers?
171
members.
71
yes.
Workers? Daily rated workers?
Yes.
Right. Minister, my understanding is that these daily rated workers, they're usually used to do your road markings and other traffic improvements in their markings, etc. Yes. And they operate mainly at night times.
Not always, sir.
Well, in many instances, they operate.
Some instances.
Right. So you tend to have the need for high overtime expenditure for these daily rated workers because of the nature of the job that they do. You said that you have 129 employees classified as daily rated workers.
171, sir.
179. Was here.
But not all.
Yeah. This allocation of $35,000, is that sufficient to meet your overtime budgetary requirements?
Yes. Firstly, not all of them paint lines on your roadways. Yes, it's sufficient right now. Painting lines on your road is not something we do very often. There's also a safety component we have to look at based on where we're doing the lines. If it's not sufficient, again, we will follow the established protocols and approach the Ministry of Finance.
So the daily rated workers, or those workers that are classified as daily rated workers or officers, where else are they attached in the traffic management branch?
I don't understand, sir. Where?
Which other departments, apart from doing road enhancements and what have you?
Yeah. It's the head office and 7 district offices, sir.
And you're saying that if there is a need to go beyond the $35,000 that is allocated, you're going to use the necessary protocols to get the additional funding?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just at sub-item 30, allowances for daily rated workers, you have an allocation of $150,000. Is that sufficient to meet the requirements for the fiscal year?
No, that was asked and answered previously.
No. I asked about overtime. I am now asking something completely different.
It is sufficient, yes, sir.
Right. So it is not asked and answered. It is the first time I'm asking the question. So you're saying now that it is sufficient.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, pages 247 to 251. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Transport Division. Yes, Aruka Lupino.
I have a question on 001, sub-item 16, Contract Employment. There's an allocation of $3.5 million. Can the Minister state how many positions for contract employment are captured under this sub-item?
Currently, we have 58 persons employed, positions vacant 33.
How many vacant?
33.
How much?
33, sir.
33.
Yes, sir.
Minister, can you state whether you intend to fill those vacancies in this fiscal year?
Yes, these vacancies were recently advertised in our national recruitment drive, sir.
And Minister, if and when you fill those 33 vacancies, the $3.5 million allocation, is it going to be sufficient?
Yes, ma'am, it is going to be sufficient.
Laventry Smova.
Thank you, Chair. To the Minister, that same line item, 0200116, contract employment, that has been a noticeable increase from the previous allotment. Can the Minister advise?
So are you looking at the right item, sir?
I'm seeing contract employment here. Yeah. 16.
This is general administration. As I answered before, it was the Ministry of Works and Transport. The ministries have been split.
Yeah.
So
the
this will be
allotment,
for transport and civil aviation member.
The allotment for 25. Could you confirm if it was 1.85?
Well, should I remember? You seen there, sir?
Not the estimates for 26, but for 25.
What figure are you seeing, sir?
1.85 mil.
Member, being advised, the positions were not filled in that year, sir. Okay. It wasn't budgeted for.
Okay.
Item 002, Transport Division. Aruka Lupino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, I'm pointing to sub-item 22, short-term employment. You have an allocation of $3.5 million. How many employees do you have classified in that division as short-term employees?
$111, sir, member.
111.
Yes, that is correct.
Short-term employees?
111, yes.
Minister, can you state whether the 111 short-term employees are persons who, or rather, they pertain to contractual positions that came to an end?
Some of them, member, not all.
How many out of the 111 pertain to contractual positions that came to an end?
Member, please, I'll have to give you that in writing, member.
Okay. And those persons who have been employed, not against approved contract position, what is the ministry doing with respect to having those employees? How long do you plan to continue engaging those persons under short-term employment?
Currently before PMCD to put some life to these positions, member.
Before PMCD?
Yes, that's correct.
How many positions you are seeking approval PMCD under this item?
That again, we'll have to submit in writing in member.
So you'll commit the both things?
Yes, member, please.
To provide it in writing?
I will, yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, member.
Item 23, thank you very much, Chair. Fees. What are those fees in relation to, Minister?
Rental of links machines at the various banks.
Rental of?
The machines, the links machines and the credit card machines, as well as the mobile machines as well.
Links machines?
Yes. As you know, there's a monthly rental for machines.
Okay. It's for the licensing division?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
For the license officers, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Lavantilis Mova.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 02001, 28 other contracted services. Can the Minister elaborate on what services are needed?
Yes. This is the provision of sanitary bins to the 5 offices. Also to the renewal. Yes, and the renewal of the software licenses, member.
Could you come again?
The renewal of the software licenses.
Software licenses?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and janitorial services, which would be 0200137. Can the Minister highlight which company, if it's outsourced, if it's handled in-house?
Company is called Island Cleaning, member.
Island Cleaning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, contracted for the entire year?
I'm sorry, member?
Contracted for the entire year?
Yes, member.
And can the member outline how was the company selected, selection process?
It was a procurement process and they were awarded, member.
Procurement process?
Yes, sir. Yes, member.
Okay, thank you.
Traffic management. Item 00.
Sorry, Chair, before we move on, not seen an allotment for security services. Can the member elaborate?
Yes, this is security services for all of the licensed division officers, Carney, Sani Grande, Arima, Ryson Road, San Fernando, Princestown, Point Fortin. Yes.
I'm not in an allocation.
Yes, you have CIT, cash in transit, and then you have the guard service as well, sir.
Okay.
Item 003, traffic management. Ruka Lupino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, I'm at sub-item 28, other contracted services. I see you have an allocation of $17 million. Can you state what is the purpose of this allocation?
It's generally used for the maintenance of the traffic signals throughout the island and the upgrading of traffic signals as well.
Okay. Is that allocation sufficient to meet the requirements of the traffic management branch?
For this physical, as of now, yes, sir.
What was the expenditure under this sub-item in the last fiscal year?
I'm seeing here over 21 million.
21 million?
Yes, as I'm seeing here, yes.
And that 21, there's a full utilization of the 21 million? So on what basis then are you saying that the 17 million will be sufficient?
Based on the needs for this physical, yes, sir.
So is that consistent with the $17 million consistent with the requirements and the request of the traffic management branch?
Yes, it will be sufficient.
So they have requested $17 million?
Within the allocation.
I'm not hearing you, sir.
We are working within the allocation.
You'll
sir.
work with the allocation?
Yes, sir.
I understand.
Okay. Item 004, traffic warden unit. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, pages 251 to 252. Item 001, general administration, Aruka Lupino.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. 251, page 251, 004, goods and services. Are you on that item?
No, I'm on the minor equipment purchases. We've moved past goods and services.
Okay.
So we now on to minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. 002, transport division. 003, traffic management. Laventille East, Mova.
Thank you, Chair. 002, other minor equipments. Can the Minister identify what equipments?
Air conditioned units, microphone systems, fire extinguishers, microwaves, refrigerators, and stuff like that, sir.
Thank you.
Go on to traffic management now, shall we? 003, traffic management. 004 Traffic Warden Unit. Subhead 04 Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 003 United Nations Organizations. 005 Non-Profit Institutions. 007 Households. 009 Other Transfers. Aruka Lopino.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Minister, 07 Traffic Enforcement Center. Minister, you have an allocation of $7 million. What is the annual operational cost of the Traffic Enforcement Center?
Ma'am, I'll have to give you that in writing, ma'am.
You provide the information in writing?
Yes, ma'am.
How many employees do you have attached to the Traffic Enforcement Center?
14, ma'am.
114.
114.
Are they all on existing contractual arrangement?
No. No, some on short-term, ma'am.
How many?
I may advise that all are on short-term, ma'am.
All are on short-term?
Yes, ma'am.
114 employees of the Traffic Enforcement Center
yes, ma'am.
are on short-term contract?
That's correct, ma'am.
Is the ministry making any arrangement to have those persons either subsumed in the establishment or back as contract officers?
We are in consultations with PMCD.
Can you say that again, Minister?
I said we are liaising with PMCD.
Yes? So you expect, after the consultation with PMCD, to have this matter rectified?
Yes, sir.
Minister, the Traffic Enforcement Center unit, can you say whether it works in tandem with the licensing division and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service as it relates to your traffic ticketing system that contribute to revenues under this item?
Yes, it does, ma'am.
And can you say how much revenue it collects or assists in collecting on an annual basis?
We'll have a similar in writing, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Item 011 Transfers to State Enterprises. Diego Martin, Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I noticed that the allocation for VEMCOT for 2026 is $10 million. What are your plans for VEMCOT in 2026? Do you plan to grow the company, expand its offerings, etc.?
Remember, VEMCOT has to go back to its original mandate. VEMCOT was left to deteriorate over many, many years. Prior to the elections, there were no board in VEMCOT for maybe 6 months. The company, the management literally had no guidance or ministerial oversight. Currently, there is a board in place, and we are working tirelessly to restore VEMCOT.
Minister, you didn't answer my question. I didn't ask you about 2025. I asked you what you plan to do. Do you plan to expand the operations?
We do, member, yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. How are you going to do that when your allocation for 2026 is $5 million less than 2025?
Remember, by restoring the mandate of VEMCOT is to fix the government fleet of vehicles. As you might be aware, the police service has been going to uncertified garages throughout the country. By restoring the mandate and bringing the vehicles back to VEMCOT, it will increase our revenue, member.
Revenue.
Your colleague from Aruka Lupino was on the board of VEMCOT, so he very much understands what I'm saying.
So VEMCOT needs less money in 26 than in 25,
this is
even though you intend to expand the operation.
This will be sufficient.
And you expect me to believe that? Okay.
We'll be cutting out the corruption, member.
Yeah, the corruption. UNC lost 2 elections because of corruption. You expect me to believe that?
This government recently approved the expansion of categories for inspection stations. So persons with vehicles over 3,200 kilograms could now go to VEMCOT, for instance, maxi taxis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. What is VEMCOT's annual revenues at this point in time?
The annual revenue for the last physical, I believe, was...
It's fiscal.
Yes. It was 14 million, remember.
14 million?
14 million, yes.
And what is VEMCOT's annual operational cost?
One second, member.
Yeah.
Member. Yes, member.
Yeah, so that's I'm asking what the subvention is for then.
Remember, I don't want to go down a road
so it is
like what happened transpired, but there's a lot going down in VEMCOT. Many will be in front of the authorities very, very soon. I don't want to
No, I'm
have
asking,
any further
sir,
discussions.
I'm asking, so VEMCOT meets its operational expenditure?
Yes, it does.
So what is the purpose for this subvention if VEMCOT is meeting its operational costs?
We need to upgrade equipment. We need to repurchase tools that were sold under the table over the last several years. So that's what the money will be for, sir.
Recent time.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, page 254. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of this.
You're not looking over here?
I did.
No, sir. You had your head down. Because if you were looking over here, you'd see me with my hand up.
You know.
Yes, I had my hand up. And I was looking straight at you and you were looking so.
No, I was looking at
For
your
the
lower benches and
umpteenth
up.
time. My hand is up, sir. May I speak? Would you invite me to speak, please?
I will.
Thank you.
If you behave yourself.
No, sir. There are no conditions. Like just before, there are no conditions. Would you invite me to speak, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Which item you on?
06. 39. Minister, there is some confusion as to which ministry, based on utterances made by your colleagues, there's some confusion as to which ministry will be responsible for the new airport terminal in Tobago. Could you clarify which ministry will be responsible for that?
Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, member.
Your ministry?
Yes, member.
Okay. Who is responsible for payments to the contractor for the new terminal building and associated infrastructure?
Yes. Which on the line item, sir?
39, the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. You said you responsible?
Remember, currently the terminal is under the purview
don't take
of
basket from him, you know.
Remember, you'll be aware that currently the terminal is under the purview of the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure.
Pardon?
When it's completed, it will be handed over to the Ministry of Transport.
Would you repeat what you just said?
The terminal currently is under the purview of the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. Once it's completed, it will be handed over to the Ministry of Transport.
Modifying what you told me, that the new terminal building is under your ministry.
I think you need to be fair to the minister. The minister said, the question you asked the minister is whether his ministry will be in control, will have operational control of the terminal.
I never used those words. I said, who is responsible
in
for it?
effect, that's what you meant.
No, sir. I said, who's responsible? He said, him. All right. So you are responsible for paying any bills on the construction project?
No, member.
Fine. So your ministry will be responsible for sending money to the Airports Authority for the operation of the new terminal and associated infrastructure at the A&R Robinson International Airport, as well as your current responsibilities at Piarco International Airport.
Which line item are you on, sir?
39. I just spoke about airports, 2 airports. We have 2 airports in Trinidad. and Tobago. We have the ANR Robinson International Airport, and we have the Piarco International Airport. What kind of question is this, Mr. Chairman? The chairman said, page 254, item 04, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, 004 statutory boards, 39 Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Chairman, come on. What's going on here? You're asking me what page we are? I'm trying to ask my question. You ask me what page on. So your ministry, sir, is and or will be responsible for Piarco International Airport and the new terminal building and associated infrastructure at the ANR Robinson International Airport and the other facilities at the ANR International Airport. Am I correct?
Correct. Once it's completed, yes.
You're already responsible for Piarco International Airport. And once the facility in Tobago is completed, you will be responsible for that as well. Do you expect that to occur in this fiscal year, 2026?
Yes, member, of course.
Fine. So previously, the Airports Authority had responsibility for managing the ANR Robinson International Airport in Tobago, the old terminal facilities, and the existing terminal facilities at Piarco. Now you will have a much larger facility to manage in Tobago, with much larger airside facilities and so on. Can you explain, therefore, if the allocation to the Airports Authority in 2025 was $96,478,000, and the allocation to the Airports Authority under this same line item in your ministry is now $20,298,000, or $76 million less. But you have a facility in Tobago that's about 5 times the size. Mr. Chairman, I'm still talking. He can't interrupt me. What is that? What is that?
Chairman,
I'm asking the minute. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be able to finish my question, please. I didn't use 5 minutes yet.
Finish your question. But
Thank you.
I don't think he was erupting you. I think he was interrupting you. But ask your question.
What?
Ask your question.
So you agree he could interrupt me? Okay.
No, I didn't say. I didn't think he was erupting you. I think he was interrupting you.
Fine, no problem. Minister, the facility that you will have responsibility for in fiscal 2026, not physical 2026, is much larger. The facility in Tobago, it demands far more expenditure. It's a brand new facility, so that its revenue generating capacity will be very limited at the beginning. It needs to grow, it needs to get tenants, it needs to get aircraft landing, it needs to generate revenue. It will take a while. And therefore, I would like you to explain to me, your ministry has much greater responsibilities in 2026 than the previous divisions of government which make up your ministry had with respect to airports in 2025. You have $76 million less available to you under this line item. How are you going to manage?
I'm going to say, is the operations of the new terminal we met by the estimates of the revenue and expenditure. I was also going to say that when we get to page 209, we have the full details of expenditure.
I just want to know how you're going to manage with a much bigger facility in Tobago with $76 less million.
We'll manage fine, member. Thank you.
You'll manage?
We will.
A reduction of 75% with a facility that is 500% bigger.
We'll manage. We'll manage.
Okay, magic, just like Minister of Housing. Okay, no problem. All right.
Yes.
Member, Chairman, I'm not going to sit here while a member disrespects myself.
Notice. No, I'm getting a complaint from the minister that you have. I think stooping is a Trinidadianism, but I think for parliamentary language, you sucked your teeth in his direction or towards him.
Chairman.
You should not. You should apologize. Also, you.
I'll check. Chairman, if I may. Disrespecting me is disrespecting the public servants, and I'm not tolerating that.
Mr. Chairman, I must be allowed to answer that. The minister is using the same technique that another minister used. I have total respect for your permanent secretary and all the public servants in your ministry. Don't try that. Don't try that.
Okay.
So why is Stoop saying?
If that's Chairman, I'd like to respond to that, Chairman.
Honourable members, we now move to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly.
Minister of Works and Transport. There was an elevator that only he could have used. All right, that no pub.
Okay, Minister. Minister, let's subhead 01, Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, 209 of the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards, that volume.
Thank you.
So page 209. Member for Lupino, Aruka Lupino.
No, Mr. Chair, I didn't answer.
I know you're unaccustomed to dealing with large volumes of paper, but have you reached there?
Large volumes of paper and much more. I'm not taking that, Mr. Chair.
Subhead 01.
I'm not taking that.
Personal expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Passenger and Cargo Terminals. Item 003, Airport Operations. Item 004, Runways, Taxiways, Grounds and Car Parks, Laventille West.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. Line item 00401, salaries. I'm seeing an increase of 5.7 million. Could the Honourable Minister indicate in this fiscal year what is the rationale for the increase?
Yes, we'll be filling the vacancies. There's currently 45 vacancies, member.
Deeply grateful.
Yeah. Can I move on?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Item 005, Security. Laventille West.
Deeply grateful. Mr. Chair, line item 00503, overtime to monthly paid officers. I'm seeing a decrease of $35.2 million. Could the Honourable Minister indicate, one, relative to fiscal 2025, what was the reason for the significant increase? And in 2026, for the significant increase, and in 2026, what is the reason for the drastic reduction?
Yes, member, the vacancies will be filled, so there will be less persons working on overtime, sir.
And in 2025, what was the reason for such a drastic increase? Because I'm seeing that the original estimate was 12.4 million. And the revised estimate actual spend was 30 million more.
The vacancies was not filled, sir. They were vacant.
All right.
So persons who work in overtime, member.
Noted.
Thank you, member.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, pages 210 to 212. Item 001, General Administration. Laventille West.
Deeply grateful, please. Mr. Chairman, Honourable Minister, line item 02001, 22, short-term employment. I'm seeing an introduction of a $500,000 allocation. Could the Honourable Minister indicate how many short-term employees would be brought on in this fiscal, please?
$40.
And could the Honourable Minister indicate what would be the process for recruitment of the short-term employees, please?
Yes. This is a vacation training program, sir.
And the vacation training program, in terms of interested applicants, what is the process for onboarding for these interns?
Anyone can apply member directly to the Airports Authority.
I'm deeply grateful, please, Honourable Minister.
.002, passenger and cargo terminals. Laventille East Mova.
Sorry, Chair, you didn't see my hand up. I was still on 02. 02, if you may permit me, sorry. 02001 under repairs, maintenance building, line 21. We've seen an increase there.
Yes. Item 21, member. Repairs to the procurement offices and purchase of paint, plumbing supplies, member.
Okay, and janitorial services, line 37.
Yes, this is for glass cleaning and grass cutting at the East Terminal and A&R Robinson Airport.
All right, and can you identify the companies that are...
The company, sir, is Bridgecom.
And how were they sourced?
It was a procurement process, sir.
Procurement process. Thank you.
Yes. Correct, that was under the previous administration, sir.
Thanks.
Okay, shall we go ahead? Item 003, airports operations. Item 004, runways, taxiways, grounds, and car parks. Item 005, security. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 52, Public Transport Service Corporation, subhead 01, personnel expenditure, pages 224 to 225, item 001, general administration. Laventille West.
Deeply grateful, please. Mr. Chairman, to the Honourable Minister, line item 010001. I'm seeing a decrease of 146,000. Could the Honourable Minister indicate, one, what are the current vacancies under this line item?
Is 448 established vacancies, member?
Honourable Minister, does the corporation intends to fill these vacancies within this fiscal year?
The board is reviewing, sir, and will fill as needed.
I'm deeply grateful.
Thank you very much. 002, vehicles and equipment maintenance. 007, property development services. 008, transit express commuter services. Subhead 02, goods and services, pages 225 to 227. Item 001, General Administration. Laventille West.
Deeply grateful, please. Mr. Chairman, to the Honourable Minister, line item 02-001-09, rent. We are seeing an increase in $1.6 million to this line item. Could the Honourable Minister indicate whether there is an intention to rent or lease what type of vehicles and or equipment, please?
Yes, from time to time, member, we do have to rent vehicles for maintenance.
But I'm just seeing a drastic increase. So I'm asking in this fiscal year, what is the intention?
Well, as you're aware, member, at PTSC it has a very aging fleet, which requires a lot more care, member.
So you intend to increase the fleet this fiscal? Yeah, deeply grateful. Line item 02-001-15, repairs and maintenance of the equipment. You indicated a short while ago that you have an aging fleet. And in terms of both vehicles and equipment, could the Honourable Minister indicate with the decrease of amounting to almost 700,000, if it would be sufficient in this fiscal year to treat with the repairs and maintenance of your equipment?
Maintenance of vehicles is handled under a different item on the other page. Page 2.
No, I'm not asking about vehicles.
It will be sufficient, member.
Yeah, but it's not vehicles I'm asking about. I'm asking specifically about equipment. That line item says 15, repairs and maintenance of equipment, and I'm seeing a 700, right?
It will be sufficient. It will be sufficient, member, yes.
Deeply grateful. One last question under this line item. No, not this line item, but 02-001-23 fees. I'm seeing an increase of 2.2 million for fees. Could the Honourable Minister indicate what are the intended fees to be paid in this fiscal, please?
23 fees.
But if we're broken up into legal otherwise.
This is legal claim and audit fees, member.
Deeply grateful, Mr.
Thank you. Item 002, vehicles and maintenance and equipment maintenance. Item 005, Port of Spain Transit Center. Item 006, Para Transit Unit. Item 007, Property Development Services. 008, Transit Express Commuter Services. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. 009, Other Transfers. 57, Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority. Page 237, item 001, General Administration. Laventille West.
Just one question on this whole section, please, Mr. Chairman. 01-001-01. I'm seeing an increase of 4.8 million this fiscal. Could the Honourable Minister indicate what are the vacancies under this line item and whether the vacancies, whether the authority intends to fill these vacancies within this fiscal year, please?
We currently have 1616 vacancies, and yes, we intend to fill them this fiscal year, sir.
Deeply grateful, Mr. Chairman. That's it.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund, page 99. As we change volumes, A, Administrative Services. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. P, Coastal Protection. A, Air Transport. B, Bus Transport. Bus Transport. B, Aruka Lopino.
Much, Mr. Chair. Minister, under bus transport, I've observed a number of items, and I will ask a collective question in the interest of time. Upgrade of the Port of Spain maxi taxi facility, development of a passenger facility at Rio Claro, 68, design and construction of a new multi-modal transportation hub at Taruba, design and construction of a new multimodal transportation hub at Factory Road in Shipwanas, preparation of a master space, a spatial plan, space plan for all existing and proposed PTSC facilities. And then you have the respective allocations. Can you state whether or not the allocations to pursue these projects are sufficient to commence in this fiscal year? Because they have been around for some time, I know.
We're going with just the preliminary works, and yes, currently we're going with preliminary works, and yes, it is sufficient, member.
For all of the items that I've just mentioned?
Yes. And we'll guide everything for all the works moving forward, member.
Which state agency or procurement vehicle your ministry intends to utilize to implement those projects?
That has not been decided as yet, member.
All of these projects have been approved by Cabinet, and that's the only allocation you have for their full implementation, Minister?
Some has Cabinet approval.
Some have?
Yes, from previously, yes.
Some don't have?
Correct.
Can you state which one of them?
I will submit that in writing to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Until East Mova.
Thank you, Chair. To the Honourable Member, Minister, what does preliminary works constitute? And I only ask because we have a cost, but we may need a scope and a timeline of completion, 3 pillars of project management, basically.
Surveys. It's for the survey works, member.
Okay, what timeline of completion?
I don't have a timeline. I'll submit it in writing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
G, Road Systems, Operations and Services.
Have a question?
Yes, Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, Road Systems, Operations and Services, what do you propose to do with this allocation of $5.5 million?
Which line item, sir?
Road Systems, Operations and Services. It's G.
Several line items, sir. Several.
Okay, so at 086, I am assuming provision of a road safety audit on the roadways of Trinidad and Tobago is part of this line item?
Yes, there's a road safety assessment for 8,320 kilometers of roadways.
Minister, I see under the provision of road safety audit on the roadways of Trinidad and Tobago, you have an allocation of $500,000. What is this road safety audit about? In other words, Minister, what do you plan to achieve by that audit?
Member was to collect data on the movement of vehicles and to assess the safety of the roadways as well, member.
Thank you very much. Minister, in light of the
horrific and unfortunate increase in road fatalities in Trinidad and Tobago and serious road accidents. Do you expect that with the full implementation of what you're seeking to achieve under this line item, that you expect to implement recommendations from this audit that will hopefully see a reduction in road fatalities and serious road accidents?
So this would be integrated with national transportation policy. This is just one component. We are currently working on the national transportation policy, and this would be a component of that policy.
So you don't know whether or not coming out of this, we expect to see recommendations for the reduction in serious road accidents and road
So this
fatalities.
government takes road safety very seriously, and we have been rolling out road safety plans as the weeks have been passing. As you will notice, we started erecting road safety signs on all the highways throughout the country. I'm sure you may have noticed.
What I'm asking, sir, is in light of I know what you say your commitment is going to be. I don't expect you to say that you are not committed to safer roads. We expect it to be all committed to safer roads in Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm not going down that road.
See, our mandate is to make the
please,
roads in Trinidad and Tobago
I'm
safer.
asking the question. I have 5 minutes to put my question to you. So don't get into it. All I just want to know, Minister, is whether or not coming out of this line item 086 that the ministry expects to implement perhaps recommendations that would result in the reduction of road fatalities and serious road accidents. That's as simple as this.
Yes, member.
Thank you.
Administration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Lopino.
Expenses, that's administration. I, 100. Expenses of the steering committee and project unit, the transformation of the transport division. What is the mandate of that committee, Minister? And is this an active committee in the ministry?
Remember, this was intended to be the contract unit team to manage the transformation of the transport division to an authority which never got off the ground, as you're very much aware.
So what do you plan to do with that allocation of $100,000?
Yes, it's currently being reevaluated, sir.
What's the response, Minister?
It's currently being reevaluated.
No,
Nothing much has been done in the last 10 years regarding this, member.
Fair enough, but you have an allocation of $100,000. The question I'm asking is not whether or not you intend to reevaluate the committee or the roles of the committee. How do you plan to spend the $100,000 allocation under this line item?
There was one member of staff who recently retired, member.
And?
We will have to fill the position.
You're looking to fill that position?
Yes, sir.
So it's a functioning committee?
It will be, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Member, what for some time.
No,
let's not go down that road.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. P, VMCOT. VMCOTT, rather, for the accuracy of the public record. A, administrative services. And then I propose Laventil East Mova.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A140, procurement of software management systems for the operationalization of the MVRTA amendments. What software is that, Honorable Minister?
So this is the U-turn and the red light enforcement systems.
Okay. 4 million?
I'm sorry, member?
seen an estimate of 4 million assigned to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions. I propose to put the question to the committee. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of 545,839,000 for head 34, Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of 545,839,000 for head 34, Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, now stands part of the schedule.
Chairman, I would like to thank the Permanent Secretary and the technical team of the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation that worked tirelessly over the last few days to put this document together. And I would also like to apologize for them for what they experienced earlier with the member of Diego Martin Northeast.
I too
and
should
thank
like
you.
to do so
I
and
thank
express my gratitude to the public officers who would have attended and assisted in preparation towards lending assistance to the Parliament. So thank you on behalf of everyone. I propose to move to head 67, but it's now 4:45. I propose to come back at 5:05 and then we sit straight through at 5:05. Yes, thank you. We suspend until 5 minutes past 5. Thank you. Only by them. All right, this meeting of the Standing Finance Committee is now hereby reconvened. I am to announce that there has been an agreement between both sides to examine the following heads before Head 67, Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development. We propose to examine Head 23, Head 4, and Head 3. In that order. So I propose to start at Head 23, Office of the Attorney General. Honorable Attorney General, are you ready or you need to wait for your staff?
I'm ready, Chair.
Head 23, Office of the Attorney General, $282,267,500. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement within the usual time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The estimates of expenditure before this committee this afternoon are set out in the appropriations bill, which was laid on the same day that the budget was read, that is the 13th of October 2025, consistent with Section 113 of the Constitution, Part 3 of the Exchequer and Audit Act. The allocations for the Office of the Attorney General for the financial year 2026 are before this committee this afternoon. As I begin, I must recognize the many public servants and administrative staff who have worked tirelessly at the Office of the Attorney General and who would have spent many hours putting together the submissions and the materials which are to be discussed today. Their dedication and diligence keep the Office of the Attorney General operating, and I wish to record my sincere appreciation for their efforts. The Office plays an important role as the guardian of the public interest, the principal legal advisor to the state, and the custodian of the rule of law. Members will be aware that substantial structural changes have taken place at the office with the splitting off of the Ministry of Legal Affairs, which has now evolved into the Ministry of Land and Legal Affairs, while the Ministry of Justice has been re-established to assume responsibility for certain functions previously housed within the Attorney General's purview. In other words, there is not this year, as there was in the last fiscal, a Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs. These institutional realignments were undertaken to rationalize and strengthen the delivery of security legal services across the state sector. Some of the responsibilities, not all that are stated in the most recent Gazette, have influenced the budgetary submissions and allocations that are before us today. Various critical entities and divisions I refer to as falling within and under the Office of the Attorney General include the DPP's office, the Civil Law Department, the Central Authority, the Anti-Terrorism Unit, the Law Reform Commission, the International Law and Human Rights Unit, among others. Added responsibility for the ACIB, the Anti-Corruption Investigations Bureau, has recently been returned to the office, and areas of responsibility for the SSC have also been assigned. There are no allocations in respect of either in Head 23. The work of these divisions is far-reaching. I am not now convinced that the units are all indispensable to our core mission, the rule of law, promotion of justice and security. But that is an exercise for another day. Collectively, the units provide services including advice and representation to all ministries and state enterprises, manage and defend civil litigation against the state, draft legislation in accordance with government's legislative agenda, facilitate international cooperation in criminal matters through mutual legal assistance, and ensure that Trinidad and Tobago continues to meet its international obligations under a wide range of international treaties and conventions.
I hate to do this, but I'm advised by the clerk that the 5-minute period is finished.
Excellency.
So I will propose the question, and I suppose you will get a chance to give more fulsome response perhaps in the question period. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $282,267,600 for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General, stand part of the schedule. This sum of $282,267,600 for Head 3, Office of the Attorney General, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. These estimates are to be found at pages 157 to 160 of the relevant volume. So we start with subhead 01, personnel expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Shall I await members to get to the relevant page? Okay. Item 002, Law Reform Commission. Item 003, Equal Opportunity Commission. Item 005, Law Revision Commission. Item 007, Intellectual Property Office. Item 009, Criminal Law Department. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001. You know, if it's two things a member to my left specializes is in disturbing me and jocularity. Subhead 2, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. I am going to proceed quickly unless I am told otherwise. Item 002, Law Reform Commission. Item 003, Equal Opportunity Commission. Item 005, Law Revision Commission. Item 007, Intellectual Property Office. Item 009, Criminal Law Department. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Law Reform Commission. Item 003, Equal Opportunity Commission. All right. Item 005, Law Revision Commission. Item 007, Intellectual Property Office. Item 009, Criminal Law Department. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, pages 168 to 169, inclusive. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 010, Other Transfers Abroad. Honorable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of development program. Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multisectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services, page 69. F, Public Buildings, pages 69 to 70. C, Welfare Services, page 71. Seeing that there are no questions to the Honorable Attorney General on any of the items, Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $282,267,600 for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $282,267,600 for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General, now stands part of the bill, of the schedule. All right, moving on quickly. Huh? I invite the Honorable Attorney General to invite the staff of the Industrial Court to take the place of the staff of the Attorney General. So, 18. Industrial Court, $28,889,200. I will now invite the Honorable Attorney General to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes, should he propose to do so on the Industrial Court.
Give me a second on the Industrial Court. I'm authorized to read this statement on behalf of the Industrial Court, which is a separate entity from the Attorney General, although it falls within my purview. It's a constitutional anachronism along with the Judiciary. It is my pleasure to appear before the sitting of the Standing Finance Committee to present the budgetary allocation of the Industrial Court for examination. The Industrial Court is an important judicial institution in Trinidad and Tobago, which came into existence almost 60 years ago under the Industrial Stabilization Act, and at that time became the first industrial court in the English-speaking Caribbean. The court, as a superior court of record, achieves its mandate of upholding the principles and practices of good industrial relations as pillars of industrial peace, economic and social development through the resolution of disputes between trade unions and employers by way of conciliation, which is voluntary, amicable dispute resolution, and by the adjudication of matters where necessary. The court is seized with the power to adjudicate on and therefore resolve unresolved disputes between employers and unions that deal with the minimum wages, retrenchment and severance benefits, maternity protection and occupational health and safety matters, among others. Additionally, there's a special tribunal established by the Civil Service Act which hears and determines disputes in the civil service, the police service, the fire service, the prison service, and the teaching service, the supplemental police, and the central bank. The court is comprised of a complement of 26 members, judges, who are appointed based on their expertise in areas of industrial relations law, economics, and accounting. I recognize and value the contribution of the court to Trinidad and Tobago, and I look forward to discussing this head of expenditure.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $28,889,200 for Head 4 Industrial Court stand part of the schedule. This sum of $28,889,200 for Head 04 Industrial Court is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following heads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, which is to be found at page 18 of the relevant volume. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02. Member Farima.
Thank you kindly. Honorable Attorney General, as it relates to item 23, salary and direct charges, I see there's a decrease of 5.242 million. Could you indicate the reason for that decrease, please? Yeah, 23.
Say again?
Yeah, 23. Salaries, direct charges, 5.242.
Okay, so if you just be patient with me.
Sure,
this is
sure.
not my institution.
Yeah.
It is supposed to be a separate institution. And it is, of course. I'm told that this is because there has been an overlap with 3 judges who will be leaving the court on November the 6th as they received extensions. Three new judges were appointed on August the 28th. The overlap increased expenses under 23, 24, 31, and the funds will perhaps have to be adjusted to take into account the realities.
Okay, so that I'm just trying to follow. Okay, so 3 judges are leaving, yes?
Yes, but they were extended.
Oh, they were extended. Okay. So, I mean, why would there be a decrease then? Wouldn't there be a continuation? Wouldn't there be a continuation of the employment? In other words, wouldn't their salary automatically continue?
I think that there would have been let me seek advice from the institution.
Yeah, sure.
I could give a guess. But okay, so I'm told that it has to do with concurrent terms. The 3 persons who have been extended, there was an allocation for 3 other judges. This is what the public servants tell me. And anomaly there may be accounted for by that.
Yeah, well, I understand because it's not your...
Just hold on a second, please. There is another answer which, I could give, which is that direct charges don't form a part of the appropriations bill. So the question is not really before us. I'd like to be as helpful as possible, but that's as helpful as I can be.
Well, I don't quite understand the explanation. I wouldn't, I don't know it's worth it to belabor the point, but okay.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, pages 18 to 20. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Arima.
Okay, well, yes, under 002, office lease accommodation and storage, an increase of 488,000. Is that in relation to the court itself, or is that another building? Honorable Attorney General, 08, rent, lease, office accommodation and storage.
I'm told that relates to arrears of rent. I have no particulars beyond that, which have to be paid in the current fiscal. Last fiscal, there were not sufficient funds to
Okay, I don't need the answer now, but if they can provide the exactly which building they're referring to, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so on that, I'm careful about giving commitments.
Yes.
Especially if I have no control over the commitments. And I'm not supposed to have control over the commitments.
Yes.
So what I would undertake to do is to ask a question, and if that question is answered, to provide the answer to you. Fair enough?
Well, the only thing, Honorable Attorney General, I'm not trying to, create any unnecessary mischief. I'm just saying that they have a building here they're paying. I'm just asking. I don't think it is too difficult,
Well,
because if they put it here for that figure.
I don't think it is difficult either, but it doesn't typically concern me. It's not the office of the Attorney General. It's not across the street.
Well, so you can ask the two ladies assisting you if it is a difficult request.
No, I can ask them, but with the greatest respect, if they tell me they'll provide the answer by tomorrow, I'm not going to give you an undertaking that the answer be provided by tomorrow.
No, I didn't ask for tomorrow. I am saying within reasonable time.
If they told me they'd provide the answer within the next year, I'm not going to give you an undertaking to provide the answer in the next year. I don't know. All that I can say is that I will endeavor to get an answer. If that answer is provided, I'll be happy to give it to you. That's the best that I can do. If it's in the office of the Attorney General, sure.
Attorney General, all I could say is that I know you are here and I know you want to be very meticulous, but I'm sure that those ladies there are quite competent because this is a simple issue, but I will move on.
Item 002, South Office. Item 003, Tobago.
Page are you on, just to be clear?
Page 20.
20? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sure.
We now go to page 21. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the development program, Consolidated Fund, Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services at page 7A, administrative services. F, 7.
7, thank you. Sure. Thank you.
There are no questions, I take it. F, public buildings. Okay, I propose to put the question. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $28,889,200 for head 4, Industrial Court, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $28,889,200 for head 04, Industrial Court, now stands part of the schedule. Honorable Attorney General, allow me to thank your staff, the staff of the Industrial Court, for attending and assisting us. Thank you all very much. So I propose to move to head 03, Judiciary. Head 03, Judiciary, $517,004,850. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes, should the Honorable Attorney General choose to exercise the option to do so.
Chair, the opening remarks which were approved by the Honorable the Chief Justice, who has resigned. I would read those remarks. I attempted to reach the Chief Justice on behalf of the Judiciary today.
A matter entirely for you, Honorable Attorney General, but as I said, that's why I gave you the option of doing so, should you choose not to do so. That is readily understandable.
I think it's non-controversial, and if as I read it, I see something that I think I should not see, I undertake to do the proper thing. May I begin?
Yes, of course.
The Judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago continues to operate as an independent arbiter to resolve disputes that arise in the society. The government continues to work with the judiciary to ensure adequate funding is provided for its operations and to provide the necessary resources to ensure targeted improvements in systems and processes that affect the administration of justice. There continues to be open lines of communication between the judiciary and the executive, inclusive of the various agencies, ministries, departments involved in the justice sector. As a responsible government, we recognize the need to carefully consider the limited resources of the state and to balance the needs of the judiciary against the needs of the other areas of the state. In doing so, I am pleased to advise that the Minister of Finance has been able to maintain the level of funding at 1.05% of the national budget. More importantly, sufficient as required to meet the annual commitments of the Judiciary for the 2026 fiscal period. The government continues to support the Judiciary in its transformation efforts and will also provide direct support to improve and to expand physical court facilities and ensure expanded access to court services by all stakeholders. The Judiciary has been allocated just over $660 million for recurrent and capital expenditure for fiscal 2026, representing a decrease of $48 million. This reduced sum can be accounted for under the Ministry of Justice, the agency now responsible for construction and refurbishment of court facilities. The sum of $643 million has been provided to fund recurrent activities, and $16 million has been provided for capital expenditure and development projects. Sorry, I'm trying to speak, but I'm hearing my friend from Diego Martin Northeast across there as I was speaking.
For Diego Martin Northeast, I'm getting a complaint from the Honorable Attorney General.
And my ears have declined in value over the years, so it has to be. In the context of ensuring a properly resourced judiciary, this government is committed to revisit this budget allocation if required at the mid-year review to further support any critical initiatives needed by the, and this bit was put in today, the newly appointed Chief Justice to advance the judiciary's service improvement thrust. I will now take your questions.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $517,004,850 for Head 03 Judiciary stand part of the schedule. This sum of $517,004,850 for Head 03 Judiciary is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. These items are to be found in the relevant volume at pages 11 to 12 inclusive, subhead 01, personnel expenditure, item 001, Judiciary, Trinidad. Member for Arima.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Attorney General, at 23, are you still just 001 or have you gone to 02?
001.
Okay, well, I'm at 23.
23.
Yeah. 001?
Yes. Salaries, direct charges?
Yes, please. Yes. Yeah, Honorable Attorney General, I know this is not normally appropriated. I see there's a decrease of 67.9 million.
Okay, so the first answer, of course, is I shouldn't be having this discussion at all. But the fact is that the decrease is not extraordinary. The figure last year represented a figure which was inflated because of the payment of arrears. I'm told by the the public servant in charge of these matters.
But okay, so if you're saying that in 2025 it was inflated, you are saying that this is basically a recommendation that would have come from the judiciary to deal with the inflated figure?
No, I mean, it's not. The figure last year was greater than it was budgeted for. So if you notice, if you go back, and I'm no expert, I'm an accountant, I'm a lawyer as you are, but that 150 million is in stark contrast to the estimate, which was 53 million. It is greater than, that is for fiscal 2025. I'm told that the difference between the estimate and the actual revised estimate is the SRC report. This is what I'm told. 2026 estimate does not obviously have that SRC report factor, so it's back down. And to me that makes sense as a lawyer. I'm not an accountant, and I don't think that Diego Martinez is an accountant either. He might have spent some time in finance, but well, I don't know what he was doing there.
So
many things, a contractor, a lawyer.
Attorney General,
I'm sorry.
So therefore the arrears would be amount basically to almost about twice the salary, based on what you have indicated.
Those are the figures which I have.
Yeah. Well, I'm just asking, you know, I mean.
And I'm just answering on the basis of the figures I have.
Right. I mean, it's something that I'm sure the public would like to know. When you see that amount, so that's all I'm doing.
Well, the judiciary is here, thankfully, next to me. The chief public officer in the judiciary.
Because there's no way I would know unless...
Can I just finish?
Yeah.
The judiciary is here next to me, the chief public officer inside there. And I think I'm entitled to take her at her word.
Yes. So all I'm saying is that
it's from her lips to my ears.
Yeah. I wouldn't know just looking at it. That's why I'm just trying to get the information.
I'm not trying to be difficult, but that's the answer.
(002) Judiciary Tobago. Subhead 002. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Pages 12 to 14. Item 001, Judiciary, Trinidad. Item 002, Judiciary, Tobago. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 15. Item 001, Judiciary, Trinidad. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, pages 15 to 16 inclusive. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 011, Transfers to State Enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of development program. Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multisectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services, page 4. F, Public Buildings, pages 4 and 5. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 005, Multisectoral and Other Services, page 238. F, Public Buildings. There being no questions, I propose to put the question to the committee. The question is, honorable members, that the sum of $517,004,850 for Head 03 Judiciary stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $517,004,850 for Head 03 Judiciary now stands part of the schedule. Honorable Attorney General, I thank you very much for taking your time off your very, very, very busy schedule together with your staff to attend, and the staff of the Judiciary. Thank you very much. We go to what? What page? Shut up. Propose to go now to head 67, Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development. So if we could just give the Honourable Minister and his staff a little time to gather. Finish by 8. Minister, are you ready? Yes. How long is 2 hours again, man. Okay, 6 pages. There are 2 hours again. We should finish. Head 67, Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development. Head 67, Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, $322,478,000. I will now invite the Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding the usual 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of the SFC, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I also want to extend gratitude to the Honourable Prime Minister and especially for her wisdom in forming and working with the cluster, which includes the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Trade, and myself. I want to thank them for their collaborative work and thank especially the staff at the Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, who have also worked assiduously throughout, and I want to express my gratitude to them for the diligence and hard work and their contribution. We at the Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development fully acknowledge the critical importance of deliberations surrounding budgetary allocation fiscal 26. And we are committed to advancing the central theme of this budget, which is TNT first, building economic fairness through accountable fiscal policies. And I also wish to thank the Minister of Finance for the tremendous work that he and his team have done in preparing this. As a ministry, we stand at the forefront of development, developing and driving policies, plans and programs that foster social, spatial, statistical, economic and environmental progress across Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Chairman, our portfolio includes several core responsibilities under the aforementioned, as well as oversight of the public sector investment program, working with other state agencies such as Kariri, EMA, IMA and the CDA. And we are resolute in our mission to build a more prosperous, fair and stronger Trinidad and Tobago through accountable fiscal policies as stated in this year's budget by the Honourable Minister of Finance. I take your questions, Chair and members.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $322,478,000 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, stand part of the schedule. This sum of $322,478,000 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, which are to be found between pages 362 and 365 of the relevant volume. Subhead 1, Personnel Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. 03, Technical Cooperation. 004, Central Statistical Office. 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. 006, Green Fund Executing Unit. 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division. 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Member for Arima.
Thank you kindly.
Environmental Planning, Policy and Planning Division, is that?
Next one, Goods and Services, sorry.
Oh, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, 08, Rent Lease Office Accommodation and Storage. I see there's a decrease of just over $1 million. Any indication as it relates to that decrease?
That's 08, sorry. Thank you, Honourable, for the question. Yes, we are actually in the process of moving some offices to more affordable accommodation.
Okay, and can you at this point in time share what are those offices and where you're likely to move?
Well, we have some proposed locations, and I'm waiting for public admin to vet and PM Presley to be able to confirm that we can move into those accommodations.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have one more.
Yes.
Item 22, Honourable Minister. I see that as it relates to short-term employment, there is a decrease of $3.3 million. Can you say how is that likely to impact, and what is the reason for such a large decrease?
Thank you. Some of these positions are now being moved into permanent, longer contract periods. So currently, the number of persons employed in short term will decrease as a result of renewal of contract positions. As you know, we had a lot of short term persons in lieu of new contracts being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Propose to go to item 002, Library Service Unit. 003, Technical Cooperation. 004, Central Statistical Office. 005, Member for Arima.
Kindly, Honourable Minister, as it relates to the contract employment under the Central Statistical Office, are you there or technical? Sorry, my apologies. Yes. Okay.
I came back to CSO.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Honourable Minister, are there any additional positions for that Central Statistical Office? Or is this simply as it relates to increased payments of salaries?
Just let me just find out where we are. My apologies.
It's 16,
page 16, that's sorry.
No, not page 16, item 16.
Oh, item 16, my apologies.
Go back.
Oh, sorry, yes. I'm sorry, do you mind, member, please repeating your question?
Yes, I'm just asking, I see there's an increase of $373,000 for that. Is that some additional additional position?
CSO, yes. Currently, as you know, CSO is one of the bigger areas where there are many vacancies,
Okay.
and we want to fill that given the work ahead next year.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 17, I'm also seeing an increase in training. Could the Minister specify what training, what type of training?
Of course, thank you very much. So there are resident training identified, for example, sampling methods to improve sampling skills of statisticians, which is geared specifically towards accomplishing the vision and mission of the CSO, together with which intermediate and advanced statistics to enhance statistical techniques and data analytic skills that will enhance the CSO's data gathering processes.
Okay, and the agencies that...
Sorry, say that again?
The agencies that are doing this training outsourced, right? External?
Yeah, so the official training workshops, which part of the TCs as well, that we're able to access, both from UNDP and other agencies.
Okay.
Item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. 006, Green Fund Executing Unit. 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division. 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, pages 371 to 373. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Library Service Unit. 003, Technical Corporation. 004, Central Statistical Office. 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. 006, Green Fund Executing Unit. 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division. 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, pages 373 to 376. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Member for Rima.
Honourable Minister, I see the decrease of 6.506 for your current transfers and subsidies.
Sorry.
Just under 4, just above regional bodies. I see there's a decrease of 6.5 million.
6.5. Sorry, okay.
Page 373, 04, last one to the bottom, current transfers and subsidies.
I think this may refer to the National Trust that I think may have been transferred. Which one is it? Sorry, I'm not sure which number you're at.
04, right to the end, current transfers and subsidies.
04.
There's a figure, the estimate is 79.392, a decrease of 6.506.
Sorry, it's just not on my, let me just find
Sure.
it here, please. I'm not seeing it, sorry. Anyways, for the total, what I can say is that National Trust has been transferred out to the Ministry to the Prime Minister's office.
Okay,
there's
so
a
that
reduction.
accounts for the grant.
Yeah, about 3.2 million.
Okay.
Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. 003, United Nations organizations. 004, international bodies. 005, non-profit institutions. 006, educational institutions. 007, households.
Honourable Minister, as it relates to 03 on the household settlements of cane farmers, I see a decrease of 3.645. So is it that most of the payments have been made now?
No, as you know, there were 3 tranches, and so I think we have paid the majority person in tranche 1, but there was a 53% payment in tranches 2 and 3, of which I think there is still a number outstanding. I can get the exact number for you. The number outstanding in tranche 2 would be 1,085, but we are number of persons outstanding in tranche 1 will be 373.
Thank you.
Item 009, other transfers. 010, other transfers abroad. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards, page 376. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 02, Institute of Marine Affairs. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. This is to be found at page 441 of that volume. Item 001, General Administration. I need to be faster than that. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. 49, Shagaramas Development Authority, page 450, subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. I'm on page 450. I'm about to move to 451. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. General item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Honourable members, we shall now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Consolidated Fund, item 001, Pre-Investment, Line Ministries / Government Agencies at page 163. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, M, Central Statistical Office, page 164. A, Culture, page 165. Item multi-sectoral and other services. Honourable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 5 pages. I therefore propose to announce the project groups. C, Caribbean Industrial Research Institute, page 166. D, Chagaramas Area Development, page 166. F, Institute of Marine Affairs, pages 166 to 167. A, Administrative Services, pages 168 to 169. C, Foreign and Technical Assistance, page 169. F, Public Bill. Sorry. You have a question on?
Where are you? Did you pass 169?
I'm now, well, C is Foreign and Technical Assistance at 169, and F is Public Buildings at 169, so I'm still there.
Okay, 169. Can I inquire, Honourable Minister, 118, the establishment of the Economic Development Board, which is a new project. Could you share what that project is, please? Thank you.
As you know, the Economic Development Board was a board that was configured sometime in the first iteration of the Partnership Administration and was subsequently discontinued. We have revitalized the Economic Development Board, has been approved by Cabinet. We are now going to be recommending board members to be appointed by Cabinet.
Thank you very much. So that at some point in time, Minister, when the board is established, well, I guess I can file a question then as it relates to, so it's not officially established as yet. The decision is taken to establish.
Yes,
okay.
to re-establish the board, but haven't been constituted as yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
F, Public Buildings. B, Administration. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, Multi-sectoral and other services, page 294. F, Public Buildings. All right, there being no questions, I propose to put the question to the committee. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $322,478,000 for head 67, Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $322,478,000 for head 67, Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, now stands part of the schedule. Minister, I thank you and I thank your staff.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the questions and thank you for the staff as well.
And helpful assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
That is Service Commissions.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
It's not service.
Yes, Service Commission, sorry.
Oh, what are you doing there? It's head 6.
Head 6, thanks.
What are you doing there? Setting up?
Such a thing, thank you.
I now invite the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, whilst we await his staff. Bartara, could you stop disturbing the proceedings of this committee? I'm hearing you. All right, honorable members, for the sake of convenience, and in keeping with the economy of time, and with the newly found conciliatory spirit on both sides, and in accordance with Standing Order 126, there has been an agreement by both sides to examine Head 6 Service Commissions immediately after the examination of Head 31, as the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence also bears responsibility, at least administrative responsibility, for the service commissions. So I propose to do the process with regard to the Ministry of Public Administration first, and then hopefully we shall, in short order, move to the service commissions. Minister Myla inquires to your state of readiness. Thank you very much. Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, $1,570,513,513. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence to make a brief opening statement with the usual caveat that it not exceed 5 minutes. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon to all members present and to the listening and viewing public. Chairman, I wish to acknowledge the presentation of the 2026 National Budget by the Honourable Devindranath Tanku, MP, Minister of Finance, on October 13, 2025. A stellar job was done on that day. I wish also to recognize the Honourable Prime Minister in her leadership for this budget. The inaugural budget themed Trinidad and Tobago's first Building Economic Fairness through Accountable Fiscal Policies is anchored by 5 strategic pillars for national development and a firm commitment, Chairman, to the Trinidad and Tobago First policy. Its primary goals are clear, Chairman: to restore good governance, to rebuild the economy, and of course to improve the lives of all our citizens. We are in an era of technology, and standing still is no longer optional, but critical prerequisites for good governance and of course national growth. The work of the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence is not solely centered on the formulation and implementation of systems and software, but is fundamentally focused on promoting transparency, harnessing the trust of citizens to utilize the technology, and creating opportunities to enhance delivery of public services digitally. Over the next 5 years, Chairman, the Ministry envisions a public service transformed by 3 core tenets: all government services fully online, increased government efficiency with significant cost savings, and the realization of a truly digital and artificial intelligence-enabled nation. The initiatives linked are designed and intended to modernize and transform the operations of the Trinidad and Tobago's public sector and prepare our workforce for a digital future. Our approach to artificial intelligence is indeed strategic and, of course, people-centered. We intend to build momentum by strengthening digital infrastructure, ensuring that AI becomes a driver of inclusivity and efficiency across the government, and expanding service accessibility for all citizens. We are therefore developing national strategies to ensure responsible AI adoption that enhances public service without replacing the human touch. Our focus is meaningful, inclusive, and also will deliver tangible benefits to the everyday man on the ground in Trinidad and Tobago. As Minister of Public Admin and Artificial Intelligence, I'm resolute, together with all Cabinet members, in building a stronger, more responsive, and deeply connected public service as we create an interconnected nation where every citizen has access to government services with ease, efficiency, trust, and confidence. Thank you, Chairman.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $1,570,513,513 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, stand part of the schedule. This sum of $1,570,513,513 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. These estimates are to be found in the relevant volume at pages 233 to 244 inclusive. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Mausika Malabar.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 14, Remuneration to members of Cabinet-appointed committees. The estimate in 2025 was 10,000. It is now 250,800. Can the Minister indicate how many Cabinet-appointed committees this applies to and what are the responsibilities of those committees?
Thank you for your question, Member. As it relates to that line item, this is, as we said, an estimate. We've already, through Cabinet, approved several committees, and so this allocation will go towards furnishing that.
Can you indicate what would be the responsibilities of those committees, Member?
I'll endeavor to provide that to you in writing.
Appreciated.
No problem.
Line item 27, Government Contribution to Group Health Insurance. Can the Minister indicate how many monthly paid officers that applies to?
Can the member repeat, sorry?
Line item 27, Government Contribution to Group Health Insurance. Can the Minister indicate how many monthly paid officers that allocation applies to?
I'm advised that that would account for 84.
And again, I'm assuming this is the Unimed plan?
Yes.
Thank you. 01001, salaries and cost of living allowance. Can the Minister indicate how many employees that applies to? How many permanent positions?
Remember, there are 135 positions, 84 have been filled, in case you want that breakdown, and yes. 51 are vacant, expected to be filled to accommodate new positions.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services Division. Item 006, Public Management Consulting Division. Item 007, Public Safety Academy. Member Mausika Malabar.
Thank you, Chair.
Malabar.
007, Public Service Academy. Can the Minister just provide a brief background as to what is the responsibility of that academy?
The Public Service Academy is meant to provide training for public servants, so it would incorporate a wide range of skills and development training. Mm-hmm. And given the Ministry's new mandate for artificial intelligence and the use of artificial intelligence, the mandate of the government would be to utilize that particular unit to develop that trajectory.
Thank you, Minister. Is it that this academy is located at a specific place? Is it done online training?
It's a unit within the Ministry.
And located where?
Within the Ministry.
And the Ministry's office is where?
Nalis.
Is?
It's Nalis.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, pages 235 to 240. This is with regard to public safety.
Sorry, Public Academy?
I'm sorry. Public Service, yes, go ahead.
Yes. Honorable Minister, as it relates to 01 under 007, which includes for vacant posts with incumbents, can you tell us how many positions and how many vacant posts and how many bodies, please? Thank you.
Member, can you just repeat the line item for me one more time?
Last one to the end, under 007 Public Service Academy, salaries and cost of living allowance, and the explanation include provisions for vacant posts with incumbents. So I was asking how many positions,
In the Public Service Academy?
how many posts they are referring to.
Yeah. Member, if you'd allow me to provide that in writing, I'd be most appreciative.
Okay.
Thank you.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Diego Martin West.
Thank you very much for your acknowledgement, Chair. 02, let's go down to item 27, official overseas travel. I see a major jump here of $690,000. I would like to know what is this overseas travel associated with in terms of what specific intentions do we attempt to achieve through these travel initiatives?
Members, as you would know, we are part of several bodies, several bilateral agreements, and as a result of that, as an example, we're also part of the CTU. The minister, as the head of the CTU and the president, they're required to go to annual meetings, etc. We also have the International Telecommunications Union body. So it just happens that there are quite a number of conferences that would require our attendance. In addition to that, as you can imagine, this is a new ministry in terms of its umbrella, which is artificial intelligence, and we're trying to gain as much capacity as we can. And so it would require us to learn, observe, and of course go to where these places are having these developments, and by extension, seek what learnings can be had. So that's the reason for the increase.
Does this also include the bilateral agreements with West Africa and India that the Minister mentioned during his budget presentation?
Specifically, member, I wouldn't want to speak to that, but I can tell you of what I can speak of, which is, as I mentioned, the bilateral arrangements that we do have, the memberships that we are part of, and of course, the EU LAC Digital Alliance. That's also something that we plan to mobilize on. You recall as well that we've also just joined the 50 and 5 for digital public infrastructure. So as you can imagine, we will be tasked with observing these requirements, and as a result, the vote represents that.
Thank you very much. Minister, is it possible for you to provide more details of some of the items in writing?
Happy to do so.
Thank you very much. Going to item 62, promotions, publicity, and printing. I see an increase of $250,000. Exactly what particular initiatives is the minister planning?
I mean, it's a fairly standard item, promotional items. We plan to, as a part of the ministry's agenda, promote the activities of the ministry.
I know, but which...
In the past, member, if you'll allow me, in the past, the ministry has engaged in a lot of activity, and the public, quite frankly, weren't aware of the activity of the ministry. It is my priority that when we deliver a digital service, and when we deliver to the public will know and understand what we're doing for them. So this can be accredited to that.
So the minister just said the ministry in the past was involved in a lot of activities. So that means in the past the ministry was doing...
Quantity doesn't often equate quality, my friend.
All right. Just for the sake of the public record, we're dealing with item 001, General Administration. Okay, so I see Member for Arima.
Honorable Minister, contract employment, 16, I see an increase of $16 million. Could you give us an idea as to what additional positions, whether there are any bodies or any incumbents?
Member, can you repeat the line item you're referring to?
Item 16, contract employment, increased $16 million. Just asking for an idea as to how many positions are we talking about, whether you have any existing bodies, and how many new persons.
No problem, member. I see what you're referring to here. We have 202 posts at the moment. 109 have been filled and 93 are vacant, so we plan to aggressively pursue these vacancies in terms of filling.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. And could you provide in writing the 93 existing positions? Thank you.
No problem. Take care.
As it relates to, you also have for short-term employment an increase of $5 million. Could you also indicate how many outstanding positions and how many persons already employed? Thank you.
Just as an extension of your question, as you could imagine, we are joining ministries. We've joined the public admin and we've joined MDT.
Right. So that's why I'm not asking for them right away.
Yeah,
So
sure.
if you can provide the numbers in writing, because I know it's a new ministry.
Yes, but just to give you an answer, it's 77 total.
Thank you kindly.
Sure.
Member for Rima.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Minister, fees at 23, there's a decrease. What could you say? What exactly that fees applies to? Thank you. I know you're ready to go, but today is Friday.
Remember, this refers to license support. That's no longer required, and so the decrease is a result of that.
Okay, and just on one other item, which is other contracted services, an increase of $32.6 million. Could you give an idea what exactly are those other contracted services?
Remember the number of items as it relates to the quantum here. I can give you a few of them, and if you like, I can provide the balance in writing. But safe to say, strategic plans, national digital transformation roadmaps, items as it relates to smart cities, and of course, digital solutions, software, and the like.
Any particular areas you have identified to benefit from these contracted services?
Any particular, sorry?
Any particular areas you have identified to benefit from these services?
Yes, certainly. So the main pillars of the ministry are really digitizing the economy, digitizing government services, and of course, digitizing the society. So as a part of these main pillars, there are a lot of planned initiatives that will come as subsets of these. Also, there's also a lot of managed services that the ministry does on behalf of other MDAs, and so it will also incorporate some of those.
Thank you.
St. Anne's East. No, you forego your question. Malabar Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. 02000101, traveling and subsistence. Minister, I'm assuming this is solely for domestic travel?
Yes, member, this is for domestic travel.
Can you indicate how many officers with traveling posts the ministry has under this line item?
I can't say that it's senior officials, and it's typically travel to Tobago, and this would encompass accommodation, meals, car rentals, etc. If you like, I can provide in writing.
Please.
Yeah.
Line item 58, medical expenses. Can you indicate who that applies to?
58. Member, can you indicate the line item again?
58.
58?
Yes.
Yeah? 58?
Yes.
That line item, members, for executive staff of the ministry.
Okay. Thank you. Line item 37, janitorial services. I see there's an increase of 375,000. Does this point to additional premises or?
A lot of these contracted services, they require a retendering, and so we'll be going out to open tender for these.
Noted. Thank you.
Diego Martin Central first. Thank you. Diego Martin West.
Thank you very much, Chair, for your acknowledgement. So I want to go back to a little follow-up on the member for Arima's question, an opposition leader. 28 other contracted services. The member mentioned the plan, it would be used to implement plans of the digital society. I was wondering from the member, how long has this plan been in place?
It's a very, very new plan, as you can imagine.
So this has nothing to do with the previous plans by the previous Minister of Digital Transformation? Absolutely nothing?
I can say that there were plans, but none were executed, and that's why we're in a situation that we are today.
So the minister say he came up with the master plan in 6 months.
Correct.
In honesty.
Are you providing an answer for me?
No, just ask a question, sir. No.
Member, you said it, so
Member for Diego Martin West.
I take the point.
I think you do realize that the tone of that question is in itself unparliamentary. The imputation of dishonesty.
Chair, I just asked a question, Chair. I meant nothing by it. I'm sorry.
Right, thank you. There we go. 002 National Information and Communication Technology.
Chair, I had my hand before you moved on.
Sorry?
Before you moved on, I had my hand up. If you would permit me.
I have until East Morva.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 21, repairs and maintenance, buildings, seen an increase of $1 million. Could the member explain that increase?
Happy to do so. You see, what happened post April 28th, and when we took access to these buildings, we realized that most of them were in quite a bit of disrepair. So as a result of that, we've had to allocate sufficient funds to treat with those matters.
Thank you. Have you identified any contractors to carry out these jobs?
We're in the process of assessing damages, etc. And once that is done, we'll put it out to tender.
Okay. Who is assessing these damages?
Well, internally first, because we do have quite a competent facilities management team in the public service.
Internally, thank you.
Mauska Malva.
Thank you, Chair. Same line item, the same question with respect to the persons who are doing the assessments now. Are they the same persons who would have been responsible for managing these issues under the previous administration?
I think I mentioned that when we accessed these places, it was in a state of disrepair. So
who was responsible for managing that?
I'm sure you could ask your colleagues on the right-hand side.
No, I'm asking the minister. Because the former Minister of Public Admin is not here. So who was responsible for that, for managing
Are you
those
aware
issues?
who was responsible for that? Quite apart. Are you aware?
A point of order, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, through you. I think the learned public needs an answer, but I will.
Minister, hold on. What's the point of order, please?
48.6.
46 emanating from whom?
From the minister.
All right. All right. Overruled. Overruled in a perfunctory manner. Minister, go ahead.
Member, happy to provide in writing as well, so there's no need for the back and forth.
Please also indicate if these persons are still employed with the ministry, because if they were not doing their work before, then they should be reprimanded.
That's a
Thank
statement
you.
or a question?
I'm asking if you can please indicate if the persons who are responsible, if they are still employed with the ministry. Because if they were not doing their job, I would assume the ministry would have reprimanded them.
Member, you're making quite a number of assumptions and insinuations,
Sir,
and I'll ask you, member, I'm speaking. I would kindly ask, member, I'm speaking.
We are questioning you, Minister.
Member, I'm speaking.
Chair 486.
You gave a commitment. You gave a commitment to indicate
Mr.
in
Chairman,
writing
excuse
who
me.
was responsible.
Has this minister left his manners at home?
San Fernando East is a bit rich for you to complain for lack of manners, but however, let's not let
Mr.
the
Chair,
last session.
Take exception to that comment, please.
Let's not let the last.
Mr. Chair, I take exception to that comment.
San Fernando East, turn off your mic, please. Let's not let the last hour and a half degenerate into what was happening before. All right, silence. Silence. Minister, are you, pursuant to your answer, are you willing to give that information in writing?
Of course.
Right, thank you. Let's move on. Item 0.
Can I just, because I'm just a little, I mean, can I ask you where we are? I mean,
We're at 002, page 235. 236.
Okay.
We're now moving on to 236.
236.
Yes.
Thank you kindly.
National Information and Communication Technology. All right. Member for Arima.
Honorable Minister, can I kindly ask you what is the National Information and Communication Technology? Is that a new unit?
Member, it was a division under the former MDT.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And under other contracted services, which amount to 105 million increase, could you give an idea what is other contracted services, please?
Member, you'd be aware that the ministry is responsible for an item called GovNet.
Yes.
We're also responsible for hosting, all of the other ministries' data and information, and so this quantum resides mostly in that subset.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
And therefore, can I ask whether under 16 would those persons fall directly under this particular section? Could you give us an idea as to what is your positions, how many positions for that 7.5 million?
Member, you're referring to line item 16?
Yeah.
Line item 16?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. There are 55 positions, member. 17 are filled, 38 are vacant.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Sure. And as it relates to short-term employment, which is 22, could you also indicate how many positions and how many vacant, please?
37 positions.
All vacant or?
No vacancies at the moment.
No vacancies. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Item 003, Access Center. Diego Martin West.
Thank you very much, Chair. You would like to look at item number 4, electricity. In the corresponding item, in the head for digital transformation, this figure was 15,000. I see it has jumped to 60,000. What is the reason for this jump?
Member, we're increasing the number of access centers. As a result, the electrical cost will increase.
By how many and what areas will these access centers be in?
I can provide you that in writing at a later date.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Member for Arima.
Mr. Chairman, Honourable Minister, under that same heading, short-term employment, 2.750 million, 2,750,000, my apologies. Honourable Minister, could you tell us how many positions are vacant and where there are already existing bodies, please? Thank you. Honourable Minister, that is item 22.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the line. One
Thank
second.
you. Sure.
Member, I'm advised that there are 53 positions and all are filled.
Thank you.
Martin West.
Thank you very much, Chair. Item number 66, for the access centers, we see now there's a new figure of hosting of conferences, seminars, and other. This figure of 300,000, does the Minister intend to do conferences and seminars at the access centers? Let's understand what this figure is for, please.
Member, we would like to sweat the asset as much as possible, and so yes, we do have plans of utilizing the access centers. Some of the main items we want to conduct are obviously community sensitization sessions. This is specific to artificial intelligence, its use in the public service as well as in the communities. We want to expose persons across all communities to the possibility of the technology.
Also, I want to go back up to item number 22, short-term employment. The figure was 3.5 million in the corresponding item. It is down to 2.75. Can the Minister explain the reason for this decrease?
You mentioned in the short-term employment item?
Yes.
Yeah, so we have a mandate to move persons to longer-term employment, and that will result in the change, the variance.
Will these positions be recruited internally?
We'll go through the typical HR process and recruit as needed.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Okay, I propose to move to item 004, Information Communication Technology Division. 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services Division. Member Farima.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Minister, under line item 08, Rent Lease Office Accommodation and Storage, an increase of 338 million, estimates 583. Honourable Minister, could you provide us with a list of, is that one property, more than one property? Can you give any information on that, please?
Member, this item is a fairly complicated item. It's an item that stems from the bond related to the waterfront property. And so this item actually has a history, I believe, since 2007, and it has continued to be part of the fiscal from year to year.
Does this involve, Honourable Minister, any loan repayments?
It's my understanding that it does.
Okay. Are you able to give us any idea as to what portion of this is for loan repayment?
I'll endeavor to provide that in writing for you.
Okay.
Yes, Member Farima.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Minister, 21, repairs and maintenance of buildings, increase 60 million. Honourable Minister, are you in a position to provide us what buildings is referred to?
3 times what David Lee did.
Member, as you know, in terms of the public administration, former public administration ministry, we do have quite a cadre of properties, and for the most part, there are a number of partnerships with UDCOT as well, and so this would comprise most of those relationships. So it's a very interconnected line item. Safe to say that the quantum relates to a number of services under that particular vote. Some of them are reimbursements to UDCOT. Some of them are maintenance of properties, Flagstaff, etc. Some of them are also related to other vested properties, Prada Street, among other areas and locations.
Okay, I understand it's complicated. I'm prepared to accept the information in writing.
Sure.
Thank you.
I think Diego Martin West had his hand up first. No? Malabar Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 08, rent lease office accommodation. Can the Minister indicate?
All right.
You all are free to go home, you know?
Members, let's let the Minister. Let the
Nothing
member
keeping
ask
you
his
here, not really
question.
serving a purpose, other than to disturb. Rent lease office accommodation and storage. Can the Minister indicate what portion of that is applicable to storage?
Member, none of it is actually attributed to storage.
Okay. Could you also indicate if any of this is for the rental of state-occupied premises? Which state premises?
For the most part, Member, I believe I shared with Member from Arima that we provided in writing. I can do so for you also, but this line item specifically relates to the waterfront property.
Thank you. With respect to line item 21, repairs and maintenance of buildings, would that also apply to the Magnificent Seven buildings?
Which item? Can you repeat the line item?
21, repairs and maintenance buildings, 60 million.
What's the question?
You mentioned a relationship with Udicot. Would that line item also apply to repairs, maintenance of any of the Magnificent Seven buildings?
No.
No? All right. Thank you.
006 Public Management Consulting Division. 007 Public Service Academy. 015 Strategic Services Division. 020 Modernization and Service Improvement Division. 021 Information and Communication Technology Services Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, pages 241 to 242. Item 001, General Administration. 003, Malabar Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. Under 03, General Admin, minor purchases, this see an increase of 1 million. Can the Minister indicate what is the purpose of that 1 million increase?
Member, 1 second, please.
No problem.
I'm just trying to follow, Chair. I know we were speeding ahead. We had passed, what is the line item,
We're on
Member?
page 241, Minister.
I'm advised, Member, that we've had a significant depreciation of some assets, and they're to replace those.
Thank you.
Sure.
Item 003, Access Center. Item 004, Information Communication Technology Division. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services Division. Item 007, Public Service Academy. Item 021, Information and Communication Technology Services Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, pages 243 to 244. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Malabar Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. 04001, regional bodies. You see there's an increase of some 38 million. Can the Minister indicate what are those regional bodies? And can he indicate how much increase is applicable to each one of those bodies?
Member, I believe you read the figure wrong. It's not 38 million.
The increase, it says. on the regional bodies. It was 404 was the estimate in 2025. It's now 442 million.
Member, the regional body is 001. Under it, it's the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and then there's the Caribbean Center for Development Administration.
Can you tell us what accounted for that significant increase of 38 million?
Yeah, but the quantum is not correct.
No, remember, I'm just reading what is before me. It says that the estimates for 2025 was 404 million. And now I'm seeing an increase to 442 million.
Remember, I think what you're looking at is the compendium of current transfers and subsidies together, a compendious figure. Is then broken down into regional bodies and particular regional bodies. So the increase would be the compendious figure. I think that's what the answer is.
All right, can the minister please provide us with the list of the regional bodies?
Sure, you can have it now. It's the Caribbean Telecommunications Union and the Caribbean Center for Development Administration.
So it's just those two?
Yeah.
38 million.
Again, the quantity that you're stating is not the correct quantity.
All right, thank you, Minister.
Sure.
Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. 007, households. 009, other transfers. Malabar Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. 00901 TT Connect Service Centers. I'm seeing an allocation of 9.58 million. Can the Minister indicate, is it that there will be the establishment of new TT Connect Service Centers? Or additional centers?
That remember that line item is broken down in terms of administrative expenditure, capitalization, etc. So it's really to furnish and facilitate the operation of those TD Connect centers.
Would you be able to tell us how many
of the current ambit?
You'll be able to tell us how many?
The current utilization of TD Connect services.
Yeah, how many centers?
I'm advised there are 8.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 03, Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Page 203 of that volume. We start at subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure, Financial Services, page 96, F. Item 005, Multisectoral and Other Services, A, Administrative Services, page 96. F, Public Buildings, pages 96 to 97. Infrastructure Development Fund, Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services, page 264. F, public buildings, page 264. There being no questions, honorable members, the question is that the sum of $1,570,513,513 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $1,570,513,513 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, now stands part of the schedule. Right. Minister, can I just ask you to stay for
Yes, of course.
service commissions?
Chairman, I just want to express thanks to the members, all involved parties, the public servants from the Ministry of Public Admin and Artificial Intelligence, and congratulate them on a job well done, and thank them for their trust and also for the delivery of such a stellar
I too
report.
should like to express my gratitude on behalf of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago to the public servants. All right, we go to Head 6, Service Commissions. $83,775,650. Minister, I now invite you, as a minister with responsibility for the service commissions, to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes, should you choose to do so. If you choose to do so, I think you won't find objection that you are free to dispense with the opening statement.
Chairman, I choose to do so only to honor the efforts of the Service Commission.
So I invite you to make the opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity. It's my honor to introduce the Service Commission Department. As we all know, this department plays a pivotal role in upholding the independence, integrity, and the meritocracy of human resource management across the public service of Trinidad and Tobago. The Service Commission departments provides critical administrative and operational support to 4 constitutionally established independent service commissions. To note, the Public Service Commission, the Teaching Service Commission, the Police Service Commission, the Judicial and Legal Service Commission. These commissions are fundamental pillars of our democratic governance, ensuring that public officers across the respective services are appointed, promoted, disciplined fairly, transparently, and in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Chairman, the Service Commission departments remains an essential institution in preserving the principles of impartiality, professionalism, and service excellence across the public sector. As we review the department's allocations and program outcomes for fiscal 2026, I reaffirm this government's commitment to supporting the department in delivering the Commission's mandate effectively, and also to ensure the public service continues to be a force for national development and, of course, public confidence. Thank you, Chairman. I welcome remarks.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $83,775,650 for Head 06, Service Commissions, stand part of the schedule. This sum of $83,775,650 for Head 06, Service Commission, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following heads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure at page 30 of the relevant volume, subhead 01, personnel expenditure, item 001, general administration. Item subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. 002, Tobago services. 003, Public Service Commission. 004, Teaching Service Commission. 005, Judicial and Legal Service Commission. 006, Police Service Commission. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, page 11. Item 005, Multisectoral and Other Services, A, Administrative Services, page 11. There being no questions, honourable members, the question is that the sum of $83,775,650 for head 06, Service Commission, stands part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $83,775,650 for head 06, Service Commissions, now stands part of the schedule. I thank the public servants. Minister, I thank you, and thank your hard-working public servants.
Chairman, through you, I'd also like to thank the Public Service Commission and all of the important work that they do. Thank you for the report, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. We now move to Auditor General, which is head 02. Where's that? Just find it for me. Head 02, Auditor General. Head 02, Auditor General, $33,262,800. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister, again, I present the option to you. Should you choose to avail yourself of it, of dispensing with the brief oral statement, but if you choose to make your oral statement, you're free to do so. The choice is entirely yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, the Office of the Auditor General is an independent office who, in accordance with Section 1171 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, is appointed by the President of the Republic after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, and shall hold office in accordance with Section 136 of the Constitution. In serving the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Auditor General must audit and report on the public accounts of Trinidad and Tobago and of all officers, courts, and authorities of Trinidad and Tobago, and is also empowered to carry out audits on financial statements of all state-owned or controlled enterprises. The reports of the Auditor General must be submitted annually to the Speaker, the President of the Senate, and the Minister of Finance, sections 1161 to 6 of the Constitution. The staff of the Office of the Auditor General are public officers who form the Auditor General's Department and whose role is to ensure that the Auditor General efficiently discharges its function, thereby enhancing public accountability. Mr. Chair, this current administration views the independence of the Auditor General's office and the importance of the Auditor General's office and functioning as critical to the accountancy, the accountability, and to the integrity of the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Unlike the former government, unlike the former administration, we propose to continue to work hard to ensure the respect that the Auditor General's department is due is provided to them. In that regard, Mr. Chair, I turn over to the colleagues opposite for questions if they have any.
All right. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $33,262,800 for Head 02, Auditor General, stand part of the schedule. This sum of $33,262,800 for Head 02, Auditor General, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, these are to be found at page 6 of the relevant volume. Personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Item 002, Tobago services. Subhead 2, goods and services, pages 7 and 8. Item 001, general administration. 002, Tobago services. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 004, international bodies. Item 007, households. There being no questions, I put the question to the committee. The question is that the sum of $33,262,800 for Head 02, Auditor General, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $33,262,800 for Head 02, Auditor General, now stands part of the schedule. I'm happy to announce that I want to thank the staff of the Auditor General for coming before us, and I apologize if we've kept you waiting unduly. It was regrettable but unavoidable. That I'm happy to announce that at 7:09 that concludes the scheduled business of the committee for the day. And I want to thank all members for their renewed spirit of conciliation, and hope this bubbles over into tomorrow's proceedings. This Standing Finance Committee is suspended to Saturday, October 25th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Thank you all very much, and good night, everyone.